Welcome to the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. Oh my goodness, this is such a crazy video. I remember when I was just starting tier 1 and we're now already on tier 13. We finished the iceberg. Crazy. So this is the video and it contains all of the sort of segments, all of the tiers from tiers 1 to 13 of the iceberg. And basically what it's going to be, it's just going to be without the intros, without the outros, but I'm going to leave in the intro for tier 1 because I think it will help people understand the video more. But the one issue that I must talk about right before I just send you guys into this is that tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, right, until about tier 4, tier 5 was when I sort of started to learn how to use these editing softwares. So I was using a really old editing software from the 2000s. It's called VideoPad Video Editor. So I was using that. Shout out to Nightfare. I have to credit him because of this. He's literally the reason why this channel is still currently here. It would not be here. This video would not be here right now if it wasn't for him. So he told me to use DaVinci Resolve. So shout out for that. But anyways, so yeah, that's where the editing was kind of bad from tier 1 to tier 5, but it gets better. And basically, if you don't want to watch the video, of course you don't have to, but there basically is going to be a podcast version of this on Spotify, so it's completely free. You don't need Spotify Premium. There shouldn't be any ads, and it should be completely free. So yeah, you don't need Spotify Premium. I've been posting on Spotify since tier 1, and now they have video as well, so you can kind of watch it there if you wanted to, if you have Spotify Premium and you don't want the ads or something from YouTube. So yeah, this is going to be tier 1 to 13 of the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. I'm going to leave in the tier 1 intro, but after that, all the intros, all the outros cut, watch it straight through. And yeah, it's amazing. See you guys soon. Okay, I am so excited for this video. You guys have no idea. This is the sort of video that I've sort of wanted to always make, with last year and stuff, since I guess the main conspiracy theory iceberg video came out, where I think it was Wendigoon who was making it. This conspiracy theory iceberg is the sort of updated version of that. It has a lot more topics that were not covered on the main iceberg, and other sort of things that are more recent, where things there's a lot more information that's come out. So the main iceberg was made about in 2014, 2015. And this is sort of updated one where it has more things on it, such as the COVID-19 virus that was pretty recent. And there's a lot more things where in the last few years a lot more information has come out about certain things where they weren't around about a year or two ago. So this is pretty fun. And yeah, I haven't ever made a iceberg video before, but I'm gonna have the photo of the iceberg down in the description. And it's a really interesting thing. When I was doing research for the first before the iceberg, people kind of just got deleted for making certain posts where they were asking sort of questions, and I don't know what happened. I don't know if they just got their accounts deleted or they deleted their accounts, but I tried to find a lot of information for things and it's just gone. Where it's literally trying to get this photo from the place that it was so difficult, and trying to get some information about certain things were just so difficult. In the first 2-3 it's not too hard, but in some of the ones that are more down, whilst I was just looking into them, yeah, I don't know, people are kind of getting deleted for talking about a few of these things. So this is going to be fun. This is going to be really fun. But yeah, let's get into the first tier. This is the sort of common tier. It has the sort of common things. And if anyone doesn't know what an iceberg is sort of just a way to represent information going from top to bottom, where it usually has common things to least common things in that sort of manner. And yeah, this is sort of just basically that. However, I don't know who made this iceberg. There are a few errors, or I don't know, sort of English things that aren't correct, celebrities faked they're dead and now live on Cuba, right? That's from tier 3, where it's not that big of a deal. But anyways, let's get into it. Let's see how this goes. It's gonna be really fun. Let's begin. I'm just gonna recommend that people also watch the main conspiracy iceberg, so the one made by Wendigoon. So that has a lot of information that links to both of these, and this is sort of depends on how you want to see this. This has a lot of things linked to the other one made by Wendigoon, which was the tier 1 to 10, which he did over the course of a year. But this one is pretty similar to it, but it has a lot of aspects from that to this, so you can either just watch this first or watch that first, but I think you would get a more deeper understanding of these topics if you watch those as well. But anyways, yeah, let's get into it. I'm just gonna put this other disclaimer in, is that I don't really believe a lot of these things that are being said, so you know, do your own research, and you know, don't just believe everything on the internet, because you know, as the saying goes, 43.596% of facts you read on the internet are wrong. So anyways, yeah, do your own research and whatnot. Big Pharma is the idea that the government and pharmaceutical companies are suppressing modern medicines. So these companies have these alternative medicines that could cure people and help people, but in the efforts to make more money, they halt like telling people about it and they keep it a secret. So yeah, so the conspiracy theory is that they sell these sort of medicines that only heal people like 5% at a time, rather than just giving people the vaccine. But the theory goes even deeper than that by saying that pharmaceutical companies are making people worse so they can get more money from them. So other sort of like diseases that can only be treated via like sort of medicine, pharmaceutical companies are inventing so they can sell vaccines and they can sell medicines to these certain things. So that's basically government controlling big pharma and stuff, or pharmaceutical companies in line with government and politicians and whatnot. 9/11 was an inside job. This is a theory that 9/11 wasn't done by Al Qaeda on 11 September 2001 at about 1:46 BST, but instead it was an inside job done by the US government and the US military for certain reasons. So as the official story goes, is that, you know, there were 4 passenger planes that were hijacked. One went to a field outside DC, one went to the Pentagon, and the other 2 went to Twin Towers, and about 3,000 people ended up dying. So it was one of the biggest terrorist attacks in history, right? And the official story is that Osama bin Laden and Al Qaeda, they decided to do it. However, the theory goes and it says that, you know, the US military or the Clinton Foundation, Bill Clinton, they just wanted to start war in Iraq to get access to oil and other things. So, and they figured out the way to easiest way to get people on board with this is to make someone a scapegoat, and it's be like, look, this is this figure, he's the person that did it, being to start war there to make people enraged and stuff. So that Osama bin Laden was just a scapegoat and he wasn't really a part of it. And then there's also a further in-depth saying that, you know, the building was sort of demolished from the top down in a controlled explosion, and they go further to say that this is another reason why it was done by the US, by the US government, and it was an inside job. And then there's also just after, people say this, that just after the terrorist attacks, Osama bin Laden went on to a bunch of interviews saying, you know, I have no involvement, it wasn't me. He was kind of, I don't know, happy about it, but he was it's not me. So they try to say, look, this is the situation. So it's most like an inside job done by Bill Clinton to try to get more oil and start war in different countries. And after the war was started, in about 9 months, the UK also ended up joining that war. So this is sort of a thing where it was planned from way back. So this thing was planned for months. This is as the theory goes. So government conspiracy theories, you know, this sort of thing. Yeah, basically inside job stuff. The next theory is that the Simpsons predicted the future many times. So the theory goes is that the Simpsons have predicted things in the future, such as FaceTime being invented and Donald Trump getting elected as prime minister, and the elections being rigged and stuff. So, you know, the last two so the last things that actually happen. And yeah, so it's a sort of way that the Simpsons, people who are script writing it, have a lot more ties, and there's secretly some sort of special people who have access to the future and future knowledge, so they put little references into their shows. And yeah, so if anyone's watched the actual conspiracy theory Iceberg, there's a quantum physics concept where every single world is infinite, that infinite worlds, infinite dimensions. So in every single world something has to happen. So maybe this is just a world where, you know, this is the Simpsons situation. And there's also another theory that's saying we have a camera into the Simpsons world, and Simpsons world is a real US that was United States that was like affected by like radioactive poisoning or something. And this is sort of a conspiracy theory saying someone in the writing group either of Simpsons also predicted 9/11 in certain situations, in certain scenes that you can see. But the theory also just says that the Simpsons time, like the writer is either like a time traveler or something, where they have pre-hand information and they're dropping little hints and teasers throughout the show to maybe get more attention or more viewers or whatnot, or just they have these sort of like they're secret aliens or something. Yeah, lizard people, stuff like that. Has like really high ties to like the government, and you know, yada yada, this sort of situation. And yeah, that's kind of about it. So Simpsons predicting the future. A lot of it is coincidence, a lot of it has they've gotten wrong, but they've gotten also a lot right, so you know, take it that way you will. The assassination of JFK. So as the story goes, on November 22nd, 1963 in Dallas, Texas, you know, JFK, John F. Kennedy, was with his wife, and they were on a open like motor coach or on like a motorcade, and he basically got assassinated. And as the story goes, it was Lee Harvey Oswald that was supposed to be like the only shooter. However, in the theory goes that in like other footage, there were lots of situations where Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't have been the only shooter, where it seems like, where there's bullets going at different people and the angle of impact cannot have been the one, that Lee Harvey Oswald could not have been the one where he was the only shooter. So it sort of seems like there were other people within the crowd or different places also shooting. And the theory goes more in depth, saying that the CIA was involved because, you know, the two people who were, you know, in the actual driving the car, they were from the CIA, so the two CIA people were supposed to be protecting him. However, when the shots started happening, rather than driving a lot faster, they slowed down to like a 7-mile-per-hour stop. So going 7 miles per hour when shots are ringing off is sort of very like counterintuitive. So it's the theory goes that, you know, the CIA was in on it and they already had pre-hand information, and they were the people who like conducted this, because, you know, like JFK was doing a lot of things that the CIA was opposed to, and because of his like former ties to organized crime, and they didn't want someone like that running the country. And on other situations, JFK, so theory is basically JFK was assassinated by the CIA. Yeah. 5G has a bunch of different sections to it, where there's like a conspiracy theory within a conspiracy theory, and there's like different conspiracy theories that link to it. But like one of the main ones, well, since I guess like the 1990s, when like 2G was like sort of created, was that people was scared that this sort of thing gives off cancer and it causes cancer. So this is like one of the main conspiracy theories. But basically the 5G conspiracy theories is that it's been responsible for the unexplained death of sort of trees and birds and other sort of animals, where things have just been dying and people are like, oh, 5G causes this sort of thing. And yeah, that's like sort of one aspect to it. The other part of the theory is that 5G was initially trialed in Wuhan, China, where the COVID-19 pandemic sort of started. So people try to link that, and they assume that, you know, the 5G virus being tried, or 5G being tried there, was causing the COVID-19 virus, and the one causes the other. So whilst everyone was being put at home to sort of like stay at home now, and then whilst 5G was being rolled out everywhere, it was sort of causing more COVID basically. That's like a sort of another part of the theory. So the other part of the theory is that it was, you know, it was accidentally released by like the Wuhan Institute of Virology, or that it was like being deliberately made as like a bio warfare weapon, either by the Chinese or the Americans, or like together. And then the other idea is that like Bill Gates and like the global elites and the Illuminati and whatnot have you are in league with like the big pharmaceutical companies to institute like mandatory worldwide vaccinations. So where that would include like tracking chips, which would then be activated by 5G radio waves. So it's basically every single human will have a vaccine, and the vaccine will contain some sort of like microchip, and then 5G will activate it no matter where you go. But I mean, it's not like we all carry big ass phones with us or iPads and, you know, a dozen other things that can track your location. Anyways, the other sort of part of the theory is that, like, maybe the Jews have created the virus to collapse the economy for financial gain. Just, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this theory. A lot of things. 5G causes cancer, but the COVID-19 virus, you know, and it's like similar to HARP, you know, which was I think the US military's like high frequency active oral research program, and basically it's just causing a bunch of stuff. And yeah, it's a sort of stuff. And I think HARP also comes at the more deeper within this theory iceberg, and that's a pretty interesting one as well. But yeah, let's 5G, cancer, whatever, whatnot. Flat Earth basically goes as this, where the Earth is not a sphere, it's not a spherical or spheroid in any sort of way, and it's just completely flat. So you know how it's seen in images and stuff, that's how kind of like the Earth is. But the people who believe in this kind of go in and say it's sort of like another government conspiracy theory where they want us to think the Earth is round, right? But the Earth is not round, it's actually flat because of a lot of misinformation. So it's like the government lied about this, why do you not think they won't lie about this? So I'm not going to go too in depth with it. Flat Earth is sort of like kind of been debunked by every single person. Look at a photo, the Earth is not flat. Anyways, yeah, flat Earth. Okay, well, as I was recording all of this, man, oh my god, I recorded this whole thing and then I realized I'd been calling Bob Lazar, right, like Rob Lazar, but for some reason I have no idea why the hell people call him Bob, because when I was researching it, his name is like Robert Scott Lazar, and I don't know what the situation, but I called him Robert the whole time, while I was like Rob Lazar. But basically, Area 51 is a place it's like an airbase in Nevada, and it's like the common name of the area. It's like a highly classified US airbase or US Air Force facility, right? And in this place there's a bunch of different testing going on. They have nuclear testing, they have like radioactive testing going on, they have flight testing going on where they train pilots and stuff. A lot of stuff is going on in Area 51 basically. And the conspiracy theory is that they have alien aircraft, some sort of alien technology there. So this was exposed by Robert or Bob, whatever you want to call him. This was exposed by him in about 1984. So whilst he was working there, he worked in the S4 section of Area 51, which was basically a very secretive place where he required like the highest clearance. But basically, Bob Lazar was someone who was, I guess, a bit of like a mad scientist for his time, if you want to call him that. So he basically got hired for the job because of someone he knew, and he knew this person because I think whilst he was like 20, 21, he put like a jet engine inside of his car. So I forgot what car it was, but he put a jet engine inside of the car, and it made like headlines and everyone knew about him. And the person that he met for the job, or the person that told him about the job, was reading this newspaper whilst Bob met him basically. So that's kind of how he got the job. And it's a big conspiracy theory because people can't, like, it's very hard to know if he's telling the truth. But basically, in the late 1980s, they were trying to reverse engineer extraterrestrial technology, and this is what the conspiracy theory is that Area 51 and the US government, you know, like these government politicians and stuff, and Area 51, they have this alien technology that they're basically hiding from everyone. They don't want anyone to know. But this sort of area technology was this sort of alien technology dealt with a power source basically. So there was a sort of power source, and it had its own like gravity field. But anyway, bubbles are shone a light on all of that, and I think to this day it's still unconfirmed fully as to what it was. But yeah, that's the conspiracy theory of Area 51. And also, this was recorded like a while later, this section, so if my voice is completely different or something, it is like 1 AM in the morning and I'm trying to finish my work, but I just thought that I had to record this bit because it was bugging me that it was like it was wrong. But yeah, Robert, Bob, whatever, exposing the government and whatnot. But yeah, it's pretty fun. Anyways, Epstein didn't kill himself. So this is the theory of Jeffrey Epstein, where he was found hung in his own cell. So supposedly he had committed suicide. However, there's a theory that he did not commit suicide and was actually killed off. So let me just give a bit more information. So Jeffrey Epstein was like American financier, and he was just a very, very like wealthy person in general. And he was in like contact with a bunch of famous people, and he had sort of like a bunch of just associates. So he was associated with like Trump, and then Prince Andrew, and people from Harvard, and then the Clinton family, like Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, so many other politicians, and like so many celebrities and stuff. But basically, Epstein owned an island called Little St. James, which is just in the US Virgin Islands, and he owned a bunch of jets and a bunch of boats, and he would basically bring people, supposedly kids, to this island, and you know, whatever would go on, he would basically throw parties, if I'm just like, you know, saying it like that. But yeah, that's basically what he does and what he did. But basically, the theory was that he was gonna expose the situation and stuff. So he had like a black book with like over 1,000 names in it, with which is like really, really high political people. And then basically the theory goes was that it was basically he was just killed off, that people such as like Democrats and liberal celebrities had him assassinated because he knew too much. Basically, at that point, when you know this much and all of these famous people, and he was doing this sort of things that involve minors, and he was sort of like charged for it, then it was the point where all this information was going to get into the public hand, and if he was going to start talking, then it was just a lot easier to kill him. So whilst he was in a jail cell waiting for his trial, he was killed, right, on I think it was like around August 10th. So he was killed. So it's a theory that all of these famous people, like he knew a few of them, you know, decided like he was too much of a risk, so they had to kill him off because he knew too much. So this is that theory where Epstein didn't kill himself, so government power, people not wanting to, you know, get exposed in a sort of way where bad stuff is going to come out about them, or they were involved with, I don't know, maybe minors, or they were just cheating on their wives or husbands or stuff like that. Yeah, this is the kind of situation. Lizard people, elites. So the theory is that these elites sort of are lizard people, where they're these Anunnaki people who are the reptile sort of people. And yeah, so to gain this much power, you kind of need to be very influential. I need to have a lot of like time is one of them. So there's a theory that these all like these like really, really powerful people, like the Queen Elizabeth, and like George W. Bush, Henry Kissinger, Bill and Hillary Clinton, and like a bunch of these people, they all kind of like try to live for a really, really long time, and they have a lot of time, they have a lot of information, and these people are sort of like the elites of the world. And they also said that these sort of lizard people run groups such as like secret societies like the Freemasons and like Illuminati. So the theory is that these like a bunch of these elites are basically just lizard people eating humans, and a lot of the things that they try to do is just to, I don't know, basically live on for a long time. It's how it kind of how it goes. Like all of these sort of things where they try to associate like big pharma and, you know, all of these things like 9/11, big pharma, 5G, all these things coming together, where the elites are basically lizard people. I mean, the Queen is nearly 100, definitely a lizard person. Illuminati. So on this tier, the Illuminati, there's a bunch of theories about the Illuminati, but however, like in the Illuminati is like a real organization. So I think they began in like 1492 in Spain, but like it officially, kind of not officially, but it mainly began in France in about the 1700s. So during the 1700s, like the rich and the sort of intelligent people of France kind of got together, and they had to go see what was in the government. So what was the government doing, and like what were they thinking? So they sent people to infiltrate the government. And they kind of didn't want, so the original idea of the Illuminati, like they wanted to have, was freedom of information and like all of these sort of other ideas where they didn't want things to get suppressed, because at that time, if you knew things and you were really smart and you figured stuff out that you weren't supposed to figure out, you were a witch and deaded instantly. get tossed in the fire, you Satan. But anyways, that was the theory. So these Illuminati, these people that got together and they infiltrated governments basically. But the theory goes on to say that these people kind of still run the government to this day. So all of these countries where, you know, France, the UK, Russia, I'm not sure about Russia, but like America, all these things that all have the Illuminati behind them controlling, and every significant thing that happens, well, every single thing that happens is because of the Illuminati, where all the significant things where they are sort of making things happen and controlling the world in a certain sense. So yeah, Illuminati. Vaccines cause autism. So it's like the final one for this video, but the theory basically is that vaccines cause autism in people. So in developing countries, the number of vaccines like administered has really increased over time, and from roughly, I think it was like 2004, 1 in about 68 children would receive an autism diagnosis. However, from like earlier years, the odds were like 1 in 10,000. So there's been a huge jump from the amount of people who have autism. So this is trying to say that the theory basically goes is that vaccine cause autism, but the theory goes that the people or the powers, whatever, they are trying to make society dumber and more subservient, and they're trying to introduce certain illnesses, and it links with big pharma, because big pharma and the government are trying to, you know, give people autism to make, I don't know, sell more drugs and sell more medicines. And then it links with like the Illuminati trying to basically make people however they want to make them. It's not true, but it's on the list. But there's been a bunch of studies that are kind of like, I mean, I don't know, it takes the fun out if I say that it's not really, it's, I don't know, things are always changing, like a lot of reports and a lot of information comes out where, you know, things in the future, let's see, maybe in the year 2100 a Freedom of Information Act comes out and they're like, oh yeah, look, they did cause vaccines, or they did cause autism. I feel bad. Anyways, so that was tier 1 of the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. We're now going to move on to tier 2, and sorry for the editing once again. Like, I'm extremely sorry that it was that bad. I know, like it's crazy, but yeah, tier 2, let's go. COVID-19 was made in a lab. So we know that SARS-CoV-2, or what we call COVID-19, originated naturally from bats in the Wuhan province of China. However, this theory states that COVID-19 did not occur naturally and was actually engineered. So it was discovered that COVID-19 was similar to the rat G13 genome, but it was only 96% identical. So it also had unusual features and genetic sequences, which made it seem like it was engineered by humans and not naturally found in bats and then spread to humans through consumption or interaction. So the theory goes more in depth in thinking that China purposefully released the virus for many reasons. So one could be for financial gain, because the virus was halting like large scale development in foreign countries, but during this time the Chinese government was still producing. Or from the last video, maybe China was trying to vaccinate its citizens in mass, and the vaccine has some sort of chemical or something that can manipulate the people in it. So it may be one of the reasons why the vaccine was pushed so hard in China, as China has the most people vaccinated at 1.24 billion people being vaccinated at this time of recording, and over 3.25 billion doses being given, and it has the highest percentage of any population being vaccinated, which is at 87.9% of the population right now being vaccinated. So COVID-19 might have been made in a lab. It seems very suspect how this virus just popped up randomly and, you know, kind of took over the world. Yeah, but it's cool, you know, it's a unique theory. War on Terror was for oil. So this theory goes like this. So the War on Terror, which was an international military campaign,
launched by the United States government following the September 11 attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, was only so that America and Britain could get oil from the Middle East, and it allowed them for military expansion within the Middle East, and it only had the quote-unquote appearance of civilian protection to stop terrorist forces like Al-Qaeda from gaining more power. So, according to a former US Treasury Secretary, Iraq was discussed in the first National Security Council meeting right after George Bush's inauguration. So during this time, the Bush administration also was discussing plans for war in Iraq and distribution of its oil as early as February 2001. So there were also documents from the DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency, that was mapping Iraq's oil fields and exploration areas and listing like large companies or companies in general that might be interested within the oil. So other documents had markings of a super giant oil field in the middle of the eastern region. So even before the quote-unquote war on terror began, the Bush administration was already looking into war in the Middle East as a way for them to get oil and resources easier, as the Middle East has the second largest oil reserves in the world, right behind Venezuela. So this links to Tier 1, where, 9/11 was an inside job. So this is used as like further proof that 9/11 was an inside job, and it was caused by the Bush administration to cause more public hatred and outcry towards the Middle Eastern areas, and that war on terror was artificially created to secure the American military and economic supremacy on a global scale long term. So it was only recently where the US military and troops left the sort of quote-unquote regions. However, that's like a conspiracy theory all by itself, and it was because of Donald Trump where they came to agreement and they had left this. So that's a whole other conspiracy theory. But yeah, so war on terror wasn't it wasn't to stop terrorist forces, but it was actually just for oil. Cool. It's a cool theory. I like it. It's unique. Yeah. MH370. So the theory goes like this. At 12:42 a.m. on March 8th, 2014, a Boeing 777-200ER operated by Malaysian Airlines took off from Kuala Lumpur and turned towards Beijing, which was its destination, and climbed to its assigned cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. The plane had 227 passengers on board and 12 air staff. So the last communication was at 1:19 a.m. and then the plane's transponder turned off at 1:21 a.m. never to be heard from again.
Good night, Malaysian 370.
So till this day is one of aviation's biggest mysteries, with the deaths of 239 people. So there were two pilots, and one was a person called Tariq Hamid, the first officer who was flying the airplane, and he was 27 years old at the time of this flight, and this was a training flight for him, which was the last training flight that he would have until he would become a fully certified pilot. And his trainer, who was a pilot in command, was a man named Zahari Ahmed Shah, so he was 53 and was one of the most senior captains at Malaysian Airlines during this time. So he was married and he had like 3 children, and he had sort of like a quote-unquote perfect life. Like he was making a lot of money, he was an airline pilot, and he flew. So he had a really elaborate Microsoft Flight Simulator in his house during this time. So this is like 2013, 2014, and during this time, like, he had an incredibly expensive sort of flight simulator that he had, and he would run like multiple tests on it because flying was his sort of passion, but also his like job as well. So he really just loved to use it. So before the flight happened, Shah had used a flight simulator, so his flight simulator simulated a flight path like the one similar to the one that MH370 took. And then Shah had deleted all these logs, but then they were still managed to be recovered by the government when they did the investigation. So as time went on, more and more information was released about Shah, and many people around him during this time said that he was like incredibly depressed and sad and sort of in like a lonely state. So during this time before this, Shah's wife had moved into the other house that he owned, and you know, she was living there, and he would just spend most of his time in his house just pacing around, not really knowing what to do, just coming home and then going back on trips with not a lot really to do. So the theory goes like this, that Shah had actually committed suicide by taking control of the plane and either flying until the fuel ran out or by going straight into the ocean. So in July 2015, which is about a year after this incident took place, the first piece of debris was found off the coast of the island of Reunion. So this piece was a flaperon that helps to stabilize the plane during low speed flying during takeoff and landing. Another theory is that the plane was shot down by the USA to seize equipment that was headed to China. So a part of this theory is that there is a US airbase pretty close to the place where MH370's last and final contact was, so people assume that maybe the plane had something on it that it really shouldn't have, and then the USA found out about it and then shot the plane down. Or there is another part to this, is that the plane was hijacked for some reason and flown off for some reason. So there is another theory that the US military owns a sort of device where they can take control of aircraft from anywhere, and it allows them to basically completely shut out the other people who are on the plane and take control. So maybe this was just a sort of test where the USA was just sort of testing out maybe this sort of thing, and they were unable to give back control, and then something happened like this. So it's a very unique theory, and there's a lot of information. I suggest do your own research, but truly is one of the most tragic things to ever happen. Usually the most simplest answer is the correct one, and there's an incredibly high chance that nearly every single person passed away, and because of that it's incredibly tragic to see the deaths of over 239 people. That at such a large scale calamity, it's not just one person, it's not just 239 people that were affected, it's the thousands of people that know them, all of the families and friends and relatives of these people. Every single person was affected, so the probably real number is probably in the hundreds of thousands of people were affected by this. And it's incredibly sad, and it's crazy to think that in our time of technology, where a huge flying metal can just disappear off the face of the earth and only a single tiny piece of metal equipment can be found of it, with all the radars and the sensors that we have, and all the this was one of the world's biggest investigations done, and still nothing was found. And the only thing that was found was a piece of debris on the edge of an island. So all we can do is kind of just hope that one day these families manage to get some reconciliation and get some official answers as to what happened, because right now they're still in the sort of grieving process where they don't really have any conclusions, and they might be just waiting. One day something might happen and that people might come home, but it is incredibly unlikely. But it's incredibly sad at the same time. But anyways, this is a sort of sad theory, I guess, where it contains the death of a lot of people. But that's true for a lot of theories. This one has a specific death count, but for a lot of things like weapons of mass destruction and Bush, the total number of bodies was estimated to be around 250,000 people have been killed because of the sort of interference by the USA into this country. So all we can do is just kind of hope that these things sort of get figured out over time. And we're putting it into conspiracy theory, but there are real people whose lives have been affected forever because of these things that we are now talking about in the conspiracy theory. So yeah. Hitler ran to Argentina. So at the end of World War II, more than 30,000 Nazis fled to South America, and it said that Adolf Hitler was among them. So as the story goes, Hitler committed suicide in April 1945, however, his body was never found. So the theory goes like this: a person called Martin Bormann helped Hitler escape from Nazi Germany to Argentina by submarine, and then Hitler continued to live on in Argentina until his real death in 1962. So this was sort of also corroborated by people that lived in Argentina at the time and knew of the sort of Hitler's, i.e. Hitler and his wife, living in like a mansion in Patagonia, which is in Argentina. So rather than committing suicide, he just ran off to Argentina with his wealth that he had as sort of like the Reich and the ruler of Germany for like the longest time. And yeah, so it's also I feel like every single theory is just unique now. But yeah, it's a really unique theory. But there's a whole documentary that you can actually go and watch on it, and it's pretty cool. I suggest looking into it, but it's a really cool theory. Anyways, okay, so I've been trying to record this one silly clip for like about an hour now. It's been an hour. I keep on deleting it, but I don't know why. I'm just like freaking out for some reason. I don't know why. Let's just get into it. Let's see if I can just do it this time. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Anyways, WMDs and Bush. So WMDs are weapons of mass destruction that are nuclear, radiological, chemical, or biological in nature. So these are things that can cause like immense damage to a sort of very large area. So you have your nuclear weapons and you have your sort of like your viruses and whatnot. So Bush started the war on terror, and one of the reasons for doing so was the claim that Saddam Hussein had a massive stockpile of biological weapons. However, a CIA director called George Tenet noted in early 2004 that the CIA had stated that they have no specific information on the types or quantities of weapons that Saddam Hussein had, and the claim was just sort of used as a fear-mongering tactic. So also in December 2002, before the CIA's press release, Bush stated that they do not know whether or not Iraq has a nuclear weapon. So basically Bush straight up lied about weapons of mass destruction in the hands of Saddam Hussein to basically fearmonger people and to have an advance in the sort of Middle Eastern territory, further corroborating the idea that the Bush administration was only sort of interested in the oil and other natural resources and not really on the war on terror in the Middle East. Not in the war on terror, but not really interested in sort of the little organizations that have like Al Qaeda and sort of other like things that were happening, and they were just interested in oil and natural resources and all of the other things that happened, sort of 9/11 and sort of fear mongering, and all of these things were just done as a way to gain easier access to sort of Iraq and Iran and get their sort of oil. So cool. NK and the USA refers to the sort of alliance / common enemyship of the USA and North Korea. So for years at this point, the USA and North Korea have seemed to have a really difficult relationship and are in constant opposition to each other. So the theory goes like this: is that one of the main issues that North Korea has North Korea has nuclear weapons and constantly threatens other countries such as South Korea, with military tests happening quite often in North Korea. So the theory states that USA doesn't actually want North Korea to give up the nuclear weapons that they have, so the USA has a sort of reason to keep military assets and bases in South Korea and Japan as a sort of security plan for these two countries. So the theory also says that all of the sanctions and talks that are happening in both countries are just completely fake, and so they're both in on it and they're both faking it, or the USA demands so much from North Korea that they know that they will never ever accept it, so it basically just allows them to keep military bases and operations in countries they either have absolutely no reason whatsoever to be in. So such as like Japan and South Korea, like the US has no reason to be there, but then North Korea has weapons. We need to like make sure they don't have the weapons. Let's go put bases in like Japan and South Korea. There you go, it's all fine. So so that's why they kind of maybe just coerce sort of North Korea with sort of trade deals and things that North Korea needs as a way just to basically keep control of military bases within a country, so if they ever need to, they can do whatever they need to do in those sort of countries, like if they ever need to get rid of someone or do something crazy, or if there's ever war and they need to advance into another territory, it's already much easier if they have bases set up. So this is one of the reasons why, and the reason for is just North Korea has weapons, so we need to just stay here and protect. Yes, cool. Big oil. Oh my god. Okay, so big oil is such a big conspiracy theory. Like, the whole thing is just a conspiracy theory, basically. Like, literally. So basically, big oil is made up of hundreds of companies, but like a few main ones are sort of Saudi Aramco and British Petroleum, like BP, and the sort of Exxon Corporation. So one part of the conspiracy theory is that recently the oil corporations have been like steadily increasing prices purposefully so they can increase the amount of profit they can make. So a part of this is that during the COVID-19 pandemic, barrels of oil were being sold for negative value. So basically, companies were paying to get rid of the barrels of oil they have at an incredibly large rate, causing like a lot of big oil companies to sort of lose money. And these sort of oil companies have been sort of running the world for like a little while, and they had to lose, billions of dollars just because all of these companies were like, just because of the industry crashed. So yeah, so during this time, a lot of like sort of cruise companies were just selling off oil, and they didn't really have anywhere to store it because it cost money and people, and they didn't want to like pay those people this whole time to stay and like do all these things. So yeah, that's like a part of the conspiracy theory. So another part of this theory is that big oil has been sort of suppressing new alternatives for like, so new alternative methods of energy, so that the oil can be sold sort of to other companies and they can basically make money. So this is anywhere from not funding more projects for alternatives, like purposefully, or killing off people who might seem to have come up with like sort of new types of fuel sources or new ideas. So a part of this conspiracy theory is the incredibly suspicious death of a person called Stanley Meyer. So Stanley Meyer was a scientist, and he worked for like many notable projects. One was like the Gemini project, which was the second spaceflight program from NASA, and like a bunch of other like government things. So during his life, supposedly he made a car that ran off of water instead of any sort of other fuel such as electricity or gasoline. So this was supposed to be an incredibly groundbreaking innovation and technology during this time, and this would like rapidly replace conventional means of propulsion. So at the beginning of this innovation, Stanley Meyer passed away. So he said that he was being poisoned and died because he was trying to be suppressed. So this is like used as proof that his mysterious death was by big oil trying to suppress the information that he had or could possibly have. So yeah, so he literally was just in a restaurant eating food, and he just straight up like leaving. He was like, I'm getting poisoned, or they're trying to kill me, and then he died. And it's really tragic. So that's why people really think that big oil is really just suppressing a lot of things. And then sort of another part of this theory is that oil companies have like for years now have been paying scientists and sort of like magazine people and sort of just publicists in general to sort of edit data to downplay the effect they might be having on the earth and sort of global warming. So in the 1990s, the Exxon Corporation ran ads like, if the earth is getting warmer, then why is Kentucky getting colder? As like a sort of way to downplay the true impact they were having on the earth. So another aspect of this conspiracy theory is that big oil is in line with the government, and they sort of work together to like make lots of money and keep oil dominance. So such as like during the 2000s and 2010s, before ISIS ever approached the sort of incredibly oil-rich areas in Iraq, they were barely ever mentioned in the news, and they were incredibly sort of unnoticed. But as soon as they entered the area, they were like which had the oil fields, they were constantly in the news, and the US instantly interfered and sent drones to strike ISIS members and ISIS targets, so most possibly as a deterrent to stop ISIS from advancing any further, so the US can maintain ownership of the oil lands. So basically, oil companies have been doing a lot of shady stuff for years now that they're constantly trying to stay on top of. the sad thing, sort of oil is not sad thing. The good thing is that sort of oil is just sort of a, I don't know the correct way to put it, but like a sort of crumbling infrastructure where, I mean, it will be around for the next, I'm gonna say at least 30 years, but as time goes on, they will just completely lose relevancy because, you know, there's like a limited amount of oil that you can mine, and they will pivot into sort of new other companies, into sort of bioenergy companies where they work on like sort of renewable energy and different types of fuel sources to make money, and they will completely just dominate those markets. So you have these sort of companies like BP, and they will just sort of just dominate all of these sort of markets. And yeah, that's why Saudi Aramco is sort of funded by the government and stuff, and they are pivoting to sort of a tourism based sort of model, where Saudi has recently like gone a very, very big tourism shift, and same with a bunch of other like all these countries such as Qatar, and sort of Dubai has just had that for the last 20 years basically, where these countries that were not commonly like welcome to outsiders are now trying to get incredibly welcome for outsiders, to the point where they're changing their whole infrastructure just so they can, you know, shift, and because they know it's a sort of dying sort of area. But there's been a lot of shady stuff from oil companies. I would suggest do a lot of research from this. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot going on with oil companies. But anyways, let's move on. CIA and AIDS. So in 1981, when the Center for Disease Control and Prevention reported the AIDS epidemic, there was a theory that the CIA created the virus to wipe out homosexual people and African Americans during that time. So it was assumed that this virus was sort of created in 1971 when Richard Nixon combined the National Cancer Institute and the Biowarfare Department to work on sort of mass genocide projects to quote-unquote remove certain people in an easier way. So this theory has gained a lot of traction from South African like President Thabo and a bunch of other like really famous politicians and stuff. It's a unique conspiracy theory. I'd say like just do your own research on this. It's pretty cool, but you know, it is tragic if it is true. Then yeah. Anyways, moving on. Denial. So Holocaust denial is exactly how it sounds. People denying the Holocaust. So for people who don't know what the Holocaust was, it was the genocide of European Jews during World War II. So between 1941 and 1945, Nazi Germany and sort of its like other countries and collaborators systematically murdered around about 6 million Jews across Germany occupied Europe, which was 2/3 of Europe's Jewish population. So Holocaust deniers state that the Jews use lies and extortion to gain an advantage or sympathy of other people. So basically the Holocaust didn't happen, and about 3.5 million people, Jewish people, decided to lie about the Holocaust, is sort of this idea. Yeah. Okay, so this is just, I have no idea. John Lennon died. So this is what John Lennon died, and this is incredibly confusing to find any information on because, well, as far as you know, John Lennon, who was the leader of the Beatles, and basically the Beatles was just a sort of like group of musicians in the 1970s, like for anyone who didn't know, did die on December 8th, 1980. So as far as it goes, John Lennon was killed by Mark Chapman, who was a sort of crazy Beatles fan and basically thought that John Lennon had become sort of too famous and was in a sense more popular than like Jesus. So basically crazy fanboy killed him. So I'm not exactly sure what the conspiracy theory is, but I did find two things, and one thing what I found was that John Lennon was killed by Stephen King, like the Stephen King, so the writer who wrote, you know, The Shining, Shawshank Redemption, and It. And so basically, like Stephen King looks similar to Mark Chapman, so therefore people are like, you know, they believe Stephen King killed Mark Chapman for some reason. Sorry. So like Stephen King killed John Lennon for some reason. You know, that's as far as I could like find on that conspiracy theory. But another conspiracy theory is that, you know, he didn't actually die, so he had just faked his death, and it was like just sort of fake bullets where he didn't actually die during this time, and he sort of just ran away to start a new life and just wanted to fake his own death. But there wasn't really any sort of like evidence I could find for that. But yeah, that's as far as I could find out about this conspiracy theory. But basically, Mark Chapman did confess about him killing John Lennon. So that's as far as I could find, and he has been in prison since the night of the murder, and he did try to get parole, I think twice, but it was denied. And yeah, so he's been in prison since the night of the murder, so it's not really a lot more to talk about that. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. This was tier 2 of the conspiracy theory iceberg. I'm gonna try and make it better, but now you can like listen to this on Spotify and whatnot. It's pretty cool. And yeah, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed, and goodbye. Black triangles refers to the Black Illuminati. I'm joking, it doesn't. Black triangles refers to secret anti-gravity space planes. Yes, the Black Triangle is the name for certain types of advanced aerospace craft. So basically, alien jets. So as far as I know, there are about 10 kinds of sort of special black triangle planes. They're all just different versions of each other, but the basis is that these are like secret military planes that are run on a sort of technology that is not commonly available or publicly known to exist. So all of these planes contain some sort of gravity defying feature. So basically that means that they can do things. So the reason way we travel the way we do is that when you have a plane, we basically shoot fuel from the back and we go forward, but then we have air resistance, which means that gravity is like affecting us, so which means that we have to like kind of go up and then go straight and then go down, right? Because of the way that gravity works, and we can't just sort of like something won't stay in motion unless it's in like a vacuum, and sadly we're not in a vacuum. But these sort of gravity defying features, it basically turns something that has gravity affecting on it, it makes it not have gravity effect. So it's like dropping something and it just staying there, basically, just this sort of thing. So I talked about these sort of things in like my last 2 sort of conspiracy theory iceberg videos, and the entry was called Area 51, and these sort of planes are said to be tested at Area 51. So if anyone didn't watch that video, simply in the 1990s, a person called Bob Lazar, or Robert Lazar, however you say it, who is a physicist, is said to have worked at a place in Area 51 called Area S4. So this area is said to have contained alien craft which doesn't obey the laws of physics as we know them, and in this place scientists were trying to reverse engineer this alien aircraft. So basically Bob Lazar in the 1990s talked about this plane and said that it ran off an element that was not known at the time. So at the time, the element, so it was called element 115. So this element was only found in 2003, years after he had talked about them, by Russian scientists and was named Moscovium. So this sort of element didn't really exist at the time publicly, and no one really knew about it, but then he was talking about it years before anyone ever knew. So, you know, yeah, crazy stuff. So these sort of planes are able to go at incredible speed, so faster than speed of sound, faster than anything we have right now, and it can basically teleport, and it can go into sort of outer space, and it can most likely go into water. So I think it was November 2014 or 2012, a US Army general called David Fravor saw a sort of black triangle plane, just a version of these, and it basically had features of this plane. So whilst they were tracking the aircraft, so he was in like a fighter jet, and whilst they were tracking the aircraft, it managed to drop from 80,000 feet to just above the sea level in less than a second, which is basically impossible for any sort of aircraft unless, you know, it has gravity manipulation. So, and these sort of planes have been said to be like used in different occasions, but so it goes more in depth in thinking that the US military possess these black triangle planes, and it's one of the reasons why the US has won sort of things that they shouldn't have won. So during a special operation called Operation Desert Storm, the US was going into Iraq, and the Iraqis were ready for war, and they had 50,000 people ready, so 50,000 troops ready, and the US Army only had 3,500 people. So the proximity of the US people already being there meant that they had to actually invade and not just use like small tactile nukes or use bombs to just go in. So whilst this was happening, so a large sort of disc shaped craft, so basically the black triangle planes,
was in front of the Iraqi troops, and it basically had a high intensity beam of light, so basically like a laser emitting out of it. And like a small while later, where the troops stood with the equipment, only dark charcoal like spots remained on the desert floors. So basically the US is said to have had this technology for a long time, probably before like 1990 as well. And I'm gonna make a whole video just regarding this. This is such an interesting topic. That's why I'm only briefly discussing it here. But it asks the question, where did these sort of alien craft come from? How do they work? Sort of what is the situation like regarding this? And like a big theory is that we found them whilst digging. So they were found at dig sites, and then people were just digging dirt, and they feel this sort of metal, and like, oh crap, here you go. And then the US Army came and they saw, and then basically they used one to sort of find the other, or they were all buried together. We don't really know what the situation is, but then this sort of asks the question, should we be digging in these sort of places for where we know these sort of things are? And in general, I'm gonna make a bunch of videos on these sort of things. And yeah, so black triangle planes is a really unique theory. Of course, I always say this at the end of every single like entry I do, is that they're all unique theories. Like a lot of them are just wrong, right? Like you can easily prove like they're wrong. Like flat earth, right? That one is just, it's just sort of there just to be put there. It's not really like people are sort of arguing for it. But yeah, black triangle planes are really interesting. It's sort of like craft that we don't really know about at this time. But yeah, anyways, that's cool. Black triangle planes. Okay, so I need to be careful with how I say sort of certain things. So basically, Bill Clinton is a Pdeo. That's the way I'm saying it. That's the way I'm typing it. Pdeo. Flip some letters around, figure it out. So right sort of at this point, everyone kind of must have realized that all of these tiers are sort of slightly linked, and I just suggest watching the previous tiers if you haven't. Otherwise you might be slightly confused about some things that I'm going to talk about. But anyway, Bill Clinton is a Pdeo refers to Bill Clinton, who was the 42nd US president from 1993 to 2001. So from the last year, specifically the Jeffrey Epstein entry, it's sort of like Jeffrey Epstein had an island called Little St. James, and on the island is like, it's been proven that there was sort of underage people and sort of activities happening. That's the way I'm putting it. Activities were happening, and basically Jeffrey Epstein provided these sort of things to people. So one of the people is said to have been sort of Bill Clinton. So literally from 1993 to 1995, Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House to meet Bill Clinton in person over 17 times. So this was the White House, not like somewhere in private. So he came to just saw the White House like publicly 17 times. So that means that they must have had like a really, really good relationship, and this was sort of situation. So yeah, so there have also been logs released that show Bill Clinton flew on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane to get the private island, so which is like Little St. James. So I'm just gonna keep this short. Basically, Bill Clinton has been proven to be in association with people who have been proven to have done things they really shouldn't have, with people who are not of the age to be doing those things. Bill Clinton is a Pdeo, and that might be one of the reasons where whilst Jeffrey Clinton was sort of getting exposure during this time, he didn't want his name to come up, which is a sort of like part of that theory where they might have had Jeffrey Epstein killed, or him or other sort of like conservative people might have had him killed. Yeah, Bill Clinton is a Pdeo. That's that situation basically. Right, so basically I just recorded the whole video, and I have this sort of blue Yeti microphone, and it has a sort of mute button at the front, and I didn't even realize I had pressed it, and I recorded the whole video. And then I realized afterwards, oh my god, like I go to look at the audio and see how long it is and stuff, and then I'm like, why isn't there any sound? And then I go back onto OBS and I just see like I'm talking and I'm like breathing and stuff, and it's not showing up on the bar, and I'm like, oh my god, I have to record all over again. But anyways,
let's talk about this. So missing 411s. So missing 411s refers to disappearances that occur in national parks or in other places with large amounts of uncommonly human used areas. So these are sort of your, your national parks and your places, your forests, and your sort of places where humans don't commonly go to or where they like commonly inhabit. So usually when a large number of similar sort of disappearances happen, they usually get assigned the work of a serial killer. So it's usually like a serial killer has a sort of MO that they follow, a certain like way that they follow, so people just assume that it's the work of a serial killer. However, in most like missing 411 cases, they usually don't follow this sort of pattern. So it is really weird and wild things that have been happening to people. So some people literally just disappearing, and then like the people being found tens or hundreds of miles away with no sort of footprints coming or going, and their bodies being found with or without certain clothes. And then they could have like sort of random things happening to them, or like literally people just vanishing into thin air. So there were some people who literally got found on the sides of mountains. Like crazy stuff has been happening, and they're all very, very different. So literally these cases don't have sort of anything, they don't even compare by age, gender, race, ethnicity, nothing like this, right? It's happened to everyone everywhere. The only sort of tying factor is that they usually happen in sort of national parks and places that aren't commonly occupied by humans, right? So a missing it gets named 411 case if it follows sort of criteria that the disappearance occurred in a national park, a rural area, or sort of a large public land, and that they have exceptionally unique and odd circumstances around the disappearance, and mental illness or voluntary disappearance doesn't look like the cause. So basically, where it's not just someone deciding to, oh my god, let me just vanish, or I've had enough of life or something, let me just disappear, because, well, the reason it doesn't work like that is just because these people sort of, like, I don't think a 3-year-old child has come to the conclusion that they need to disappear forever and live their lives in the forest, or just completely start a new life when they're 3-year-old. So yeah, that's kind of like that. But yeah, so one of the most famous missing 411 cases is of Ronald Kirk. So in 2012, Ronald Kirk went missing, and Ronald Kirk was basically a US Marine, and he was also a person who just loved running in general. And he went missing in the Red Rock Canyon in Calico Basin, in the Calico Basin area in Las Vegas. So Clark was like very, very familiar with the place that he was running in, and this wasn't his first time going to this place. So he had told his friends and family where he was going, and no one was really concerned when he didn't show up at home, like when the time that he was supposed to, because this is what he did, right? So that day, when he spoke to his family and told them that this is where he was going, that was the last time he was ever heard from. So literally, his body was searched for months, where they sort of searched for months and months and months, and they could not find a single thing, until his body was found sort of only 200 meters away from a very popular route called Turtlehead Peak. So during these months, it was like a total mystery as to where he had went, and search teams literally searched for a very, very long time, but he wasn't found. So, however, one day while sort of combing over an area that they had like previously searched, they found him. So during this time they were searching for him, multiple people had covered this area multiple times and somehow did not see him. So that's just insane, where like a bunch of people sort of like are looking for a person, and they already search this area and they know that for sure this human isn't there, and then they go back and they find this person, which is just insane. So another part of the mission is that the police or the people investigating didn't give a definitive cause of death, and during this investigation, instead of the police and the people investigating were incredibly distant from the family in giving them in like any information whatsoever. So this leads people to believe that this is some sort of like cover up in nature. So this whole theory just leads back to the fact that a lot of these forests and wooded areas are extremely unexplored compared to like other areas that we sort of live in. And many cultures for thousands of years have talked about sort of creatures existing in these areas. Like, you know, you have your common, like your Wendigo and stuff, you have like the hearts of ice and stuff, and other things like elves and trolls who live in the forest. So it's basically said that some people who go too deep into the forest or too deep into the places that, you know, that they shouldn't really be going to, they're taken by these sort of creatures. And then the missing 411s are just the result of some unnatural creature or something out of our scope of knowledge, where we don't exactly know what's taking them and what's doing these sort of things. But, you know, for people just to be like completely disappearing and then just showing up magically in a place where people have already looked, it's insane. And missing 411s is just like a completely huge thing, and there's so many things like linking to this. So, you know, another thing links this is sort of forest stairs, where randomly in sort of the middle of forest these stairs can appear, and then anyone who sort of goes to these stairs has just weird things happen to them, where they can instantly just sort of die, or their body could just instantly be chopped in half, or as soon as they touch the stairs or go up them, basically they instantly feel sick or they're just killed. Really weird things that have been happening. There's like I think Wendigo actually did a good video on this. I just recommend you watch that. It's super interesting, it's super unique, and I've had like one of these forest stairs encounters like myself. So near to where I live, there's this like huge forest, and when I was younger I sort of would just go exploring in the forest, where, you know, our sort of forest is heavily explored, where there's like routes and there's paths going everywhere. But one day I decided to slightly go off the trail, right, and off the path, and I was just walking, and I was like, you know, I was just like having fun. I was just on my phone and stuff, so it wasn't like I just had headphones on, I was listening to music and stuff, and I was just walking. And then this is a time where I didn't know what forest stairs was, and I only learned about forest stairs like, I think it was like, yeah, 3-4 years after the fact it's happened. And then basically I'm walking, and then I just go onto these stairs. So they're brick stairs, and there's nothing there. There's no platform, there's nothing. These are stairs in a place where there should not be stairs. Like, why the hell are there stairs in the middle of a forest? Like, why is there stairs? And I was just like confused. But at the time I didn't really think much of it. And I was like, yo, wait, should I go up? Like, should I go up it? Should I, like, what the hell should I do? And I was like, you know, let me just stay on my phone. And I was like, I don't think there's a way to leave from that way. And then that sort of happened. And then after I saw the forest stairs videos, I kind of went back to the same area, and I tried to find these stairs, and I could not find them for the life of me. I literally looked for hours, and I asked people, like, do you know where the stairs are? So people who are sort of commonly walk this route and have been through the area, like cleaning people as well. So people who sort of it's like a community effort. So people sort of get together and they cut down sort of some trees that sort of go onto the side, onto the roads and stuff. So I was genuinely confused. And magical stairs, it's weird, but I didn't really think too much of it. I think it might have just been where there might have been a building there in the past or something, and those stairs sort of just got left there for some reason, and then sort of they were just covered up by moss. So when I went there, they were incredibly like dirty stairs, where they had a bunch of like greenery and shrubbery already all on them. So it wasn't really like, it kind of blended in with the nature. But these sort of other forests are like very visible. They're very unique. You can tell like these are stairs that sort of belong in a house and not really just in the middle of a forest. So I definitely recommend watching that sort of Missing 411 and sort of the forest stair video. It's really interesting and unique. But yeah, this was fun. Okay, so I say this about every single damn theory, but this is a unique theory. So Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkes was a person born in England in a place called York in 1570. So 500 years ago, nearly 500 years, 1570. So Fawkes was born as a Protestant and then later became Catholic. So if you don't know, Protestant is basically just a type of Christian. So you have your Protestant, your Catholics, you have other types of Christians. The two main are Protestant and Catholic. But in that time, so during the time, the person like ruling the country, the king, was King James I, and he was Protestant. So he made it so that Catholic people couldn't really do much. So you weren't allowed to be Catholic. So it was basically like, yeah, so Catholic people couldn't serve in parliament or teach Catholicism during this time. So yeah, so Guy Fawkes was born Protestant, then he converted to Catholicism like later on in his life. I think whilst he was in the Spanish army, I think. So yes, this greatly opposed Guy Fawkes and his beliefs. So this made life for Catholics in England during this time very hard and very difficult, because they weren't allowed to do like a lot of things just because they were Catholic. So to end this situation, a group of Catholic people decided to commence with the gunpowder plot. So this plan was masterminded by a person called Robert Catesby, and the plan was to blow up the Westminster Palace, which is basically the House of Lords, where all of the government people come together and they meet and they talk about stuff. So yeah, so basically the plan was to blow up Westminster Palace in 1605 with King James I inside it and a lot of other like Protestant politicians and members of parliament. So Catesby needed someone with an extensive knowledge of explosives to do this plan, and that's where Guy Fawkes came in. So Fawkes had served in the Spanish army and knew a lot about gunpowder and how to make explosives and like how to operate like explosives and stuff. So to do this plan, Catesby brought in a total of 11 other people. So the group had rented a cellar under the Palace of Westminster, and in there Fawkes and his accomplices had hidden 36 barrels of gunpowder. So the plan was for them to light it up whilst they were inside, whilst inside of it, killing James I. So what ended up happening was that, one of the members of the group sent a letter to Lord Monteagle, who was a relative of one of the people in the group, and told them to stay away from Palace of Westminster on those days, and that Westminster Palace would suffer a quote-unquote a terrible blow. So once Monteagle read the letter, he sent it to the Chief Minister of King James I. However, the minister just believed this to not be like an imminent threat, but as a means of precaution, they did a search of the grounds of Westminster Palace on November 5th, and they found Guy Fawkes preparing to light the 36 barrels of gunpowder below the palace, and Guy Fawkes was immediately arrested. So he was then questioned by the police until he gave up the names of all the other people involved in the plot, and sort of by then, so they were all sort of caught, and a few people did get away, but the rest of the people were sort of hung, drawn, and quartered. So basically, everyone was just killed that was involved. So the government managed to figure out who it was, and they caught all the people, and basically, so this is a sort of fact, this did happen. But the conspiracy about this that goes alongside this is that the government was in on the gunpowder plot and was actually doing it as a way of propaganda and as a way to allow for new, more anti-Catholic legislation to pass through easier. So some people think that that's why the minister did not take such a hard stance on a very large attack on the palace, as they were already in on it. Like if someone tells you, yo, we're gonna blow everything up, we're gonna blow, we have how much, 36 barrels of gunpowder underneath your building, we're killing all of you, and I think they're just gonna be like, yeah, sure, it's fine, kill everyone. Like, no, that's not what you do. But that's why people believe that that's why the minister didn't take such a hard stance on like a very large attack on the palace, as they were already in on it. But yeah, anyways, as far as it goes, Guy Fawkes and his team did get very, very, very close to blowing up the Palace of Westminster on that day, and like they say, remember 5th of November. So, Guy Fawkes, it's very like interesting. Like, this is one of the, not oldest, but this is a very, very old case of maybe government conspiracy theory, where this whole sort of iceberg has a lot of government like conspiracy theories. So like a lot of government things happen. So if this was true, like this happens a lot, where one side might sort of make up fake things just to sort of pass new laws in like easier without sort of more hassle. And it would be a good thing for the king at that time to be able to just be like, look, these Catholic people are just bad and this is what they were gonna do, so let's do it. And then literally right after sort of 5th November, I think it was 26th November, new legislation was passed against Catholics, which just made life even worse for them. This is why that's why the government think that they were in on it, or people think the government were in on it. Yeah, it's pretty unique theory. I say that all the time. I need to find a new word apart from new unique. I mean, I know other words, but I don't know why unique is just my favorite word. Yeah. the Kennedy's plane crash. Right, so the Kennedy plane crash refers to the plane crash of John F. Kennedy Jr., who is the son of John F. Kennedy, the president who got assassinated in a motorcade, which I did an entry on this Iceberg on. So anyways, JFK Jr., or I'm just gonna call him Jr., passed away on July 16th, 1999. So Jr. and his wife Carolyn Bassett and his sister-in-law Lauren Bassett were traveling on a small Piper PA 32R, which is just the name of the plane, which is just a sort of 6-seater high-performance plane. So it's a really small plane, not really a private jet. It's one of the old school type of planes, 1999. It wasn't like a private jet. In that sense. So the plane took off from New Jersey's Essex Country Airport and crashed into an island called Martha's Vineyard off the coast of Massachusetts. So the official story is that the NSTB, which is the National Transport Safety Board, concluded that Kennedy fell victim to spatial disorientation, which is just, i.e. the person flying the plane being unable to determine either the speed, attitude, or altitude of a plane, or a sort of combination of all three. So basically, Junior lost control of the plane whilst he was descending over water at night. However, the theory goes that Junior was actually killed by the CIA. So similar to how people believe that JFK, his father, was also killed by the CIA. So one of the reasons of this is that, from his father, he might have known too much information regarding certain things, certain things he didn't want them to get released, because his father died when he was I forgot how old he was. I think he was like 4 or 5 years old. But just because he knew his father and the people who were surrounded, he might have known things that, they didn't want it to get released. So basically, yeah. And another thing is that it might kind of seem like JFK's sort of crash reports might have been doctored, because they were just easily faked. It was just the fact that he sort of just died on a plane, or the plane was like actually sabotaged in a way that he was supposed to lose control. So basically, yeah. So this could be like a way of putting, it's a way of like killing Junior without putting a lot of blame onto anyone. And the press thinking foul play was involved. So another part of this theory, the main part of this theory, is that during this time, Junior was running for senator, and people believe the Clintons were responsible for his death so that they could run unopposed more easily. So yeah, so during this time, he was running for sort of senator, and the Clintons, yeah, so they were trying to also run for senate at the same time, and maybe they just thought, this was the best course of action, we need to get rid of him. And that's why people believe that they hold a lot of power and a lot of sway. And yeah, so technically, so people believe that they also do run the government from like behind the scenes, but they've always just had power for a really, really long time. But that's just, yeah, that's another part of the theory. But another theory is that maybe George W. Bush had him murdered. So Junior was planning to enter politics like his father, and was planning to expose Bush and his father at the time was the director of the CIA. So that gave the Bushes the motive to kill Junior. But one reason believed that the plane was sabotaged was that the Kennedy's Piper plane had a black box. So at this time, no other private non-jet aircraft, like I said before, on Earth had one. So this was the only plane in the whole world that wasn't a jet that had a black box. So most jets had black boxes. This is the only one in the world that didn't. However, so Junior had specifically had this thing added because that he knew that they wanted to kill him. So the NSTB said that the battery in the plane had been removed, which destroyed all records of the conversation in the cockpit. So basically, another part of this is that the US Coast Guard reported that Junior contacted the tower on his final approach as he was about to hit the water. So this means that this means that the Coast Guard knew his plane was going down right before he hit the water. FAA regulations require that a search begins immediately when a plane reports itself on a final approach and does not land within 5 minutes. Yet it took them over 14.5 hours to send the first plane and boats to Martha's Vineyard. So basically, there's a lot of evidence that he might have been killed and not accidentally gone into the water and died. Anyways, like everything on this iceberg, I mean, I'd suggest you do your own research and whatnot before you come to a conclusion and start to believe in anything. So this is it's interesting because, I think as the conspiracy theory goes, it's like 3 generations of Kennedys have been assassinated. So JFK's father and then JFK and then Junior sort of have been sort of systematically murdered. If you believe the conspiracy theory that they have been murdered, basically. Yeah, it's really sad, but it is a theory. It's not a film theory, but it's a conspiracy theory. So of course, do your own research. I'd recommend a sort of book by Dr. Paul Dawson. It was released in 2005 or 2003, I think. But yeah, that's pretty fun. So go look at that. It's pretty good. Shout out to him. And yeah, let's move on to the next one. Madeleine McCann was sold by her parents. So Madeleine McCann was born on 12th May 2003 in Britain. So she was on a vacation with her parents at a resort Praia de Luz, which is a region in Portugal. So on 3rd May 2007, when Madeleine was 3 years old, she disappeared and was never seen from again. So Madeleine was with her parents and her twin sibling and a group of family friends and their children. So the twins were left alone, the twins and Madeleine, they were left alone in the apartment that they had rented, sort of on holiday and stuff, at around 8:30 p.m. in the ground floor apartment, whilst the McCanns and their family friends dined in a restaurant only 180 feet away. So it's really close to each other. So it's only like a couple of rooms away from each other. So the parents were checking on the children throughout the evening, and at around 10 p.m. Kate, who is the mother of Madeleine, saw that she was no longer there. So throughout the next week, investigations were done, but no official person was named as a suspect. However, in 2020, a German man named Christina Bruckner, who was previously like convicted of child, how do I say this without getting banned? I think I could say child sexual abuse. I think it shouldn't ban me, but hopefully, who knows? And is currently in prison for an unrelated matter. And he was named the primary suspect in this case. So this was after like 17 years. Oh no, sorry, 13 years. Yeah. So this theory remains that Madeleine McCann was sold by her parents to this person, or Madeleine McCann was sold to a sex trafficking ring. Another part of this theory, is that the McCanns, a short while after Madeleine's disappearance happened, started the Leaving No Stone Unturned fund. So which is just basically it's a fund that they had set up, which had donations of several millions of pounds from thousands of people from all around the world, designed to pay for the mounting legal costs associated with the case. However, in October 2007, the McCanns used a large portion of this money to pay mortgage payments, and a lot of people believe that this may have been the idea from the beginning, and they just sold her as a way to make money, gain publicity, and this was already pre-planned from before. So, I'm just gonna add here, it seems very heartless, like all the parents do this to one of their children, and I can't imagine, anyone doing this, but the truth is humans are actually capable of sickening things where to one person something sickening, but then to them it's completely not. Like, well, to someone it might just completely be normal, where it's insane the amount of things that happen in this world that are just crazy to most people, but then there are a few people who would say it doesn't mean anything. I'm gonna make another video on this, which it's related to this topic, and it's it's a CP, if you know what that means. Don't know what it means. It means sort of how do I say this without getting banned? Child videos. Let's just say that. Child videos. Rings. So yeah, it's a very unique theory that I have. I'm gonna say unique about everything, but yeah, that's about it. But yes. Okay, so it's currently 5:25 in the morning. I've been recording this thing all throughout the night, basically. So what I've been doing is I've sort of just been recording and then watching stuff and then recording and then watching stuff. It's 5:25 in the morning. I was about to go sleep, but then I realized, what? I only have a few tears left and I just want to finish it. Otherwise, my brain will just be like, you need to finish it. That's kind of how it will be. So I'm just gonna finish it now. So yeah, here we go. Anyways, Hollow Earth. This is a really unique one. Hollow Earth So according to Buddhism, Agartha, or known in English as Hollow Earth, is a subterranean land located deep within the center of our planet Earth. So the Buddhists believe that millions of people live within this underground paradise. So their lives and destinies are all directed by an all-powerful and all-wise ruler who is known to them as the King of the World. So many peoples of different religions have strongly believed in a world within our world. So today, for example, like many respected seekers after truth firmly maintain that a lost civilization of Atlantis lives beneath Earth's surface. So the Hollow Earth theory is a proposal that there are gigantic holes at the north and south poles, that these polar openings lead to a sort of vast unknown world inside the center of the Earth. So some believers also claim that the Earth is honeycombed with a vast network of subterranean tunnels that lead down towards the inner world. So these Hollow Earth enthusiasts declare that the interior lands are inhabited by giants and fairies and all sorts of other people, and like demonic animal men, or a race of like gentle and advanced people. So basically, depending on who you're talking to, these benign inhabitants inside the Earth are said to be the survivors of sort of Atlantis, Lemuria, or just an unknown race. So certain people have theorized that flying saucers, like the sort of black triangles that I was talking about, came from inside of the Earth. So they came from Hollow Earth, piloted by intraterrestrials from these subterranean worlds. So in recent years, pyramids sort of have been discovered all throughout the world. Massive pyramids, dead cities, and gigantic subterranean lakes are reported from like the unexplored areas of Asia. So no one can foretell what may be discovered in the cloistered valleys of sort of the Himalayan mountains, right? The barren deserts of the world have not yet sort of yielded their treasure trove of data on man's like enigmatic past. So the north and south poles are regions covered with snow and ice, and they're shrouded in like a big mystery. So you know, during the time, let me just talk about this in different ways. So during World War II, Hitler was incredibly focused on finding these places like Agartha, and he spent millions, hundreds of millions of dollars during that time sending teams and trying to figure out where these places are and how to get to them. So they really were trying to take over the world, and one of the ways they thought they were going to do that was sort of magical powers, and this was one of the ways. So apart from Hitler, sort of many ancient religions, you know, so like, okay, let me just go back to Hitler. So during Hitler, this is like one of the reasons why just after World War II, the sort of Atlantic Treaty was formed, where, you know, Hitler was trying to really go to these places, and then all of a sudden he just dies and he kills himself. So a lot of people believe that he managed to actually find these places, and rather than killing himself because he knew that he was going to lose the war, but he didn't want to kill himself, so he just faked his own death, and then sort of went into these Agartha or underworld, or, you know, like I said in the other videos, I think it was Argentina that he went and he moved to. There's a lot of different theories, but that's why people believe that, you know, there is something going on in the North and South Pole. Like, imagine just hundreds of thousands of miles of just barren ice, where it's literally nothing but ice and polar bears, and that's it. Like, there's not random stuff going on, and like literally, so what ended up happening is that I think it was aerial photos that we found of the sort of, like, I think it was the North Pole, and there were sort of like pyramids, and then all of a sudden, I think Wendigo also talked about this, and he was like, all of a sudden, just a bunch of world governments started being like, no, there's nothing there. These are not pyramids. It's just natural formation of like structures just found within the earth, like pure pyramids, like the way that we have pyramids in sort of Egypt, like Cairo. These are like these sort of triangular shaped pyramids. Nothing's going on there. It's not some sort of ice thing. Yeah, and it's just hundreds of thousands of miles of absolutely nothingness, just polar bears and sort of, you know, other sort of animals and stuff. And that's what kind of the situation is. But then right after World War II, as soon as Hitler sort of went and disappeared, the sort of Atlantic Treaty was formed, where only a certain few people are allowed to go into the sort of, you know, North South Pole, into these areas under like extreme conditions, and they need to, you know, sort of been like free sort of you need to know who it is, and it's only for scientific and research purposes. And still to this day, like, not a lot of people are allowed to go into these places. So all of a sudden, just after World War II, everyone's like, yeah, you can't go. to, North and South Pole. You can't go to these places. It's, yeah, unique. So apart from Hitler, many ancient religions, like from the beginning of times, talk about people from Earth. So in Christianity, many books talk about the lower regions of Earth. So like in Philippines, right? It talks about the lower regions of the Earth. And I think in Genesis, it talks about the Nephilim, which is sort of a large group of people, and they're large in size and in stature and in strength. Basically, they're giants who lived before and after the sort of Great Flood. And it said that these Nephilim beings also inhabit the earth, but after the flood, they all moved into the hollow earth. So that's like one of those theories. And then in early Greek myth, like history and mythology, we have the idea of sort of Hades subterranean kingdom, and the Nordic like labyrinth myths. And Egyptian cultures, the pyramids are sort of seen as a place where you can go from the surface of Earth into the hollow Earth. There's like a few people where, spiritually they believe that your heart was gonna get judged and determined, so you're gonna go from one level to another, and that might be one of the ways that the pyramids were made. Or the pyramids are sort of like a tunneling system to go from one place to another. A lot of things, it's like a checkpoint or like a place to sort of go to. Yeah, it's a big theory anyways. So basically, hollow earth is just a theory that earth isn't actually how it's been described to us, where it's just thousands of miles of pure rock and then its mantle, and then in the middle, which its core is sort of hotter than anything that or not hotter than anything, but it's hotter than 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or about like 200 degrees centigrade or Celsius, right? So there could be, so the theory is like there's a lot more of earth that we just don't know, and these sort of special beings, and this all sort of relates together, where I was talking about missing 411s and these sort of creatures where when you go into places that aren't inhabited enough, there's this sort of these mysteries happen. There's also this photo in America where these sort of cave systems, where the cave system is, that's where the most missing people cases are reported. So I think that's been debunked, but I think there's still a bit of validity to it. So that's pretty cool. Of course, do your own research on every single thing. But yeah, these are really, really cool topics, man. Hollow Earth. Earth is hollow. I think there's other sort of things on this iceberg, like moon hollow, or hollow moon theory, and I don't know if I can say this. German people during the time of Hitler on the moon. Basically, that's it. Yeah, that's the sort of thing. It's a very unique theory, but anyways, yeah, that's about it. Okay, so this video is probably already like an hour long, so I'm just gonna keep this one like really short. So celebrities fake their death and now live in Cuba. Okay, so this theory relates to the fact that throughout the years, many celebrities have sort of died in suspicious and unique ways, that many people believe that, after these celebrities sort of gain fame and wealth and power, they don't want to continue living this life in which they're always in the public limelight, and they're always being sort of investigated from different people, always having like paparazzi on them. So this theory states that they use their vast wealth and power that they attain to quote unquote disappear from the main place in the world, and move to somewhere where they can live out the rest of their life in like peace, or just away from like the public. And in the case of many rappers, the many enemies and oppositions that they might have. So this theory contains people all the way from like Tupac and Juice WRLD, all who died in sort of suspicious situations. But the main person I want to focus on in this one is sort of just Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson officially died Michael Jackson officially died from cardiac arrest on like June 25th 2009, at the age of 50 years old. However, people believe that he may have faked his death for like one of many reasons. So one of the reasons could be that Michael Jackson suffered from a skin condition called vitiligo, I think, or vertigo, I don't know how you say it, in which the skin sort of loses its pigment cells, and it can result in the color of someone's skin becoming discolored. So he used to get really, really abused for that. People who didn't really know what's going on would just say like really, really mean things to him, and of course, like once it gets to a certain point, it's like a big deal. So another reason that people believe that Michael Jackson may have faked his death was that he thought he may have had like long troubles, like long legal troubles ahead. So in 2019, there was like documentary that was released about the alleged things that Michael Jackson had done with people who were sort of underage. So that might be like one of the reasons where during this time he already knew what was going to happen, and he already had a case against him. I think it was 1997, of I think it was his driver's son, in which they had a report against him. So he knew that maybe other reports might come out, even though they might not be true. I think they ended up settling it off court for like $26 million or $27 million, which is insane. But yeah, maybe he just thought these sort of things were going to happen. You can't really send a dead person to prison, so that's why he might have decided to fake his death. So I'm just going to keep it at.
Okay, so we are now on to tier 4 of the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. The world's elite eat babies to live forever. So yeah, okay, so let me give a bit more like a backstory and sort of context of what the hell this means. So basically, the world's elite eat babies to live ever actually has some partial truth to it. So currently we have things like stem cell replacements, right, which is one of the earliest forms. Stem cell is sort of derived from the inner cell mass of a blastoise, which is an early stage pre-implantation embryo, not the thing from, what is it, Pokemon? I think it's a blastoise, and that it's not the same thing. But so basically, for the past few years, celebrities and people, the rich and alike and everything, have used stem cell replacements to be able to sort of live for longer and get a more healthier body. I'm pretty sure like Joe Rogan does it, a bunch of other people do it. It's basically just a way to sort of regenerate not skin cells, just regenerate parts of your body, where I can't remember how it's put into your body. I think it's injected, or maybe like blood transfusion. But let me get on to the next part of this, which is another confirmed thing, is blood transfusion. So blood transfusion, the first place that I actually heard about it was in Silicon Valley, where Gavin Belson sort of is doing blood transfusion. But it's actually like a real thing where people get doses of blood from younger, healthier people and sort of live for longer. And the way that works is that, they have the same blood type, and then that transfuses two people's blood together, and then they can basically get newer, younger blood cells in their body, so their body reacts to it by thinking, oh, it's a lot healthier than it actually is. So it's basically just replacing out, like, I don't know, it's like replacing a slow phone with a newer, faster phone. It's the easiest like way I can put it. But then the thing about this theory is that I'm not sure what it fully talks about, right? If it's talking about the earlier stage of a child, where that could be where I think it might just be sperm, or if it could be a female's eggs, so they could be maybe eating both of those things, or if it's like a 1 or 2 month old like fetus, or like small child, basically, like, yeah, it's still in the body at that time where they extract it. But I think it probably is looking to like just right at the beginning, right, like stem cell. But yeah, so then maybe it's like 1 to 3 months, or 3 to 6 months, or 6 to 9 months, or maybe it's like a fully grown child, where it's like still a young child though. And I think there was like a related theory to this, where there's a theory that the reasons humans evolved the way they did, from like such ape-like creatures and animal creatures who don't really do things like we do at all. Like if you go watch an ape or a gorilla, like they do similar things, they don't do like exactly the same things as us. And the reason that might have been is because at a certain point humans started cannibalizing or eating other humans, and then they managed to get their sort of brain function, and that's why there was like an instant leap in technology, and instant leap in human advancement, where humans just went from like point A to point B really fast, and they managed to figure things out a lot more smarter. They became a lot more intelligent, and that might have been because of they were eating humans or babies or children. And then people also try to say that the elite and rich are eating children. Like I can't remember if QAnon did a thing on this, but I'm pretty sure QAnon, the silly fake thing, conspiracy theory, where they were just making conspiracy theories on like every random thing, that said, yeah, like there's also a bunch of people being kidnapped, or money that was supposed to go to some place in Africa didn't go to Africa, and instead went to instead like funding another like
project, and a bunch of the kids that were supposed to be helped from this project all just got put on a private plane and sent to some island, maybe Jeffrey Epstein's island, something like this. I can't remember what it fully was, but I'm just trying to add that as more information, but that's not really a part of it. But yeah, that's like the world's elite eat babies to live forever. I hope they don't. Like, I mean, it depends. Are they eating sperm? If they are, then sure, but maybe that's why sperm banks exist. Like, well, okay, anyways. I hope they're not doing anything like that, but if they are, then damn, that's a very interesting situation to say the least. Big Brother is always watching. Okay, so in this case, Big Brother is not referring to your elder brother, nor is it referring to the sort of British game television show that was hosted in, I don't know, I think it was like I have no idea when it was hosted, but instead it's referring to the sort of name given to a fictional character and a symbol in a dystopian novel written in 1949 by George Orwell. But today, Big Brother refers to things such as like a higher power, or like a power of being, or like basically the government or large companies such as like Facebook or Alphabet, you know, which owns Google, Instagram, YouTube, all of these different things. You know, that's like what's like the situation. So there are a few things to this theory, and yeah, there's like a few things to this theory, but the main part of this is data. So data is now worth more than like any one of us think, and that's because so much of the internet, nearly all of the internet we use, is completely free. So like using Google and YouTube and Spotify and TikTok, all these applications and systems are completely free to use, apart from, you know, the initial cost of getting, you know, a phone, a computer, internet, and then like electricity. But apart from that, you know, once you're on here and you have those things, you can use it as much as you want. But the way that most of these companies make their money is just from advertising, and the way they are able to advertise and get so much money for their advertisements is because of the data that they gather and they collect. So they have data sorting algorithms, and what they do is that they can assess a single person or a single account, and they can see, you know, what the sort of account is into, what they look at, what they do, how long they spend on certain things, what they're interested in, and like over time, artificial intelligence or neural network sort of comes together, artificial intelligence comes together, and then it can tell, like, you know, this is how much a person likes being on this site this much, and this is going all the way from, like, you know, how long you spend on a website to, you know, how often you come onto it and stuff like different things, right? But that's like one of the main parts, so it's just data. But then the other part of this is that now we like literally being watched. So now we have technologies like heat sensing imaging that can instantly tell if a house is occupied, and where the people are in the house. And you know, with the rise and the advent of technology that contains microphones and cameras, we now have a lot of microphones and cameras in the places that we never used to have before. So a professor from MIT poses that the government uses a lot of these technologies and collects data from nearly every single human being by sort of having back doors into nearly every single system and quote unquote spies on people. So like another part of this is that on a typical day, thousands or tens or hundreds of thousands of phone calls are being completely legally recorded all around the world by governments and police and stuff. Not just audio, but finding things about the phone call, like, you know, when did you take the phone call, when was it placed, where was the phone call placed, and during the person that received it, where were they placed, who was it sent to, you know, all of these different things, like just information about the phone call. Because people think that, oh my god, if I'm calling someone, are they listening to my phone calls? Like, no. The answer is no, unless it's a very, very specific situation. But the question this poses is that, you know, what's stopping governments from doing this on a large scale, on like a really, really large scale, and just collecting data on everyone? And this is something that Edward Snowden exposed, that the US government were sort of keeping data and information from all of these different companies and different things. So yeah, it's happening, but the theory is that, you know, basically Big Brother or large tech companies or government or the Illuminati or a combination of all of these are constantly watching everything we do. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to like influence anyone's opinion of anything, because
you know, that's not my job. My job is just to give information. Like, that's why I'm here. I will never try to be like, you know, follow this. It's actually, no, I mean, sometimes if it's something completely stupid, like, you know, the earth is flat, like that one, it's just completely wrong, I'll tell you there. But I mean, as a computer scientist, like myself, well, I'm studying computer science, so as like a computer science major, I mean, I can tell you that, yeah, we are definitely being partially tracked. Like, whether that's just on a local scale, right, where the certain website that you might go onto, they track when you leave or when you come onto it, how much time you spend. Like, that's happening for sure. Like, that's how whenever you go to a website and you're about to buy something and you put it into your basket, they might send you an email if you don't buy it saying, oh, here you go, you forgot to check out, or 20% off or something like that. So that's happening at the small scale. Then the question is, like, is it being always like recorded, and who's gaining access to this? So is it just a local company, or it's just the company like on their local servers, or is it fully like a sort of government or Illuminati has a backdoor into every single technology that's out there? And that's the sort of question that it poses. That's why people think Big Brother, or, you know, basically people think the US government specifically. People never really ever think about other governments, but, you know, the Chinese government, the Russian governments, the Israeli governments, all governments and people with very, very sophisticated, you know, cyber power, where they are extremely into these sort of things, gathering data, long-term data collection. Especially China are into that. Like, their data algorithms are just insane. Like, I downloaded TikTok and used it for a day for the specific reason just to see how the algorithm is, and oh my god, the algorithm of TikTok is just insane. Like, it's so well developed, like, you won't even realize, because all you're looking at is just a screen with one thing on it, but this is like a thing that's collecting data from billions of things, so it will show you only things that you're interested in, like, especially on like the For You page. It will show you things that are going to keep on getting your attention, constantly will get your attention, and then they might test new things. They might show you another language from time to time, and that brings you back to that sees if you do understand other languages, what the video is. They'll show you, like, I don't know, sometimes I'd be getting like Russian videos. I don't understand Russian yet, hopefully soon I will be, but I don't understand like Russian yet, and then they just show you different languages just to see like all these different things. It's an insane algorithm. But then the question is, who else is getting data to that? And then is like the government or these other companies sharing the data? That's the question. But anyways, Big Brother is always watching. Costa, Concordia, and drugs. So the Costa Concordia was Costa, however the hell you want to say it. I'm just gonna be varying because I do that for some reason. The Costa Concordia was a massive cruise ship, a gigantic cruise ship run by the Costa Company. So Costa Concordia was ordered in 2004 by its parent company, the Carnival Corporation. So the ship was delivered to Costa on 30th June 2006 at the cost of $570 million to be built. So the name Concordia was intended to express the wish for continuing harmony, unity, and peace between European nations. So the Costa Concordia was outfitted with approximately 1,500 cabins, and 505 of the cabins had private balconies. Anyways, it was one of the world's most luxurious cruise ships in the world at the time, and it had so many different features. It had like swimming pools. It had 4 onboard swimming pools connected to the ocean. Well, the swimming pools weren't connected to the ocean, but the boat is connected to the ocean. It's crazy. And yeah, it had swimming pools, it had a movie theater, it had a poolside theater, it had so many things. I'll have a list right now on the screen, but anyways, the Costa Concordia was running from 2006 to 2012, which is an incredibly short lifespan for a vessel of this class. Like, usually, sometimes ships I think it's like 20 to 30 years minimum, and there are still ships running from about 100 years ago till now with extreme repairs though, but they still are running, and that's insane. So on 13th January, its demise came under the command of Captain Francesco Schettino, who was one of basically the most highest ranking captains in the Costa company at the time. So it departed a city called Civitavecchia
in Italy, and it was headed for the port. It was headed to a port in Rome on a 7-night cruise. So at 9:45 p.m., the cruise ship collided with a rock off of Isola del Giglio on the western coast of Italy, about 100 kilometers, which is 62 miles northwest of Rome. Which is just weird in and of itself, because, you know, whilst the ship was at sea, they were currently like in calm seas and overcast weather, not something like a thunderstorm or heavy rain or heavy fog, which is just, it's weird that they hit it in the first place. But anyways, the collision caused a 53-meter or 175-foot long gash, or basically a hole, on the side of the sort of ship. So because of this hit, they basically made 3 compartments in the engine room be torn into, and then once water started pouring in, it resulted in power loss, leading to a loss of propulsion, which then led to a loss of electrical systems, which basically completely crippled the ship. So once the ship began taking on water, after a few minutes, that's what happened once the ship began taking on water. So after a few minutes of the impact, the head of the engine room in the ship warned the captain of the ship, who was Francesco, that the hull had an irreparable tear of about 70 meters, which is, about 230 feet on the side of the ship, which basically submerged the engines and generators under the water, like I said previously, and it caused damage to any movement of the ship. But basically, without any propulsive powers or any emergency electrical power, the Costa Concordia moved through the water with its initial inertia that it had maintained, and continued north from Descol until Giglio Porto. So basically, once the 70-meter gash hole thing started to allow water to pour into the ship eventually capsized, and then the captain of the ship. So the issue came when the captain of the ship was not properly informing the local coast guards or the people on board and performing rescue and evacuation properly, but instead he decided to tell people on board to abandon the ship. So he abandoned the ship and was one of the first people to abandon the ship before anyone else could. So those scenes of chaos and panic and disorganization ended up leading to the death of 32 people. So basically, without going into too much information on this, I could easily do an hour on this, but Costa Concordia got totaled by a rock at sea, and to this day it's still one of the most tragic sea disasters by a cruise company at sea, with the deaths of over 32 people. So this was also one of the most financially expensive things at sea, costing Costa over $2 billion, including victims' compensation, refloating, towing, and sort of scrapping costs, which is 3 times the initial cost of around about $570 million, which is, insane. So the miscommunication, or just the pure negligence between the captain and the crew, led to the unfortunate death of 32 people. So I once again suggest you do your own research on this. Bryson Films has an amazing video on the subject that talks about it in depth, in a very amazing manner. It's very, very well edited, so I suggest you watch that. But let's get to the conspiracy side of this. So the theory goes like this. Before the ship sank on the 13th January 2012, a helicopter arrived at the ship and took away mysterious packages thought to be cocaine, which basically leads people to believe that the Costa crew, or maybe the company as a whole, were involved in drugs and illegal substances. So it's kind of suspicious. Why can I not say words during this? I don't know why. I think I'm still a bit ill. But anyways, another part of this theory is that the captain of the ship, Francesco Schettino, had trace amounts of cocaine in his hair. So this leads people to believe that the cruise industry, knowingly or unknowingly, is trafficking drugs. The theory of the Costa and drugs is the theory that Francesco Schettino was basically high on cocaine and crashed the ship. So he was never sentenced for drugs, but he was sentenced to 16 years for abandoning the ship and letting the death of 32 people occur. But regardless of whether that was done due to drugs or sort of lack of care or just senselessness or negligence or any of these different things, the death of 32 people did occur, and it's an incredibly saddening story.
but it's also a very, very interesting story in the ways of, now hopefully this mistake is never made on an even larger cruise ship, and hopefully it doesn't lead to even more deaths. So now people will learn from this and take this as a lesson, and not just something to just talk about or gossip about. But yeah, it's very, very tragic. Elvis Presley. So Elvis Presley has been crowned the king of rock and roll. So basically, Elvis was an incredibly famous musician and had songs like Can't Help Falling in Love, which has over 3 billion sales to date. And he also had like so many other famous songs. Anyways, Presley was born in Memphis, Tennessee on April 10th, 1916 and passed away on August 16th, 1977. So during his life, he became questionably one of the most famous musicians in the world and was a symbol to millions. So on the afternoon of August 16th, 1977, Elvis was found unconscious in his Graceland mansion and was rushed to the hospital, where he was then pronounced dead. So the conspiracy behind this is that people believe that Elvis may have been an agent for the CIA, and his rise to fame was done for like multiple reasons. One reason is to make the general public more sexual and immoral. So there's like a big theory that his music sort of promoted the types of behavior that were not common for that time, and he was one of the ways that the CIA wanted it to happen. Or maybe some other sort of power wanted the world to become more sexual and immoral, where from the last 100 years definitely hasn't been a shift in the way people behave and act. So that's why people may believe that he was only put into this fame position to do this. But another reason that people believe he was a CIA agent was because of a conversation that supposedly happened between him and former President Nixon, which has a pretty funny story around it, and it has like this movie/documentary that I recommend you watch. But people believe that his mansion in Graceland covered up a military installation in Memphis, having tunnels being dug under his house for military vehicles. But I wouldn't understand why they would do this. Like, could they just not make the thing someplace else? Like, why do they have to do it under Elvis's house? I don't know. But anyways, another part of this theory is that Elvis had JFK killed, because basically the theory goes like this: is that the Kennedys were becoming too famous and were always having the media's attention with whatever they would do. So basically he was just mad that they were so famous and was like, yo, we need to kill them to make sure they die down in the news. But that definitely made them a lot more famous. But anyways, the final part of the theory, and the part that I like the most, is that he faked his death. So this is similarly to the celebrities that faked their death in tier 2 of this iceberg. So people believe that Elvis became tired of the fame and the constant activities he had to do as a musician, and was becoming like extremely unwell due to his prior health conditions. But anyways, like, he had I think it was like acute cancer, or ACRS, acute respiratory syndrome, and a few other diseases, where people believe that was coming back up to him, and he just wanted to escape the limelight and had to fake his death. But anyways, Elvis was a musical icon of his time, and has a very interesting story. And there was a documentary released in 2022 about him, and it's very, very interesting. So I suggest you watch that if you would like. Anyways, Elvis Presley. Robert Maxwell. Right, so Robert Maxwell was a man born in Czechoslovakia, which is now an area called Slovenia in Ukraine. So he was born on 10th June 1923 and died on 5th November 1991. So during his life, he managed to leave poverty and grew to be one of the richest men on earth during his life. So he had a net worth around about $1 billion when he passed away in 1991, which is around about $2 billion today, adjusted for inflation. So he made most of his money mainly from media companies, and he owned things like the Mirror Group, which mainly does newspapers, and he also owned Macmillan Book Publishers. He also owned another company called Pergamon, or
Yeah, Pokemon. Right. So he was basically a wealthy guy by the time he passed away, but his backstory and his life story is just insane. So I'm gonna like give you a TLDR of that. So during his life, he went from Czechoslovakia towards Germany, and he was an Orthodox Jew. So he was then captured by the Nazis, and then had to go to a sort of, he was basically going to be killed, and then on the day of his trial he managed to escape. So he was basically being held captive for 4 months before that, and then on the day of his trial he managed to escape and run away, and he cut off his Jewish hair, and then he left. So then he went back towards Czechoslovakia, and then when he was in Czech, he ended up joining the British Army, or the Czech British Army, which then shipped him off to then he fought in Liverpool. So he went towards Liverpool, and they sent him there, and he basically ended up becoming a captain in the British Army, which, by the way, is just insane by itself. Like, if even if he did that and then he died or something, that would have been a crazy story. Like a young Jew from poverty to British Army captain. Like he was born so poor to the place where him and his 7 siblings and his parents were living in a single room, which is just insane. But anyways, before Maxwell passed away, he was living a very, very extravagant life. He owned like private helicopters. He owned a 52 or 38 bedroom mansion in Oxford, and he also owned a luxury yacht called the Lady Ghislaine, or Ghislaine, Ghislaine, however the hell you want to say it, who was Jeffrey Epstein's partner. That's just the easiest way to say it. They weren't really married, but it was just a partner. I think I said married once, but they weren't married. But yeah, it's funny because whilst I was doing research for this, I found an instance where Lady Ghislaine, Ghislaine, she wanted to go meet a very prominent American businessman, and then when she told her father about it, he scoffed and was like, "Why do you want to go meet that guy? He's basically a loser." It's like similar to that, and the guy he was talking about turned out to be Donald Trump. So I found that very funny. But anyways, so just before Robert Maxwell's death, he had fallen into severe debt and owed over £1 billion to multiple different companies. And from these debts, it's thought that this was one of the reasons why he did what he did. So on October 1st, 1991, Maxwell boarded his yacht alone and went to the Madeira and the Canary Islands. So on the morning of October 5th, his crew found him missing, and the body was then later found in the ocean. So his death was labelled death by heart attack combined with accidental drowning. However, one of the things that is like weird about this is that 3 different pathologists were sort of unable to come to a conclusion and agree on the cause of his death. So 3 people literally could not figure out properly why he had passed away after the autopsy. But anyways, the conspiracy behind this is that Maxwell was associated with the KGB or the Mossad. So when Maxwell began his career, one of the first companies he had that I left out like very nicely was under the names Anglo-Continental Exchange Limited, where he was importing and exporting items. So for this company, the FBI suspected that they had him and his partner, he's not really relevant to this, so that Robert Maxwell had become Soviet spies and banned the use of the company in America, which I found really funny. And then later a British intelligence report labeled him as a thoroughly bad character, most certainly financed by Russia. But anyway, that's just like funny by itself that this happened. But anyways, the theory goes that from the beginning to the end, Maxwell was associated with the Soviet Union or the KGB, basically Russia. So, okay, like, once again, I have to thank Cringe Baby, like I did in the introduction, for telling me the conspiracy behind this bit, but it goes like this. Maxwell was getting very close with the Mossad and managed to find out a lot of information he wasn't supposed to find, and then he was going to leak a lot of Israeli secrets. So for this, the Israeli Secret Service had him eliminated. But just this sort of thing, I don't know why, I just don't feel like that's the case, but there wasn't really a lot of information about this anyways. But anyways, what is more like a more belief theory is that former KGB members who might be like some of the top oligarchs today in Russia and other criminal enterprises had gotten Maxwell to set up companies under his name, and that the East German and Belgian governments believed that maybe Eastern European crime bosses and maybe Russian mobster type people had been using Maxwell's company to launder money. So after his death, governments took over $40 billion in laundered money after his death. So like that's one of the reasons why he could have been eliminated, as he had severe ties with people who make a lot of money from criminal activities who you don't really want to be associated with. And another part of the theory that I found that hasn't really ever been talked about is just Maxwell has sort of always been associated with criminal activities, and he just managed to start a company and get wealthy. So during his lifetime, he was in the army, like before. Maxwell shot and killed an innocent German man, and did many other war crimes that he was never ever accounted for. So during his trial, they believed the evidence was insufficient, but from the letters that he had sent to his wife, it was proven that he had done some of these things. So, after this time in the army, he went towards a life of crime, but rather than going into crime as being like an assassin or a hitman or drug dealer, he was importing and exporting weapons and was laundering money from his company Pergamon or Anglo-Continental. But anyways, regardless of what the situation was, I just think it's a very interesting theory and a very interesting story because, like the story is amazing. Like a man being born in poverty, from sharing a single room with him and his 7 other siblings, to being locked up for months in darkness, to then becoming one of the world's richest businessmen, is just crazy. But yeah, it's just crazy. And even what his daughter is now being accused of is just even more insane. It's just a crazy family. I wonder what else is gonna happen from the kids of his other children. So Robert Maxwell had more siblings. Oh, Robert Maxwell had more kids, sorry. And Ghislaine had more siblings. I wonder what's gonna happen with their children. What crazy stories and shenanigans they're gonna get up to. Hopefully it doesn't result in any illegal things, but still. Anyways, Robert Maxwell. Moon Nazis. So this refers to a theory that Hitler may have managed to escape to the moon. So before the end of Nazism, the Nazis had been developing incredibly complex and sophisticated weapons for several years before the end of the war, including rockets. So people believe that some of these rockets were used to take Hitler and people who live on a secret space colony on the moon. There's also another part of this where there's a theory that maybe up to 40,000 people may be living on the moon, which has been kept secret from the world, because this is where the place where the world elites like to go, and a lot of celebrities who fake their death might want to go. The theory is that the atmosphere on the moon is breathable and that Hitler would have no problem living there and living his life out on the moon. Okay, so basically Nick Fury being in space. But I mean yeah, none of this has any factual basis apart from the fact that yes, Nazis were developing very, very advanced weapons and rockets, supposedly more advanced than anything that America and Russia had at the time. And that also, yes, an incredibly large amount of scientists went on to go work for incredibly notable projects during the Cold War, like Werner von Braun, who went to go work on the Apollo program, I think, and he was the NASA engineering program manager and the chief architect of the Apollo Saturn V rocket. And other Nazis, German scientists, went on to go work on the Manhattan Project. But anyways, the moon does not have a breathable atmosphere. I hope it doesn't, because imagine 50 years down the time I get exposed wow, you got proven wrong. I mean, I don't mind, but I do not believe it does, just because of the way that space works and Earth works. But yeah, it's very, very funny. But yeah, I'm just gonna end it here. Moon Nazis is a very, very funny story, and yeah, I'm just gonna end it here. Okay, so we are now at tier 5 of the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. Russian apartment bombings. So between the dates of 4th September 1999 to 16th September 1999, 5 bombs exploded in 4 different apartment buildings in Moscow, Volodyansk and Boynak. So these attacks spread fear like wildfire across the Russian peninsula, and these attacks took the lives of nearly 300 people and injured hundreds of others. At the time, the current president of Russia, Boris Yeltsin, and the prime minister of Russia, Vladimir Putin, put the blame instantly on the Chechen rebels, who at the time were getting accused of many different other attacks as well. Till this day, many people believe that this attack on the apartment buildings and many other quote-unquote terror attacks that took place at this time were the work and the orchestration of the FSB, not a Chechen terror groups. So the FSB is the sort of Russian secret service, and it stands for the Federal Secret Service, which is a silly thing. Like, it really annoys me when things have abbreviations and it doesn't match the things in the actual name. Like, I forgot where I was, and I saw some sign for something and it just did not match at all. Like, it had two, so it was like I think 3-word company, and I had like 1 word correct out of 3. It's very annoying. But anyways, the FSB, which is the sort of Federal Security Service, and it's the successor to the KGB. So people believe that the attacks were done in order to increase the public support for the Second Chechen War. So soon after these attacks, the Second Chechen War began, and literally soon after this, Vladimir Putin went straight to the presidential spot. So just after the Chechen War began, the current president, who was Boris Yeltsin at the time, had a surprise early retirement at the end of 1999, and Putin took the highest office in Russia a year after the bombings. So literally, Putin was given the presidency as he had like a sort of wave of popularity after the acceleration of the direct action and conflict in Chechnya, and he basically had a call for sort of renewed national solidarity, which basically sat incredibly well with the older generations and the public, because, you know, who doesn't want to be patriotic for their country? So this theory that Vladimir Putin and the FSB orchestrated the Russian apartment bombings to put Putin into the presidential position has basically been talked about by nearly everyone. So a lot of the Russian population really believe this theory. But anyways, there's like lots of people, especially like billionaire businessmen from Russia, like Boris Berezovsky, and ex-FSB officers like, you know, Alexander Levitko, so many other different people. But one of the main reasons people believe that the attack was done by the FSB and not by Chechens is because one of the apartment buildings, in one of the apartment buildings that the attacks took place, it was proven that an FSB agent was renting one of the apartments, and that place is like thought to be the origination of the bomb. So, well, one of the bombs, sorry. But the reason like more heavily believed is because the explosive that was said to be used. So after the state of Russia sort of quote unquote investigated, they claimed that RDX has been used. So RDX stands for Royal Demolition Explosive, but it's similar to TNT, but it's a lot more powerful to TNT. So it has a chemical structure of C3H6N6O6 compared to TNT's chemical formula of C7H5N3O6. It's basically a very specific type of bomb and is much more powerful than normal TNT. However, RDX is a substance that is like very specifically made and usually can only be sourced from very specific places. So in Russia, I mean. So in Russia, the only place that it could be properly sourced from is a heavily protected government state site, meaning that the RDX must have come from within the government. So once they realized what they had said, they instantly like changed the story and denied that RDX was ever found. So I find that funny whenever I'm researching stuff like this. It's just, yeah, they instantly change the story. Like, no, RDX was found. No, we don't have RDX. Well, no, RDX wasn't found there. We didn't use it. But anyways, another part of the theory is that on the 22nd September, an attempted bombing in Ryazan happened, which is like another sort of town another sort of area in Russia. And this attack was traced back to the FSB agents, or two FSB agents. So of course, you know, once the attack happened, the FSB denied instantly that, you know, there was any sort of correlation between them and the attack. But later on, the head of the FSB, Nikolai Patrushev, apologized and admitted that the organization's activity happened, but he claimed that the people that were involved were only carrying out an untimely training exercise. So how does an apartment bombing be a training exercise that sort of was untimely? I don't know. I don't know what sort of silly excuse this is, but I think he kind of just had to admit something. And then soon after, he was taken out of the position of the sort of head of the FSB. But anyways, another reason people think that the FSB or Vladimir Putin was behind it is that a lot of the people who talked about and did investigations on these attacks, died of very, very mysterious circumstances. So Sergei Yurchenkov and Yuri, I'm sorry for like all of these names I'm butchering. Sketchkachokin, it's definitely wrong, were two prominent members of an independent body commissioned to investigate the role of the FSB in the attacks. However, they both met very weird and mysterious deaths in 2003. So Sergei Yushchenkov's death was an assassination that took place literally hours after he obtained registrations needed for his liberal Russian party to participate in the December 2003 elections. So literally, it's so sad that one of his final words was like, "We have obtained the papers." So he was trying to oppose the sort of Russian government at the time and try to make a sort of more democratic place for Russia, like a better place basically. And he was literally assassinated the same day he got the sort of papers to vote. Oh, sorry, the papers to run his party. But anyways, the weirder death is that of Yuri Shketchtokin, which I definitely said wrong again. So he died suddenly on 3rd July 2003 after a mysterious 16-day illness. So officially it said that he died from an allergic reaction to Lyell syndrome, but days before his death it didn't seem like he had any sort of disease. So with sort of toxic epidermal necrosis or Lyell syndrome, however you want to call it, the person usually has visible things happen to them, like blisters all over the body and sort of skin bleeding and stuff like this. But it didn't look like Yuri had any of these symptoms. So his medical treatment and post-mortem took place at the Central Clinical Hospital in Russia, which is tightly controlled by the FSB because, you know, this is the hospital that treats the top ranking Russian officials. So after his death, his relatives were denied any official medical report about the cause of his illness, and they were also not allowed to take any specimens of his tissue for an independent analysis. So basically, it seems like the FSB was just trying to kill him and not really tell anyone about it because they didn't want the investigation to continue, or they were like scared of what he was going to expose, because he was really working with the organizations to sort of expose the FSB for the attack and everything, and then he was just sort of killed off. But anyways, the FSB and Putin have like been the point for so many theories over the years and so many different things that it's actually crazy. Like, this is honestly such a unique and amazing story, but regardless of the story, like whether it was done by Putin for power or the FSB to start like war in Chechnya, or if it was done by terrorists like Al-Khattab who had links with the sort of liberation army in Dagestan, over 300 people were killed, and all we can hope for is something like this doesn't happen again, where like people's lives are being traded just to get, you know, presidential positions. Hopefully Trump doesn't do something crazy like that again. But anyways, that's that situation. This was the Russian apartment bombings. It's insane. I would suggest you do your own research, like every single theory. Always do your own research if it interests you. But yeah, Ruby Ridge. Okay, so Ruby Ridge was the sort of precursor to a lot of different situations that took place in America. So things like the Waco Siege and Oklahoma City bombings, which are also on this iceberg, they stem from Ruby Ridge. So this is like where people believe that Ruby Ridge was a sort of situation when the government started overstepping their bounds and tried to take sort of control of situations where they shouldn't have done anything. So basically, this incident happened in August 1992, in which FBI agents and US Marshals and the ATF engaged in an 11-day standoff with a person called Randy Weaver and his family. So it was Randy Weaver, his family, and one other friend. So the incident took place at a cabin in Boundary County, in Idaho. So in the siege, basically 3 people were killed. This includes Randy Weaver's wife, Vicky Weaver, and his son Sammy Weaver, and a US Marshal called William Deegan. I nearly called her Wikipedia Weaver, which is kind of bad. Vicky Weaver, yes. So Randy Weaver was a US Army engineer, and sort of one day decided to move with his family in 1983 to a cabin he built on Ruby Ridge. It's about 40 miles from the Canadian border. So regardless of all that stuff, Weaver's sort of troubles began with the government when he started to attend the meetings of area nations, also like the Church of Jesus Christ, basically. So the Aryan Nation is composed of sort of several different groups. So these have things like neo-Nazis, the Ku Klux Klan, white supremacists, skinhead groups, and sort of like smaller militia groups. So yeah, I'm not going to talk too much about that, but yeah, these are sort of people in this place. So at one of the meetings that were held by this group, Randy Weaver attended, and he sold 2 sawn-off shotguns to an ATF informant in 1989. So after the situation, once the ATF informant reported back that this person sold me the 2 guns, Weaver was asked to become an informant of the ATF on these sort of Aryan nations and stuff. But Weaver refused to become an informant. And then once he refused, the ATF and federal government and the agents started pursuing a weapons charge against him. So he was literally then arrested and released with the trial set for 19th February 1991. So the trial ended up getting moved to 20th February 1991, but the probation officer sent an incorrect letter to Weaver stating the new date of the trial was 20th March 1991, not February. So of course, when Weaver failed to appear for the trial, because of course, like no fault of his own, he had no idea, the court issued a bench warrant for his arrest. So Weaver was indicted by a federal grand jury for appealing to appear for trial, and basically for the situation that happened. So marshals were asked to arrest him, and the marshals decided to arrest Weaver in a stealth sort of manner. So not in like a violent one, because they knew that if they confronted him with weapons drawn out, the situation could easily turn violent. Everyone is strapped, everyone's got guns, him and Harris. So they had to like sort of have a stealth operation where they were maybe, I can't really figure out what the plan was. Actually, no, I remember it was something like, it was basically just a stealth operation, right? They didn't want to go in weapons drawn and stuff. So the situation ended up turning violent on 21st August 1992. In which Weaver's dog discovered a surveillance team of 6 heavily armed US Marshals inside the property. So this is one of the US Marshals shot and killed the dog of the Weaver family, which led to Weaver going full John Wick, and this led to an exchange of fire with the Marshals, and the Marshals ended up shooting Sammy Weaver, who was Randy Weaver's son, whilst he was trying to run and get away. So basically Sammy Weaver was shot in the back and killed while trying to get away. And then this led Harris, who was the friend of the Weavers, shooting and killing a US Marshal called William Francis Deegan. So already 2 people are dead, so it's not really good. So after the shootings, the Marshal requested assistance from the FBI, which then dispatched its hostage rescue team to the Ruby Ridge. So on 22nd August, Lon Horichi, I definitely said that wrong, who was an FBI sniper, was hiding about 200 yards away from the cabin. So he then opened fire at Weaver and Harris and his family when he thought that they were preparing to shoot at an FBI helicopter that was arriving. So Horichi's first shot hit Randy Weaver in the arm, and the second shot, meant for Harris, ended up hitting Vicky Weaver in the head as she held her infant daughter behind the front door of the cabin. So literally, Vicky Weaver is holding the door. Whenever I keep on saying Vicky, I keep on ending up saying Wiki. I don't know why. But Vicky Weaver was shot in the head. That was a bullet intended for another person, while still trying to hide behind the door of the cabin. So she was holding the daughter in her hand and she was shot. So Vicky Weaver died soon after, but her body was left in the cabin for 11 days as Randy and Harris held off the FBI and the Marshals. So after 11 days, Weaver and Harris eventually surrendered to the federal officers, and then after this they were charged with sort of many different crimes such as like murder, conspiracy and assault. However, an Idaho jury acquitted Harris of all the charges, and Weaver was just convicted of failing to appear for the original firearms charge of selling off the sawn-offs. Which is kind of crazy, just because he failed to attend this thing, which was the fault of the government. He was just like suspicious, because imagine someone pulls up to your house hiding in the lawn, they shoot and kill your dog. It's just like you have no idea what the hell is going on. So it's a very, very difficult situation, but still. So these 2 people, like, they were it was really a difficult situation. So in the end, no actual charge was given to either parties. So i.e. the FBI or the FBI and the marshals or Weaver and his family, no one really got any like full sentence. So this was an inquiry done by the Justice Department into the FBI, and then the FBI was heavily criticized for failing to gather sufficient intelligence information. So it was also concluded that sort of Haruchi's second shot was unconstitutional because Harris and Weaver were running for cover and were not imminent threats, but Harris was never charged to because he was acting in like an official sense with his job. So this entry doesn't really have a sort of conspiracy to it, but it stands as a point in which a lot of Americans started to have distrust of the government, where basically the government could intervene with people's lives and they would basically lead to people be killed and they would never ever get charged for it, and basically act on their own will. Like they were just mad that Weaver didn't comply with the government to become like an informant and like an agent, so they started to harass him in a sense. So this led to a sort of this led to a movement in which people began to arm themselves, like a pro-arm movement with more weapons and guns. So basically, in the eyes of a large amount of the American public, the government could not be trusted to act in a competent manner and could harm and endanger people and easily overstep their bounds. So this is a precursor to a lot of the things that happen. So this isn't like 3 people sadly did pass away in the situation, but the next ones are insane. Yeah, let me talk about it. So this was Ruby Ridge. I was about to say Waco Siege. It's Ruby Ridge. Yes, Ruby Ridge. So the Waco Siege was a 51-day standoff between the Branch Davidians, federal agents, and the ATF. So it started on the 28th February 1993 and ended on 19th April 1993. So the Branch Davidians, who were an offshoot of the sort of Davidian Seventh-day Adventists, basically a cult. So the cult was based in a compound in Waco, Texas. So the group's whole idea was to basically prepare the world for the quote-unquote imminent return of Jesus Christ. So Vernon Howell, the leader, who changed his name to David Koresh, became the head of the compound, which was called Mount Carmel. So once Koresh gained the leadership of the group, which was the sort of let me just call them Davidians. So yeah, once he gained leadership of the Davidians, he began to take quote-unquote spiritual wives, several of whom were reportedly as young as the age of 11. So he was taking minors as wives. So after this surfaced, reports of child abuse began to surface, and then this by itself like garnered a lot of attention to Koresh. But alongside this, Koresh also started a retail gun business. So the US government, believing that Koresh was illegally stockpiling weapons, the Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms Bureau, the ATF, obtained an arrest warrant for David Koresh and a search warrant for the compound. On 28th April 1993, more than 70 ATF agents raided the complex, with both sides being heavily armed, so the Davidians and the ATF and the ATF being really heavily armed. A sort of gunfire erupted, and the whole thing basically played out like a movie. So the ATF advancing and Koresh and his followers retaliating, all with massive guns and all with large amounts of people. So during this advancement, 4 federal agents were killed and 6 Davidians were killed too. So after the federal agents sort of retreated back slightly, over the next few weeks, 900 law enforcement officers went towards the compound, including sort of FBI hostage negotiators, people from the ATF, I think people from the DA were also there. Just every single branch of government was basically there. So over the next 2 weeks, negotiations took place, but eventually it led nowhere. So there's like people get into the whole negotiations of what was said. Koresh just wanted to get like his sort of new thing on the news, but it's not really important. Basically, led to nowhere. So during this time, Koresh allowed more than 30 of his followers to leave in return for different things, but still more than 100 people were remaining in the building. So convinced that Koresh would not surrender, the new US Attorney General, Janet Reno, gave permission for the FBI to raid the compound. So at 6 a.m. on 19th April 1993, the FBI began spraying tear gas into the complex. So after the FBI shot the tear gas, the Davidians began firing weapons back at this, and then this led the FBI to go back harder, using armored vehicles to punch holes into the walls and then depositing over 400 tear gas canisters. So at around 11 a.m. or 11:40 a.m., nearly 6 hours later, the assault ended. And at 12:25 p.m., gunfire was heard inside the compound, and then this may have set the tear gas alight and basically set the whole building on fire, killing nearly everyone inside. So during this time, 9 people managed to escape, but 75 people were found dead inside. So during this, 2 people were fatally shot, including David Koresh. So this was the end of the Davidians. So the theory behind this is that the Clintons had the area stormed by the FBI and performed the raid because they wanted to use this as an example for tighter gun control laws. So yeah, basically once again having a theory that, so the theory is that quote unquote the United States government is trying to take away people's guns, i.e. there's some source of power, like the source of power is it gets removed and it gets people to be controlled easier. Like basically it's much easier to win in situations like if they're armed with swords and not guns. So that was the Waco Siege. Over 75 people ended up dying. It's insane. It's an insane story. Like I definitely did give it justice in like the 5 minutes I talked about it. It's a crazy story. I'd say do your own research. Everything about the story is insane. It's like a film. I feel like I forgot what it was. I think it's GTA, right? In GTA, I think GTA 5. I'm not sure. When it's like you have to raid one of the apartment buildings or something. It's like that, but so much worse. Yeah, literally, it's insane. So definitely do your own research if it interests you. But yeah, for sure, that was the Waco Siege. Oklahoma City bombing. Okay, so the Oklahoma City bombing was an attack done by ex-army soldier Timothy McVeigh. So he did the attack by parking a rented truck in front of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in downtown Oklahoma City. So inside the truck, he had things such as ammonium nitrate fertilizer, diesel oil, and nitromethane. So this was basically a 7,000-pound car bomb that was parked in front of the Murrah Federal Building. So this building contained multiple sort of segments. It had the segments of like the regional offices for Social Security, like the Social Security Administration, and it had the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, but it also had segments of the U.S. Secret Service, and it also had segments of the DEA and ATF, which is the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms. So this was a very, very big building, and it housed over 500 employees. So it's basically a really, really important like US building. So its demise came on the 19th of April 1995 at 9:02 a.m. So the truck was detonated in front of the building, killing 168 people, but also 800 people were also severely injured. So till this day, it's the most deadliest domestic terrorist attack in the USA. So Timothy McVeigh, who was a US Army veteran, was found guilty of the attack in a jury trial and then was sentenced to death. So he was executed in 2001 basically. So his co-conspirator, the person, like, so basically it was a 2-person act, or that's what has been said, is that it was a 2-person attack. So him and Terry Nichols, who was the other person, got sentenced to multiple life sentences and life imprisonment. So Timothy McVeigh said that he bombed the building on the 2nd anniversary of the Waco Siege in 1993 to retaliate for the government's actions at Waco and at Ruby Ridge. So during these 2 events, McVeigh believed that the government was trying to disarm the public and take away the freedoms and civil liberties they had by taking away the guns, like the guns and the weapons that Americans were allowed to possess. So McVeigh began to become wary and suspicious of the government and would frequently attend sort of gun shows. So McVeigh attended the Waco Siege as a sort of visitor from the outside, just on like small hills near it, looking at how the situation would play out. And whilst McVeigh was at Waco, he was distributing pro-gun rights literature and is said to have spoken to a student reporter, and he said this. So he said that the government is afraid of the guns people have because
they have to control the people at all times. Once you take away the guns, you can do anything to the people. You can give them an inch and they take a mile. I slowly believe we are turning into a socialist government. The government is continuing growing bigger and more powerful, and the people need to prepare to defend themselves against government control. So the theory goes like this. How could someone like McVeigh and Nichols be capable of organizing such an enormous act of terror by themselves? And where would they have been able to get so much fertilizer and diesel fuel from without raising any suspicion? So another thing is like the motive. McVeigh gave the motive as sort of previous terror attacks like the Waco Siege and Ruby Ridge. Why would you want to commit such an immense attack, right? So at the time there were also like a bunch of kids in the building as well, and so like he killed so many kids as well. And then he said, well, his excuse was like, if I had known the kids were in there, I would have not have done it. But then the evidence stated that he knew that there were kids in there and he still did it. So like, why would they still do this crazy attack? So a theory as to why they did it is because in a video lecture called America in Peril, a radio broadcaster called Mark Konecki stated that the United Nations had begun an invasion of the United States, claiming that the United Nations troops were infiltrating the United States and hiding out in US military bases, and the head of these attacks were in Oklahoma. So Konecki claimed that American street gangs were being armed, trained and equipped with deadly weapons by the United Nations, and that these people were being deployed on the front line of the US invasion. Oh my god, it's crazy. I can just imagine like people in suits showing up to like freaking BDs and GDs being like, yo, learn how to use these weapons. Oh, it's crazy. Anyways, so the United Nations objectives was to divide the United States in 10 regions under the new Iron Fist of power. So in the plan was to lock up certain American people who resisted in 43 different detention camps across America, and the processing center for these people was going to be Oklahoma City. So Timothy McVeigh, who was responsible for the bombing of the building, was a bodyguard for Konecki at a Florida apparently has. So like I said before, Konecki was a sort of Konecki was a ex-army soldier, and he did protection. So he did protection for Timothy McVeigh was an ex-army soldier and he did protection for Konecki once. So the theory is that, you know, they got close and he was building a relationship with them. And McVeigh was influenced by Konecki and believed that they had to take out the building as it was like a key point in losing all of their freedom basically. So people also believe that it may have been an inside job like with Konecki, McVeigh and other sort of people, because an independent report carried out in 1997 suggests that there must have been supplementary explosives within the building for it to have collapsed the way it did. So if you're watching this, which I mean, if you're watching this, I'll have footage and whatnot of it right now, but the building collapsed like crazy, and it was like a 2.4 kiloton explosive, if I'm correct. So yeah, if I'm correct, I'll put a thing on the screen if it's wrong, but yeah, it was like a 2.4 kiloton sort of bomb that exploded. And it sort of looks like there should have been more explosives inside the building for it to collapse the way it did. So the report claims that the truck bomb alone would not have been sufficient enough to cause the structural damage that it did on the building at the scale that it occurred. So this theory makes it seem like there were more than just two people involved, like McVeigh and Nichols, and maybe actual people were also involved that were within the building. So another part of the theory is that some people believe that the building's security cameras in the area were cut shortly before the event, coming back online just in time to catch the blast, not the things in between. So this could be a crazy coincidence or the work of someone with expert knowledge on the inside. So it's crazy, like it's like a movie where literally cameras went out, boom, exploded, and then it just caught it like seconds as soon as the camera turned on. It's like the first thing it caught was the explosion happening. But then this could have just been because of like other sort of reasons, where it could have just been on like a sensor maybe, where
it detects light or something. I don't know. But yeah, people believe that someone all the way at the top was involved, like someone like Bill Clinton. So at the time, Bill Clinton was the president, and people believe that he knew about the attack or he perpetrated the attack, so it would look badly on the ideas and the things that he believed in, like the US were quote unquote de-arming Americans. So you know how in situations where Timothy McVeigh was spreading all the literature about pro-gun rights, people think that Bill Clinton sort of may have been influencing the situation so that it would look bad, like, oh my god, look at what these pro-gun people did, let's take away more of their guns, let's take away more of the weapons. So yeah, that's part of the theory. Do your own research, of course. It's just a theory, not a film theory, but it's just a theory. I keep on saying that, but yeah, it's just a theory. So yeah, this was the Oklahoma City bombing. The release of the Lockerbie bomber. Oh my god, I love this so much. Like, I think so far, this is one of the most like interesting things I've done on this iceberg. It's just so crazy how this thing played out, right? But anyways, let me just get into it. So I put this here because it wasn't even supposed to be in this tier. I think it's supposed to be in like tier 6, right? So I put this here because it makes more sense to cover it along with the rest of the stuff in this like tier, not really in tier 6. So I moved food additives, which is in tier 5, into tier 6. But anyways, the Lockerbie bomber was a man called Abdel Basset Ali Mohammed El Marani. So he was a Libyan national with high ties to the Libyan government. So Abdel Basset was charged with committing the Lockerbie bombing, in which a Boeing 727 run by Pan America Airlines was blown up by a bomb inside the storage compartment. So this flight ran by Pan Am was a regular flight from Frankfurt, Germany to Detroit, United States, with stops in London, England and New York City. So the bomb was detonated at 7 p.m. on 21st December 1988. So the bomb was detonated whilst in transit, and the plane crashed into the town of Lockerbie in Scotland. So I'm not going to go too deep into the plane and that sort of stuff, like, you know, the model and what it was. Like, anyways, also do your own research on that, but like, do your research on stuff that interests you. But regardless, the plane crashed into a small town of Lockerbie in Scotland, which led to the deaths of 270 people on board and 11 residents on the ground of Lockerbie. So, questionably, the largest terrorist attack in the history of the United Kingdom. So, yeah, like I read in different places, people calling it different, like the biggest terrorist attack in London, but I'm just gonna say questionably. There have been a few things, so questionably the largest terrorist attack in the history of the United Kingdom. So after the plane's bombing, an investigation occurred, and the investigation itself is crazy, like it's insane. So over the course of the investigation, 2,000 square kilometers of area was searched by 1,000 different people and led to over 4 million pieces of wreckage to be found. 4 million pieces of wreckage to be found. Like, people don't realize how much that is in size and in effort. So this took years for this to happen, right? But regardless, 10,000 pieces of usable pieces of debris were filtered out. So this was used to conduct the investigation. So the reason so much evidence was found because the plane was intended to be crashed or blown up over the sea, which would have led to no notable evidence being able to be found. But because of the error of the criminals, the whole plane landed over Lockerbie, which is like not water, it's just flat ground, and basically like a giant jigsaw puzzle, and became like a giant jigsaw puzzle that can be solved. Basically, Sherlock Holmes of 2,000 square kilometers. So it's crazy huge, right? It's a crazy big area, but it's like a giant jigsaw puzzle that hit the ground and went everywhere. So anyways, so the whole fuselage of the plane was reconstructed, and investigators found the place where the explosion would have occurred. And with photo evidence taken of the plane from the inside, so when they're loading up the plane and stuff, they take photos of everything, you know, for different purposes. The investigators found a 20-inch hole, like 510 millimeters wide, consistent with an explosion. So with this and the photos taken from like the container, it had signs that a high energy event had taken place inside of it. So once they knew this, a series of test explosions with the same quantity and type of explosive were done to try to find the precise location of the suitcase.
So the conclusion was that a Samsonite suitcase was used, and near this suitcase, parts of a Toshiba bomb beat RTSF-16 was found. So it's like a very, very specific type of sort of record player, or not, sorry, cassette player, that was radio cassette player. So this was similar to the type that was used to conceal a Semtex bomb that was hidden in it before. Like, this is a different terrorist attack where a Semtex bomb was hidden in a Toshiba bomb, and it was seized by German officials. So near the suitcase, clothing was also found. So like when it hit the ground, the clothing was also found near it, and the clothing that were found were baby clothes, and the baby clothes got traced all the way back to Malta. So that's okay. So literally, bomb clothes. Yeah. Okay. So a merchant called Tony Gauchi stated to the court that he sold the clothes to a man of Libyan appearance. So long story short, he said that the man was Abdel Basit. So after 3 years of a joint investigation by Dumfries and Galloway Constabulary, which is basically like the Scottish police, I can't say words today, I don't know why, I'm sorry, but yeah, and the US FBI, during which 15,000 witness statements were taken, indictments for murder were issued on 13th November 1991 against Abdel Basit El Mehrani, who was a Libyan intelligence officer and the head of security for Libyan Arab Airlines, which is LAA. Again, but that works though. I was about to get a bit mad that LAA wasn't like in line with the Libyan Arab Airlines, but I realized no, it makes sense. Anyways, Abdel Basit was issued a life sentence for the murder of 281 people. However, only 10 years into his sentence, Abdel Basit was released on sympathetic grounds. So he was suffering from prostate cancer, and because of an appeal that he made, he was it was like accepted, and he was returned to Libya. So the conspiracy behind this is that his release was approved not because of his illness or because of a prison transfer agreement made between the UK and Libya, but as a part of an oil deal involving the two countries. So over the last 2 decades, sort of the United Kingdom's oil reserves have shrunk an incredibly large amount, and the UK has become like overly reliant on imported oil. So another thing I find so funny is how many like theories rely on oil, not rely, but like have oil around them. Like literally for about 200 years, right, oil has been creating and breaking countries in all sort of ways. Like the United States of America, the USA, became the global superpower is because of oil. Like that was one of the only reasons why. Right, it's not because they had like a special amount of things, it's just because they had oil and they had the ability to go and get more oil, take control of oil. They became so powerful. But anyways, I wonder with like the large shift like towards renewable energies, what's gonna happen with all of this stuff. Who do you think is gonna become the next superpower? God knows. But anyways, so people believe that this deal with the incredibly oil-rich Libyan government was engineered to help the UK become less dependent on Saudi and Russian natural resources. So for some time, Russia has used the oil they provide as a sort of political weapon. So places like Ukraine, right, have found themselves held ransom over energy prices that have been inflated by Russians. So whenever they would like protest over the payments, they would literally just get their supplies cut. So you can't really do anything about it. Like you need oil, and Russia's providing the oil, and if you protest, that's oil gone. So an agreement with Libya would have protected the UK from the same fate as these other sort of countries like Ukraine, and all the countries surrounding it. So another theory is that Libyan leader Gaddafi exploited the situation between Scotland and England and took advantage of that to get Abdel Basit released. So Gaddafi warned the UK government of the catastrophic impact on the two countries' relationship if Abdel Basit died in jail. So in the past, right, the angry reaction of Gaddafi against the leader of Switzerland following the imprisonment of Gaddafi's son Hannibal and his pregnant wife in Geneva for allegedly beating servants in July 2008. So Hannibal, his son and wife, his son and his son's wife, sorry, spent only 2 nights behind bars, but the action that Gaddafi took was brutal and swift. Like, this guy is madness. So Swiss nationals living in Libya were targeted and arrested on random charges. Trade sanctions were imposed. Swiss flights to Tripoli were stopped, and the Swiss embassy in Tripoli was turned into a refuge for frightened Swiss nationals. An estimated $5 billion was like withdrawn from Swiss banks, and oil exports to Switzerland were reduced. So literally, like, they just pissed Gaddafi off, and he just went crazy. So, like, despite the situation, the UK government knew, right, they couldn't handle a retribution of that of Abdel Basit. So if Abdel Basit had died in prison, the retribution that Gaddafi would have done would have been crazy. So Abdel Basit was freed in August 2009. So once again, regardless if he was freed of cancer or because of the deals, over 270 people died in this incident. That's a crazy number of people to die. 270 people died, and all we can hope for is that something like this never ever happens again. But regardless of that, this is such an interesting story. Like, the case and the way it played out, like I've always loved sort of detective work, right? The reason people like love these things, like, I love mysteries and how they're solved. It's very, very interesting. I sadly can't go in like too in depth in these Iceberg videos, which is why I want to make like a full long video on this, right? This is a crazy situation. Gaddafi is there's like two ways to look at him. He's like a madman, or he's like a boss, man. This guy is crazy. Like, the way he acted and the way he was, it's just insane, right? So this whole story, this whole situation between sort of Abdel Basit being sort of caught at the position he held and him being charged for it, it's all insane. There's so much more information that I want to give. I want to do a full video on this soon. I have so many content ideas, it's actually crazy. But yeah, this was the sort of Lockerbie bombing. This was the release of the Lockerbie bomber. So yeah. Ebola in the DRC. So this is talking about Ebola in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Ebola, or Ebola Zare, is a virus that incubates inside the human and causes blood clots and basically turns the sort of internal organs of the human into a pulp, and it causes things like hemorrhaging and damage to blood cells and damage to areas of the brain. It's a real bad disease, right? So in the DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo, almost 300 people died in the original outbreak of this in 1976. So since then, thousands of other cases are said to have occurred but not have been fully documented. So there was a new strain of it in 2007 which also killed 173 people. So the theory behind this is that Ebola parallels AIDS and is a man-made killer designed to eliminate the world's so-called useless eaters. So it's said to be people like African people, homosexuals, and drug users. So like, this is what the sort of Ebola targets, and it kills all of these sort of people. So the theory is that the US military, or the New World Order, or the United Nations, or the Illuminati, or whatever, like I talked about in the previous tiers, I think it was like tier 2, right, where it was about AIDS. So it could be from the Center of Disease Control, or the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. But anyways, so that's a theory. So the theory is that it's just like a thing that is man-made and not a natural virus that is spread. And yeah, so because of the people it affects, it's made to just kill the so-called useless eaters, and only really targets homosexual people and people of the African race. So yeah, so it's basically like the theory is that it's man-made. But anyways, Ebola is very crazy in and of itself. So definitely do more research on it. It's insane. So yeah, Ebola in the DRC. Okay, so we are now at tier 6 of the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. So fluoride is a natural mineral found in water, soil, plants, rocks, and in the air. But we as humans typically take in our fluoride from toothpaste and in certain places in the world from our water. So it's commonly used in dentistry to strengthen enamel. So fluoride does things like help prevent cavities and basically build stronger teeth. So like,
officially, like, what it does is that it rebuilds weakened tooth enamel, it slows down the loss of minerals from tooth enamel, and it prevents the growth of harmful oral bacteria, and it reverses the signs of early tooth decay. So fluoride was only found in 1886 by Henry Moissan, who was a French pharmacist and chemist. So it's like a very, very recent discovery, like as human things go, it's pretty recent. So how, like, the theory behind this is that fluoride is being put into many places to make the human population weaker. So this is like a legitimate thing, and it actually happens. Like, this is true. Like, this is not like a debatable thing, but too much fluoride causes things like tooth discoloration, tooth decay, skeletal weakness, and cancer. So basically, initially, yeah, it does make bones stronger, but use of it over a long time, maybe like a lifetime, causes many issues and problems. So the theory is that XYZ organization, let's just say Illuminati, right, want the population to be sort of weaker. Like, once again, going into that theory, like, a lot of things are happening just to make the population weaker and lessen control. But you know, like tier 5, all of the things like in there, like Ruby Ridge, Waco Siege, or like gun control and things to make the population weaker. So I don't know, this thing sort of keeps popping up. But once again, you know, I must say, do your own research on whatever interests you, because, you know, don't believe everything on the internet, because 42.469% of all the facts on the internet are fake. So be careful on what the hell you're believing on the internet. Don't just believe things on the internet. Like, actually do solid research, look at papers, look at things, but just don't go too, like, you need to have a balance, right? Don't believe in theories, like, otherwise you're gonna end up like Alex Jones, just losing his mind over things, right? But someone like who understands that sometimes things aren't always like as they seem, but most of the time the most simple answer is the correct one, and there usually isn't any sort of theories. Humans are just silly people doing silly things. There's so many of us, a lot of us are just too lazy to like go too in depth to do things. So yeah, once again, that was just me giving my take on it. But yeah, of course, do your own research if it interests you. And that was fluoride. So the term peak oil refers to the point in time when worldwide oil production reaches its maximum level, after which the rate of extraction enters the decline that ends in resource exhaustion. So basically, it's like, say if you have like water and you're drinking water, so once you reach like more than half of the cup, you know that there's going to be less water than you started with. That's not a very good example, but just yeah, it's that. So basically, this term has been used by certain sort of theorists, and it's used as a concept propagated by an elite group of politicians and people who lead oil industry companies to sort of create a state of artificial scarcity and increased commodity prices. So one part of this theory is that oil is actually an infinite resource, but not a finite resource. So from quote-unquote leaked memos from oil industry executives and inconsistent data from key production sites, oil may be an infinite resource, or a resource that, like, over time replenishes itself. So a part of the theory is that, you know, oil companies have quote-unquote hidden the fact that oil may be sort of like they've sort of kept it hidden to keep a state of sort of artificial scarcity. But the two main things about this is that in 1973, at Eugene Island, an oil field was found and began to get harvested. So initially the site was yielding about 15,000 barrels of oil a day, but in a short time the rate slowed down to 4,000 barrels a day, like you'd expect it to. So like once you start sort of taking something out, right, once you start taking something out of the ground, like you expect the rate to slow down once there's like less and less of it. But anyways, so yeah, it went to 4,000, but then randomly it went back to 13,000 barrels a day. So people believe that the oil field was quote unquote refilling itself, and that peak oil is just a term made up, and oil isn't as scarce as we think it is. So another like reason that people believe this theory is that in Iran in 2019, where it's an area that's already been heavily searched, right, by the US, by Iran, by Israel, all these other countries that have already searched this area, they found just an like an oil field with the capacity of over 50 billion barrels. So this is a true situation which is actually happening. This is like real. So in 2019, in Iran, there was like a sort of oil field, 50 billion barrels were found, and like similar situations in like Uganda, Western Greenland, sort of Brazil, Saudi, all these other places may lead people to believe that peak oil is just a fake concept and that oil companies basically driving up scarcity to make more money, but oil isn't as, it's either infinite or it's either not as scarce as we think it is. Like it's a lot more widely commonly available within the earth than you've sort of been led to believe. That's a theory. Do your own research, of course, on everything, but yeah, pretty cool peak oil. So this is referring to microchip implants that humans are now starting to get. So this is an actual thing where people can get microchip implants into their bodies, usually in their arms, and they can perform like a wide range of things with this. Like you can open doors, or you can pay for things with your hand. Like, you know, you have like Apple Pay and stuff, or Samsung Pay, whatever. You can use that, and now it's just in your hand. So it's crazy. So yeah, like this stuff is like, it's real, it's true, that it's actually happening. But the theory behind this is that it relates to a Bible verse in Revelation, where it says, okay, I need to like say this like carefully because it has a lot of words that are just old English, so it's difficult, but okay, let me say it. He causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond. Well, I think it's supposed to be bound, free and bound, to receive a mark in their right or in their foreheads. So in their right hands or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. So basically, look, that's end quote. So basically, the beast refers to a beast, like an actual, like a beast titan sort of thing, and it's a thing that will come out of the sea or the earth. There's like varying interpretations of the scripture from that, but it coming out of the sea or the earth. That's really interesting. You know, if it's coming out of the earth, it could be like the actual earth, so hollow earth. Oh my god, that's pretty cool. But varying interpretations of that. People believe that it's just like one thing that will come out of the sea or the earth, whatever, and it will basically come out and it will make people worship it, and if they don't, it will like prosecute them, it will kill them, it will torture them or hurt them. Basically a devilish type of being, but not the devil. So the beast itself is correlated with the number 666, so similar to the devil but not the devil. So with the microchip theory, it relates to a new idea in a new form of like social security number. So you know, you have a card, right? On the back of the card you have like a CVC. Right now that's like a 3-digit number, but this new form will be an 18-digit mesh block configuration numbers, and that will allow people to be tracked all over the world as to like where they use. It's like basically a normal card, but just a new form where it's 18 digits, not the 16-digit we have right now, I think. So it's 18-digit, and within it contains everything. It contains all your information and stuff. It's basically like a password, think of it like that. But yeah, it's like same thing as your regular card with more security. But this microchip security, it's 18 digits mesh, and it will be represented with 6 separate numbers in the form of 6 digits, then 6 digits, then 6 digits. So it would be like 6 digits in a row, hyphen 6 digits, hyphen 6 digits, so 6, 12, 18, so 666, or the mark of the beast. So in line with the Bible verse, it says that, you know, it will either be on their like right hand, so usually people use like dominantly their right hand, so right hand. And I don't understand like the forehead thing, but whatever, maybe forehead scanning to pray to pray to the beast, whatever. But yeah, so in line with the Bible verse, people believe that microchips are a form of the beast, and it's a way to get everyone to worship a devilish figure. And it's crazy because you know, slowly we're going into that thing. Like, it's pretty cool though. I remember in Iron Man where he put chips all in his arms, and then he was calling on the robots to come like towards him, and he would just like put out his arm, and then the microchip would like call it to his arm, and it would like come on. It's pretty cool. But same thing, same situation, just with like, what is it actually for? That's a theory. It's thinking that it's some freaking beast. But yeah, that's that theory. Anyways, do your own research. It's very cool. But yeah, Karen Silkwood was a woman who worked at the Kerr-McGee fuel fabrication site in Oklahoma City in 1972, making plutonium pellets. So plutonium emits alpha particles, and when inhaled it can be sort of lodged in the lung tissue, and then it can kill lung cells, which causes scarring of the lungs, leading to sort of further lung disease, and then it basically leads to very deadly cancer. A sort of like, it's really bad situation. So this is why there's a lot of health and safety regarding this. So when Karen Silkwood joined the company, she joined the union of the company, making sure, like a team of employees, making sure that things were always safe and secure for the employees. Like, you don't want another like a Madame Curie situation where she's like poisoning herself by what she was working with, radiation. So while she was working there in 1972, she believed that she had discovered many like violations. So things such as sort of violations of health, including exposure of workers to contaminations, faulty sort of respiratory equipment, and improper storage of samples, and then the worst of all, missing plutonium and doctored documents. So basically, she believed the company wasn't trying to spend that much money on employee safety and was faking documents just so they wouldn't have to pay money to get things fixed or buy certain like specialist safety equipment. Basically, what companies do if you want to make a lot of money. Like, it's what they do. But in most situations, like, it wouldn't be that much of a big deal. Like, if an office skimps out like buying cheap coffee, it's not that much of an issue. Like, your workers are going to be slightly like more tired, that's about it, right? But it's very different, and when you're working with very harmful radioactive materials, like, you can't be skimping out on health and safety aspects when you're working in that. Like, there are people's lives at stake. So after a meeting with the union that she was having, she said that she was going to expose everything that she had found. So Karen Silkwood had assembled documents, like different documentations for her claims, including sort of company papers and what she had seen, photographs and everything. So she decided to go public with the evidence and the information, and she contacted David Burnham, who was a New York Times publicist. So in 13th November 1974, Silkwood left a union meeting and carried out a binder and a packet of documents that she had assembled. So she got into her Honda Civic and was headed alone for Oklahoma City, about 30 miles away, to meet with Burnham, the sort of New York Times reporter. So later that evening, Karen Silkwood's dead body was found in her car, which had run off the road and hit a small tunnel. So in the car was her dead body and her belongings, but none of the papers that she took, that she took with her. So before her crash, weird things were happening to her, like crazy weird. So on 5th November 1974, a few days like before she sort of died in the car crash, she performed a routine self-check and found that her body contained 400 times the legal limit for plutonium contamination. So she was then decontaminated at the plant that she worked in, and then sent home with a testing kit to collect sort of urine and feces for further analysis. So after that investigation, there was another investigation, and they found plutonium on the inner portion of the gloves that she had been using. Like, the weird thing is that the glove had no holes, so how the hell would a plutonium gotten into this like sort of glove, when unless she would have like put her hand into pure plutonium and then sort of put it into the glove? Like, no one would do that. It's just really bad. Like, no one's that stupid. So yeah, and the next day she did that, and then she sort of cleaned herself up. She got herself clean, and then the next day again she tested positive for plutonium again. So the weirder thing is that she hadn't been in contact with any sort of plutonium that day. Like, she had just been filling out paperwork the whole day. So like, it was like morning time, and then in the afternoon they found out she was positive. So after this was done, they sent her to Los Alamos National Laboratory, and further testing was done, and they did testing in her home and like where the place she worked, and they found plutonium in the bathroom and on the refrigerator. So the question is, how the hell did the plutonium end up there? So the theory behind this is that people running the plant were either trying to get rid of her, so they were just trying to get rid of her from releasing the information that she had like found out about the plant. So they planted plutonium on her and in her walking and with her gloves, and managed to easily break into her house when she was at work, right? So she didn't live in like a government protected state, right? She lived in a normal house with like a single door and not really crazy security. But the deeper theory behind this is that she was uncovering what was an illegal plutonium smuggling ring. So the theory that I talked about before, right, where she had found like missing plutonium, is that like in reality 44 pounds of plutonium, about 20 kilograms of plutonium, went missing from the plant. And that theory behind that is that it was actually stolen for the Israeli Mossad's nuclear weapons program. So that it was stolen and it was taken there, just like it was stolen from that place for the Israeli Mossad's, so the like weapons program. And if she had uncovered it, like it would have been really, really detrimental to it. So they just had to get rid of her, stop her from like what's the word I'm looking for, exposing everything, sorry. So yeah, it's crazy, like crazy story. If it is true, so there could be sort of two theories. Like, it's either the company itself hiding something. Like, there's no way, there's sort of two deaths that I'm always like, yeah, they didn't do that shit, where it's like what's his name, Epstein didn't kill himself, and Karen Silkwood didn't die in a car crash. Like, it's two things. So when they tested her body, they found that she had two sort of drugs. She had like weed and this other sort of drug, and that this was in her system, but she wasn't really that much of a crazy drug user, and she wouldn't have taken this knowing that she was going to meet one of the most like important meetings of her life at that time, and she wouldn't have done the drugs before that. So a lot of it is very, very sketch. Like, a lot of things have been said and then recanted. There's a whole like investigation. Like, I might just do a video on this. I might do a video on this and the release of the Lockerbie bomber like separately. Like, those are two things that really, really interest me. But I kept this video short because this video, compared to the last video, is like 45 minutes long. And I don't want this video to be an hour because I'm just learning how to use this new editing software. So I want to keep it short for myself. But yeah, this was Karen Silkwood. So the Chelyabinsk Meteor was an exceptionally bright meteor, or bolide as it's called, and it was seen over the sort of Russian peninsula. I'm going to be saying meteor and meteor, so like forgive me for that, because I keep on doing things, like I keep on changing pronunciation of things for some reason. But mainly, it was seen mainly over the southern Ural region of Russia. So it was 20 meters or 66 feet in diameter, and it entered Earth about 42,690 miles an hour. Nice. So this is the first time in our lifetimes that a meteor of this size has been captured by sort of like video cameras. Like, this is like, it was recorded on dash cams. People saw it in the sky. Like, it was so bright that it was brighter than the literal sun for a few seconds, and it was visible easily 60 miles away. So it damaged over 7,200 buildings, it shattered glass, it collapsed like some factories' roofs. All in all, it caused about $33 million of damage, like easily upwards of that. Like, the minimum is about $33 million, but luckily no one was killed. So the theory behind this is that people believe that the lights in the sky were the result of a weapons test by either Russia or by America. So if it was an American test, it would basically be an act of war and would possibly lead to World War III, but like, that's a basic theory. So the more interesting theory, or there's two other theories, that it was an alien aircraft, yeah, or it was a glitch in the Matrix. Okay, possible theories, computing simulation. Okay, but the more interesting theory is that natural disasters will become more frequent according to the Mayan calendar. So basically, once the Mayan calendar finished in 2012, it said that the world would descend into a sort of chaos and would result in many worldwide disasters. And only a few months later, like the Mayan calendar ended, the Chelyabinsk Meteor arrived to show an example of what will be coming. Like, think of all the stuff that's happened since 2012. So much madness has happened, so much crazy things. You know, the meteor, so many like invasions, so many wars, so many we had like COVID, which was crazy, 2020. So yeah, regardless of that, like, it's a very cool theory. Do your own research if it interests you, sort of the Mayan calendar. But yeah, I mean, what if, like, the Mayan calendar thing is always very interesting. Like, oh my god, so crazy, like a calendar's ending. Like, when we go to, like, when our yearly calendars end, we don't just like start from zero, we just start from January. But what about if the Mayans never went that far in their like dating? They only thought, like, let's just make it up until now, and if we're still alive until then, we'll just make New Year's and then we'll fill it up for another like couple of thousand years, right? But anyways, I forgot what the other theory was, that the Mayan calendar, you know, like in the conversion of the years, it isn't even actually 2012, but it's something like 2022 or 2024 or something like that, and that's when the true Mayan calendar will end. So god, let's see what happens to that. Hopefully it's not another city situation like that. But yeah, that was the Chelyabinsk Meteor. I've definitely said that wrong. Chelyabinsk Meteor, very, very cool. But yeah, so basically I started recording this. I recorded the whole thing like twice now, so I was just recording it and stuff, and then what ended up happening is that, you know, I record it and I go to check the recording and I'm like, where the hell is this recording? Then I look and I realize, oh, OBS isn't even open, there's no audio being recorded, so the whole time I'm just speaking to myself. But anyways, yeah, so this theory is of food additives. So originally food additives was at the end of tier 5, but instead I decided to put this here. So the release of the Lockerbie bomber was in tier 6, but I moved that to tier 5 just because it corresponded more with tier 5 things. So yeah, so food additives is the theory that companies are adding food additives, which are things such as like preservatives, sweeteners, flavoring and improvers, to make people attracted to the product more. So they want to have it more, and food additives make your body crave the same thing again and again and again, leading to repeat sales. So one additive, which is MSG or monosodium glutamate, is naturally found in certain things like mushrooms and has a savory non-sweet taste. But, you know, not mushrooms like DMT mushrooms, just normal mushrooms, food mushrooms. But yeah, but once it's refined, it turns into like, it looks like a white powder, and it tastes sweet and is no longer savory, and basically it has the properties of just wanting people to have it again and again. So it basically makes your body crave that one thing. So MSG is used very, very heavily in soft drinks, but primarily in like sort of diet drinks, right? Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, like, you know, you have the 0 calories, that sort of thing. So the theory behind this is that many people believe that MSG is also a carcinogen, which is basically a substance that can cause cancer. So, you know, cancer wasn't really like a crazy thing until the last sort of 200-300 years ago, when soft drinks and the soda industry started to begin, and they put all of these things into a liquid. It makes you crave it more, but it's also a carcinogen. So this is an actual thing, right? But MSG can affect brain function and essentially change a human from the inside out if used over a long period, which is like a legitimate thing. That's what happens. So yeah, there's a lot of things like that, truth to this. But then the theory behind this, that XYZ corporation, right, Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, are basically getting soft drinks more like proliferated everywhere, getting put everywhere. Like, there's a crazy photo, I can't remember where, I think it was like war devastated Syria, right? And then in Syria there's like just nothing, it's just like nothingness, and there's just like a Coke bottle, or like, sorry, a Coke ad just there. If I find it, I'll put it on the screen. And it's like just how much like Coke is just proliferated like the world. So yeah, but the theory is that XYZ organization wants to make people carcinogen, cause cancer, kill people. But then the like bigger theory is that, you know, it's just to make people weaker again. So
you know, once your body's sort of want it, you crave it more and more. And then yeah, that's, I think, I can't remember what the part of the theory was. It was something, okay, so it was like the useless eaters bit, where the useless eaters, people like, I talked about like AIDS and things like that, where it might be a man-made thing that was created to get rid of certain people. So it might be the similar thing, but regardless of the theory, I think the best way to avoid something like this is just to eat a sort of natural balanced diet and not end up being addicted to anything, right? Like just being addicted, just like wanting something, like, or just being addicted to anything, right? It could be something good as well, like your mind is good, like maybe just like working out. Sometimes people get addicted to it, but then they end up doing stuff like just tearing parts of their body, breaking parts of their body, breaking bones and stuff. They don't even realize it. They're calling like they're causing tiny fractures in their body. But I was watching a show once, and the thing that they said in that like really stuck with me, and it was like the best thing you can do for yourself and your family is being healthy. Like that's a pretty very true statement. But yeah, health is wealth and that crap. But I think sometimes people get consumed with being like quote unquote healthy, which can be devastating to them in the long term. But anyways, balance and everything is just very, very important. Like no matter what you do, balance is always important. But yeah, this was food additives. Nazi gold. So this is the theory that literal tons of gold was stolen by Nazis during World War II from Jews, and that the gold is stored in the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and the Bank of England in London. So some people believe that the Nazis had taken so much gold from so many different places in the quest for wealth, they were even taking out gold from the fillings of Jewish people's teeth. So a document from the US Embassy in Paris stated that one post-war Allied shipment of 8,307 bars found in a German salt mine might represent the gold fillings that were sort of combined from the teeth of the sort of Jewish people. So another theory suggests that Lucky Luciano, who was a sort of US mobster that specialized in illegal alcohol smuggling when it was illegal, and gambling rackets and other sort of things, drug dealing, stuff like that, sent one of his people, Meyer Lansky, to take a share of the Nazi gold. So Lansky traveled to Switzerland and helped transfer over $300 million into Swiss accounts, and then he laundered that through other sort of companies. So the money allegedly helped advance the Mafia's position into one of the most like dominant worldwide criminal organizations. So various US intelligence agencies have stated that the Vatican also confiscated Nazi gold to the value of around 350 million Swiss francs, which is about $360 million. So it's said that about $200 million worth of gold is still kept in the Vatican's vault, mainly stored as small gold coins. Like, it's crazy if this turns out to be true, and it would mean like the Catholic Church directly profited off the Nazi-Jewish conflict during World War II and have still kept it to this day. But like the actual theories of what the actual Vatican owns is insane, right? Officially, the Vatican owns a bunch of crazy stuff. Like the Vatican owns $150 million telescope, which was nicknamed Lucifer, but it has like another name, and so many other like ancient old things. I really want to go to the Vatican one day, and I want to visit like a bunch of places with like special access that most people don't even get to see. Like just the Vatican itself, like it's crazy how old it is and how historic it is. I really want to go there. Maybe I might go there in a few weeks. Let's see what happens. But yeah, so Nazi gold, it's a crazy story where still to this day so much gold was taken from people, like especially the Jewish families in Germany and all of the places, that it's crazy if this turns out to be true, where they were taking it even from the literal dead bodies of these sort of Jewish people. I mean, I know for 100% sure that it's true on the smaller scale, where, you know, people working in these sort of gas chambers and those sort of areas where they were killing Jewish people in the sort of concentration camps, they were doing this sort of thing where they were literally ripping teeth out and taking the gold out, and they were selling that because, you know, at that time no one really had any money to do anything. But I don't know if it's like a large conspiracy where like not all of the German people, but a lot of high-ranking German people were doing this. So that's what I'm slightly unsure about, but I guess I will have to figure it out. yeah, this is a situation, that's a story. Like, I did a lot of research for it, but it doesn't really seem like, it doesn't really say anywhere if it's like the whole sort of German population, not German population, the whole sort of higher ranking people were doing it, or if it was just sort of, I knew it was happening at a small scale, but I don't know if it was happening at a large scale where everyone was involved. But yeah, that's a situation. Nazi gold. Very, very cool. Martin Luther King. Okay, so I need to be specific about this. I'm talking about Martin Luther King Jr. because Martin Luther King, who is Jr.'s father, also has a sort of conspiracy theory around him. But yes, MLK Jr. So Martin Luther King Jr. was an American minister and one of the world's most famous activists, and is one of the world's most famous people. So King was born on 15th January 1929 and died on 4th April 1968. So King is famous for I Have a Dream speech, which was basically a public call for equality and freedom to be given back to the black community. So King was assassinated in 1968, and the official story goes like this. At 6:05 p.m. on Thursday, 4th April 1968, Martin Luther King was shot dead while standing on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee. So officially, James L. Ray was named as the killer. So James L. Ray at the time was a 40-year-old escaped fugitive from the Missouri State Penitentiary. Ray then later confessed to the murder and was given a 99-year prison term. So when Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated by a gunshot in Memphis, sort of immediately after, there was like a huge public outrage and a nationwide wave of riots occurred. So over 2 months later, like literally once this sort of thing, the riots started, and there was like crazy riots, right? Over 2 months, oh sorry, not riots, like protests happened. Over 2 months later, James L. Ray was linked to the crime when police found his fingerprints on a rifle discovered near the scene. So he was then captured at London's Heathrow Airport after trying to leave the US on a fake passport, and he was then extradited back to the US, and then he confessed to the murder. But the theory goes like this. How could someone like James L. Ray, who was a petty and inexperienced thief, be able to pull off and run such a high-profile assassination and make his way to London via Atlanta, Toronto, and Portugal? So things just like the expenses and the weapon itself, and then the transport and the hotels, all of these things cost a lot of money, and he was a escaped fugitive, right? He was on the run. How the hell does he afford all this? So people believe, like, how can such a well thought out crime with sort of escape routes all the way to London from America occur, but Ray be so careless he leaves the fingerprints on the murder weapon and then he leaves the murder weapon? Like, no, that just doesn't happen unless you're being set up. So a few days before like the trial of Ray happened, the Ray's physician had asked him if he had did it, like if he killed Martin Luther King. So Ray responded, well, let's put it this way, I wasn't in on it by myself. So people believe that someone had gotten Ray to assassinate Martin Luther King, and basically Ray's physician testified to the statement in court. So anyways, a few days after Ray entered into a plea deal, he then recounted his guilty plea, saying that he had been talked into killing MLK by a mysterious man called Raul. So Ray's lawyer claimed that the US government was directly involved in the conspiracy to assassinate King. So J. Edgar Hoover, who was the director of the FBI during King's lifetime, was sort of outspoken about his distrust of King. Hoover accused King of collusion with communists and called King the most notorious liar in the country. So that's why people believe that the FBI had Martin Luther King killed and Ray was just used as a scapegoat. The people believe that Ray only made his plea deal because he was guilty under the threat of the death penalty. So if he had pleaded not guilty and was convicted, he would have been sentenced to death. So basically, Ray wanted to live, whether that be in prison or on the run, but he was captured. So rather than being killed by the death sentence, he just took a plea deal and said that he was guilty. So basically, the FBI and the CIA had King killed, and it wasn't really a solo act by James L. Ray. And that's like a theory. So ironically, like the last 3 years of James L. Ray's life, Martin Luther King's family worked hard to try to get James L. Ray released. So even his family believed that he wasn't the killer. So in 1999, 1 year after James L. Ray passed away, once he died in civil court, basically. So once he died, after he died, like a year after he died, in civil court, it was decided that he was killed by the government, and it wasn't a solo act by James L. Ray. Like, this was proven in a civil court, but it was too late. It was too little, too late. There wasn't really a lot you can do about it. So yes, the CIA and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. It's like a fact now. It's just that people still don't know about it somehow. But yeah, it's a crazy theory. It's like one of the first situations where, you know, like the government sort of did something. I like how we started with a Russian like government conspiracy and we ended on an American government conspiracy. Yeah, it's nice. But anyways, that was the Martin Luther King. Well, Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah. Okay, so we are now at tier 7 of the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. Black helicopters. So black helicopters literally refers to a helicopter that is completely blacked out. So helicopters usually have sort of visible things on them, like a sort of on the tail it has a sort of numbers on them that identifies the helicopter. It usually has sort of lights, but these are helicopters that have no lights, nothing like that, and they're usually just completely blacked out. And the people that are said to use these helicopters are the Men in Black. So the Men in Black is a sort of more interesting theory, but the Men in Black are wide ranging. So it's usually throughout history, around about last 120 years, men in black suits or black sort of clothing show up and they do weird things. So it's said that in these black helicopters, the Men in Black have done things like chase random people across the streets. So there was a story on 7th May 1994, a black helicopter pursued a teenage boy for about 45 minutes in Harahan, Louisiana. So like, it had no markings, nothing. So the boy was just looking at this helicopter, just chasing him, just going through its streets. So imagine how scary that must be. It must be very, very frightening. But I don't know if anyone's played like GTA, but whenever there's a helicopter on you, it's kind of like it's really, really big in the sky, just flying there. It's not really a natural thing. Like, birds are birds, so if they're flying over you, you can kind of see it's a bird. But this is a helicopter, this giant metal flying object. It's pretty scary and it makes a lot of noise. But anyways, so it literally, apparently what happened was that the helicopter descended onto him and then near him, and then Men in Black showed up with guns drawn and pointed at them. They did nothing. They just like drew their guns, pointed at him, and then went back into the helicopter and flew back away. So he apparently consulted like the police chief and a bunch of different people in Louisiana, and they gave no sort of evidence, or they didn't really tell him anything, and they were just like, sorry, we don't know what's going on. So that was like one situation. Another situation where, you know, people in a car near Washington DC, they were traveling and this helicopter was following them, and it's sort of said to have happened many different occasions. But one of like the weirdest things is that cattle mutations seem to happen. So things like UFO sightings and alien abductions and these sort of things, if they happen, then these Men in Black and these black helicopters show up at these places. So it's said that once they show up, they sort of take away all of your recording devices, either like by telling you to or by force, basically, if you don't do it. So there's been sort of situations where I think people, they were like, you know, that's why we can't record it, because they've taken all of our phones and all of the cameras and everything. They wiped all the things. It's a very interesting theory. I don't know if anyone's watched Men in Black. It's a very good film. You should watch it. Will Smith, amazing actor. But yeah, it's really interesting. And there's another actual theory that's like regarding this, who the Men in Black are. And there was a case of Peter Bergman. So Joe Scott did a really interesting video on it. But on June 15th 2009, a body of a sort of middle-aged man was found on a beach in Ireland. So he had no identification on him, no passport, and even the tags that he had on his clothing had been removed. So this is very like intelligence agency sort of things. Like, normal people don't usually remove tags from their clothes. Like, it doesn't really happen, sorry. But over the few days, authorities sort of reviewed his activity with a security camera, and they found that he was going to sort of great lengths to dispose of his personal things without anybody seeing. So this is like a man who wanted to disappear completely, and he was almost successful, but one thing went wrong, and then that turned his situation into like one of the biggest mysteries of all time. So the thing I just read was from Joe Scott's YouTube video, so definitely check it out. It's really, really good. It's called Peter Bergman, or the case of Peter Bergman, the man who never existed. But people say that, you know, these sort of men in black, sorry, these sort of men in black show up and they do weird things, and these are sort of maybe a part of the CIA, FBI, Illuminati, aliens, God knows what. And yeah, so that's the whole story. It's very, very cool. Do your own research. And yeah, men in black. Oh, sorry, no, black helicopters. So the black helicopters are just a mode of transport used by the men in black. Sometimes it's blacked out SUVs, which I like more, like big boy GMC SUVs. Yeah, that's what you need. But anyways, yeah, black helicopters. So on this iceberg, there are so many things that I had just absolutely no idea. I've never heard about this before in my entire life, right? Things like, you know, the Lockerbie bombing was one of them. Things like Robert Maxwell was just crazy. So many different situations. But like one of the other things is Benazir Bhutto. So this is an insane story. Like I tell you, like it's a crazy story, the situations that like happened, and how this situation played out. Like whilst I was doing research for it, I was like shocked, like oh my god, I had no idea this even happened, and it was such a crazy story. But yeah, let's get into it. So I think the sort of equal situation is of the Kennedys in America and the Bhutto family in Pakistan. So you know how Kennedy's father was assassinated, Kennedy's father was killed, and then Kennedy was killed, Kennedy was assassinated, and his son died in very mysterious circumstances. Basically the same situation of the Bhutto family. So Benazir Bhutto was the 11th and 13th Prime Minister of Pakistan, and she was the first female Prime Minister of Pakistan, and she studied at Harvard. Very like, it was a very interesting time when she was in Prime Minister, it looks like, from the research I've done. And so her father is like an even more crazy situation, where her father Zulfikar Ali Bhutto was the 9th Prime Minister of Pakistan. So what basically ended up happening was that, you know, her father was accused of authorizing the murder of a political opponent in March 1974. So a 35-year-old politician called, I'm definitely going to butcher this, Ahmed Raz Kazuri, and his family had been ambushed, leaving Kazuri's father, I'm definitely going to butcher this, Nawab Muhammad Ahmed Khan Kazuri, dead. So Kazuri claimed that he was the actual target and not his father, and he basically accused the Prime Minister at the time, who was Bhutto, her father's what's his name? I keep on getting these names wrong, man. Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. So he accused him of basically orchestrating the attack. So Kazuri later claimed that he had been the target of 15 assassination attempts by Bhutto and by other people. So once it sort of came out, after a military coup staged by a person called General Muhammad Ziaul Haq, who was a general in the army, in the military, he basically staged a coup and he took over the prime ministership, which is just insane. Like imagine like the director of the CIA just plans a coup and takes over Biden. Like it would be crazy news, right? And I mean, it would make sense. Biden isn't really all there, but yeah, that's another situation. But imagine, like, that's what happened, right? So he was taken over by a coup, and Ziaul Haq, he basically took over him by force, and he basically imprisoned Bhutto in jail, who was I was gonna say president, but he's the Prime Minister of Pakistan, sorry. He was Prime Minister of Pakistan during this time, and he basically imprisoned him. So Zia said that there would be new elections within 90 days, but then he kept on postponing the elections. So what happened is that so once basically Bhutto was released, after like a while, Bhutto was Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, not his daughter, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, he traveled around the country and he basically gained a large sort of support again. So basically what happened is that, you know, Bhutto was then taken to court in Pakistan, and then they said that look, he had been sort of planning all of these assassination attempts of other political rivals when he was in power, and what ended up happening is that he was completely freed of all these charges. All these charges were dropped, he was acquitted of all these charges. And then what ended up happening, the judge on the case, so once this had all gone through, he was completely free, the judge was then removed from his position and a new judge was introduced, and the case was like sort of reopened even though he was already free. And then you know, he was then charged and then he was then hung. He was the like one of the like, imagine like a prime minister being hung. Like imagine Biden gets hung today. You know how crazy that'd be. Imagine like Boris Johnson, imagine Biden, imagine like Putin, they just get hung. Like, oh my god, that's insane. Imagine like a coup happens there. It's an insane story. So he was hung, and then that basically happened. So his son, who was Shah Nawaz Bhutto, he basically went on and said that, you know, if you basically hang my father, because he's basically saying to the prime minister at the time, Ziaul Haq, that if you hang my father, we're gonna retaliate hard. Like, they were a very, very powerful family, like the Bhutto family. They were, you know, they were the former prime minister. It's basically like Trump. Like, imagine Trump is a very, very powerful man regardless of his wealth. Like Osama as well, not Osama, Obama, sorry, I was gonna call him Osama bin Laden. I mean Obama bin Laden. No, Obama. Yes, Obama, President Obama. Imagine him, right, coming back and being like, yo, like if you do anything, I'm gonna take over. It's a crazy story. But yeah, so Shah Nawaz, he was like, look, if you do anything, we're gonna retaliate. And the craziest story is for him, he was like, me and my brother, we're gonna retaliate, and he just completely left out his sister. They never really cared about their sister like that, because in these Pakistani cultures, the Asian cultures, the sort of responsibility goes down to the sons. So he was studying in Switzerland, and when Ziaul Haq military regime executed his father in 1979, so he was studying in Switzerland. And then on July 18th, 1985, the 26-year-old Shah Nawaz, who was the son, was then found dead in Nice, France. Like, the place is called Nice, or Nice. I forgot how you say it. Nice, whatever, Nice in France. So he died under crazy mysterious circumstances. So his whole family believed that he was poisoned, and there was never a trial or anything. And the media, which was under the prime minister's control at the time, Ziaul Haq, said that he was contributed to drugs and alcohol abuse, but no one really believes that. So that's another crazy theory. Imagine like it came out like JFK Jr.'s plane was rigged, basically like that. So his son was killed, he was hung, his son was killed, and then his daughter, who was Benazir Bhutto, was, you know, the 11th and 13th prime minister. She studied at Harvard. That's crazy. So her father, Zulfikar, studied at, what was it? I think it was like Berkeley in California. So he studied at Berkeley, she studied at Harvard, and then her son studied at Oxford. Yeah, that's the situation. So they studied at Oxford. But regardless of that, so she was basically assassinated on 27 December 2007. So this is just another insane thing as well. So basically she went to Pakistan, and while she was there, I think it was like the day that she landed in Pakistan, so she was in Dubai meeting with people. So she was basically in a self-political exile. So she was the prime minister, then she got removed, and then she wanted to come back into the position of being the prime minister. And then she was basically doing rallies, you know, to become, and then a bomb went off, killing, I forgot what it was, 180 people, and it injured over 500, but she managed to survive. So she managed to survive. So a bomb went off, 180 people died in the attempt to kill her, and she survived. But 500 people were also severely injured. Like, this is just crazy stories. This is like, you know, what's this called? This is like the same sort of amount of the, what was it called? My mind is completely blank right now. You had Waco, you had Ruby Ridge, and Oklahoma City bombings. There's like similar numbers to that, right? So yeah, 180 people died. And then 3 weeks later, or was it 3 weeks? Yeah, 3 weeks later, she was then campaigning in Rawalpindi on 27th December 2007, and she was then, another bomb went off, killing at least 24 people, including Bhutto. So she did the rally, it was crazy successful, everyone was crazy happy, and you know, she was then assassinated by a bomb, killing 24 people, 200 plus people just dead because of assassinating her. But yeah, so the theory behind this is that there's so many theories. The theory is that the prime minister of her time, so her father, was killed by Zia-ul-Haq basically. She was killed by the prime minister beforehand, or the prime minister that was in the position now. The prime minister in her position was called General Pervez Musharraf, or Pervez. I don't know how to say it, General Pervez Musharraf. So he was the president of Pakistan at the time, and he basically, the president and prime minister are different things in Pakistan. He was the president of Pakistan at the time, and yeah, so literally it's just a crazy story. He basically, people point the finger at him, and that he was just responsible for her being killed because he didn't want her to get any more power. So okay, another thing that I left out is that her father, Zulfikar Bhutto, when he was in the position of being the sort of prime minister, he was the person that began Pakistan's nuclear how do you call it, arsenal. So he was the one that started Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. It was him and a bunch of other scientists, and he delegated a group, and then they started to make nuclear weapons. So that's why people believe. So there's another conspiracy that the CIA was involved in killing Zulfikar Bhutto because they knew that they didn't want the Pakistan's nuclear arsenal to get too big. So that's like a really like, a lot of people believe that theory, is that where I think it was the CIA and the FBI had got in touch with Zia-ul-Haq to put him into power. Because it's crazy how, you know, an army general, not even like the highest position, he's just a general, it's a bunch of generals, and he did a coup, and then he took over the prime ministerial position, and that's like that story. And then her, you know, his daughter, same situation sort of happened, but she also wanted to further a bunch of these sort of nuclear weapon programs, but no, so she didn't really want to do that. So she was very like not violent type, so she released like a bunch of political prisoners and a bunch of like these different things that she did, and yeah, so that was that situation. But the theory is that a few days before her assassination, so a while before assassination, she was in America and she met with Bush. So she met with, you know, President Bush at the time, under the Bush administration, like 1990s. And basically what ended up happening is that people think that, you know, Bush was involved by getting the other prime minister, Pervez Musharraf, to go and basically go and kill her. So the reason why sort of Bush and the CIA and the FBI would want to get her killed is because of the fact that in 1990, sort of Major General Pervez Musharraf, he proposed a military invasion of Kargil as part of an attempt to annex Kashmir. So Bhutto refused to back the plan, believing that the international condemnation would be severe. So both armies they were both mobilizing on either side of the border, and there were growing fears that Kashmir could result in a nuclear war between Pakistan and India. So the United States sent a special envoy, like Robert Gates, to the region, a special like envoy of what's his name, Robert Gates. So Robert Gates was like the sort of leader of this, to the region to dissuade the Pakistanis from going to war, but he couldn't meet with Bhutto at the time. So Bhutto, I think she was in Yemen as part of the Gulf states, or she was doing a tour of the Gulf states, but he met with President Khan. So I realized that prime minister and president are two different things in Pakistan. So he, like in most countries, you don't really have a prime minister, you either have prime minister or president. Pakistan has both, pretty cool. But yeah, the sort of Robert Gates, who was a person from the military, met with President Khan, informing him that the US would not support Pakistani military action, and then he convinced Pakistan to step back from hostilities and to disband the Kashmiri militant training camps in its territory. So after Benazir Bhutto became prime minister, President Khan and the military were very reluctant to tell her about Pakistan's nuclear program. So she later went to sort of America, and because they were very reluctant to tell her what happened, so she actually got in contact with the key scientists in the Pakistani nuclear program, like people like A.Q. Khan, who developed the sort of nuclear program at the time. And basically she bypassed the president and the military hierarchy, and she was like, forget you, you're not telling me anything. So she went to them to find out more information. So it's like, it's not really known how much information they told her, but then she went to the United States, and then she told Congress that, you know, we do not possess nor do we intend to make a nuclear device. So while in Washington DC, she met with the CIA director William Webster, who showed her a mock-up of the Pakistani nuclear weapon and stated his opinion that the research had reached its crescendo in the final years of Zia's government. So her father started the nuclear weapons program, and then Zia finished it. And then what ended up happening, so that it was basically finished within Zia's government. I mean, so they basically just kept it a secret for many years. But I think the top levels of the Pakistani military and the top levels of the Indian military knew this, which is why they couldn't really go to war over places like Kashmir or something. So that was the situation. So while in Washington DC, she met with William Webster, and then they showed her the mock-up. And then so William's revelations came as a shock to Bhutto. So she had no idea how advanced Pakistan's nuclear weapons development had become, and the United States wanted to prevent Pakistan from creating such a device. And then President George W. Bush informed her that US military aid to the country would cease unless Pakistan refrained from producing nuclear bomb cores, the final step in the weapon. So literally, at this time, they had to figure out how to make the nuclear weapon, but they actually hadn't made a physical one, or maybe they didn't release it to the public, or it was very hush top secret. So that was the theory. So basically what ended up happening is that between January and March 1989, she authorized cold tests of nuclear weaponry without fissionable material. So although this didn't really satisfy the military authorities, so in 1990, shortly before leaving the office, the American ambassador Robert Oakley informed her that information obtained by US satellites indicated that her commitment to not produce weapons-grade uranium had been breached at the Kahuta enrichment plant. So basically, she ended up making nuclear weapons, and she was like, forget you, because you know what? She realized that I think her country, Pakistan, they needed nuclear weapons if they wanted to survive. Otherwise, they would just get bombed out of existence. So she got the weapons, and that could have been a reason why they wanted to kill her, because they didn't want her to finish the nuclear weapons program. But yeah, it's very interesting. So yeah, another CIA FBI thingy theory, but yeah, it's pretty cool. So the official story is that someone from Al-Qaeda claimed responsibility for the assassination, but it doesn't mean that Musharraf wasn't really involved, because Musharraf had very heavy ties into all of these criminal organizations, so Al-Qaeda and stuff. So it's a crazy story. I definitely once again did not do it justice because of how bad I speak. My English is it's deteriorating at a rapid pace. I'm learning other languages, and it's just making my English go even worse and worse. But yeah, it's a crazy story. I wish I could I might do another video on this. This is a crazy story. Her father, then her father's son, and then her son. Her son is now the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Pakistan right now. He's 33 years old, and he studied at Oxford. So it's another insane story. But yeah, this was Benazir Bhutto. And the one, this theory, it's a very interesting theory because it has a lot of different aspects to it. But yeah, let's see what happens with Bilal. Hopefully there's a very high chance he's gonna get assassinated too. It's just gonna happen. It's just sad how it is, because he's also a very controversial figure in the politics. As I could tell in the research, there's a lot of different things, a lot of different situations. But yeah, I might make a full video on this. Sorry if my English is just completely all over the place. I'm very dehydrated. I need to drink water. I think it's just because I'm really hot. I'm wearing my Orpheus hoodie, and for some reason it's 25 degrees here right now. Just boiling hot. But anyways, yeah, let me take this off and stuff. Hopefully I did it enough justice, but no, I definitely didn't. But yeah, this was Benazir Bhutto. On 26 December, a devastating tsunami struck Southeast Asia. So waves of up to 30 meters hit the Indian Ocean coastline, killing almost 230,000 people. So the Boxing Day Tsunami is considered to be one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern times. literally nothing on this iceberg compares to 230,000 people dying. It doesn't compare, nothing else compares. As in like in pure numbers. Like there are a few other things that, you know, could compare like in like the overall amount, but this was like instant 230,000 people dying. But anyways, so the theory behind this is that it wasn't actually a natural disaster, but it was actually caused by someone like the United States government. So the theory is that the US government was responsible for the tsunami triggering it by detonating a nuclear bomb. So the theory is that they did it for oil. So like once again going into the oil dominance theory that I talked about all throughout this iceberg. But yeah, a natural disaster was sort of created in order to take control of the oil reserves in the Aceh province of Indonesia. So they used direct intervention to, you know, in Iraq to gain more oil, and it worked then. So they were like, why is it not going to work now? Work reports claim that a force of 2,000 US Marines arrived in the Aceh province shortly after the tsunami struck, with orders to facilitate partial autonomy from the Indonesian government surrounding like the oil-rich area. So they also found that the water samples near the area was radioactive. So another explanation behind this is that rather than it being like a nuclear bomb, was that HAARP was used. So HAARP is the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, and it's like an actual thing. It's not like a conspiracy, it's a real thing. But the conspiracy behind it is that what do they actually do? So HAARP is a project funded by US Navy, US Air Force, America, to sort of research the use of the ionosphere as a communication and surveillance tool. But there's crazy conspiracies like regarding it, that it's also a weather modification weapon system that has been sort of simultaneously developed. So I remember, like, I can't remember who was talking it, like Eddie Bravo and I forgot who else was it, I can't remember who it was, Eddie Bravo, and they were talking about this whole situation. But yeah, this is HAARP. So HAARP basically it goes it sort of monitors the ionosphere and the atmosphere and tries to use it to sort of send signals across it and basically increase sort of connectivity within sort of US army and US things. But the theory is that it's also a sort of what's it called? It's also a sort of like weather manipulation device. So it controls the weather basically. So that's like why they would have done it, to basically go and get more oil. But there's another theory behind this, is that India caused the actual attack and not the United States. So the Indian government, so keen to like maintain a upper hand over Pakistan, which I just talked about, at a time when the tensions between the two were really, really high. So they tested a nuclear device in the region of the Indian Ocean known as the Five Belt, which was basically identified as the epicenter of the earthquake. So some attribute the Indian government's actions to more sinister motives, which is basically a large extermination of people in that sort of area. So the area that killed, it was basically a mostly predominantly Muslim area in the region of Southwest. So a lot of the people that died, of the 230,000 people, I think a large majority of them were Muslim. So the theory is that the Indian government did it to kill off the Muslim population, and it's like more sort of, there's another like, so that's a whole other theory. That's like Islam and India and stuff, and that's a whole other theory. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. Do your own research. It's pretty interesting. Do your own research. It's really cool though. But yeah, that was the Boxing Day Tsunami. Nevada nuke testing gave 20,000 people cancer. So this theory, right, when it was originally posed in around about, like, I can't remember when it was, like 1950s and 1960s, was just labeled as like crazy talk. But now 20,000 people doesn't really seem like a lot. It's probably within the hundreds of thousands is the actual number. So Nevada Test Site, or the NTS, is basically a sort of really, really large reservation located in southern eastern Nevada. So it's about like 65 miles or about 100 kilometers northwest of Las Vegas. So this was like a place where some of the most nuclear weapons were tested and dropped. So basically you can understand. So when we were doing it, we didn't really understand the proper effects of the radiation, of the things that what's going to happen if when it's dropped. So literally, nuclear weapons testing began at the site with a 1 kiloton of TNT, which is about 4.2 terajoules, bomb that was dropped on the Frenchman flat on January 27th. 27th January 1951. So over the sort of next 4 decades, over 1,000 nuclear explosions were sort of detonated at the site. So like the funny thing is that many of the iconic photos of the time where I'll put a few on the screen if anybody's watching, come from like this place. So during the 1950s, the mushroom clouds could be seen from almost like 100 miles away, so you could see it from Las Vegas. So people in Las Vegas noticed like seismic effects, the mushroom clouds, they could be seen. So like westerly winds routinely carried the fallout of the nuclear weapons testings from straight through like Utah and sort of southern Utah. So basically it increased cancers like lymphoma, leukemia, thyroid cancer, breast cancer, melanoma, bone cancer, brain tumors, sort of all of these different things. They were like much more heavily reported after the 1950s. So once it began, so when it was like originally stated, like 20,000 people was like thought to be a lot, but the original, I think the number I was looking, it could be over 1 million people have been easily infected with this sort of cancer, because Las Vegas at the time wasn't that like heavily populated, but the sort of like you can't really clean it up. Like the nuclear waste stays there for a very, very, very long time, and then the winds still continues. So the winds were still pushing it. So even till this day, there's still a small amount of like nuclear radiation, or a large amount there, but a small amount of nuclear radiation still gets pushed into Las Vegas, which is so densely populated. Like it has a population of like what's the population? I can't remember, like 30-40 million, something like that. Like it's a crazy amount of like people that go there, so the number is probably like within the millions. So the actual population is only about 700k of Las Vegas, 700,000 people, but then Nevada also has like 3 million people, but it has like lots of more tourists, so tourist industry is a lot more bigger, so they probably spread out and go back to their own places, whatever. But yeah, this is a very, very it's like a real situation. Over 1 million people probably given some form of cancer from these testing situations. Like especially like you look at things like Hiroshima and Nagasaki now, the people that were sort of raised in the place afterwards have sort of so many birth defects and so many different situations. What was it, when the meltdown happened in Chernobyl, like still now to this day it still is, people around it have raised cancer levels, raised sort of birth defects and other abnormalities that really shouldn't be happening. And I think it was the theory, like the thing was that it spread all the way to like the United Kingdom and all the way to, I think it was like near to Egypt that it spread to. Like that's how much that situation was. So yeah, it's a very serious situation. I remember like, because I'm studying science, computer science, one of the things I wanted to do was physics. So I wanted to study physics before this, and then whilst I was like, whilst I was doing sort of my physics classes in college, they were just like, we need a long-term solution for radioactive waste, which is something we don't have right now. Like we basically are putting radioactive waste really, really deep underground right now. This is more from like plants, but even like testing these places, like there's a lot of waste. So how are we going to collect it, put it back into the ground? We need to put it into the ground, but then what happens in like 10,000 years when all society is probably collapsed, everyone's probably dead, and then all of these signs won't be like permanent. Signs will deteriorate. No one will be there to maintain. What happens if it like leaks or it breaks or something like that? It's a very, very serious situation. Hopefully let's see what happens. I think there was like a theory that some people from our place came up with, from our college came up with, and we were like, why don't we just send it into space? It could work hypothetically. Like, why don't we just send radioactive waste? It's just because right now, it's very, very expensive to send things into space, and these are like tons, like actual literal tons of things. But hopefully space travel gets like so much. If it gets like 100 times cheaper or 200 times cheaper, a government could feasibly do it if they really needed to. Like, I think US could probably feasibly do it. Like right now, I think SpaceX brought down the cost about like 50 times already, so it's like 50x cheaper. So reusable rockets, and then you know, the dragon sort of situation where they have the dragon rockets, all of the different situations. So yeah, this is a very interesting theory. Nevada test site definitely gave over 20,000 people. It's probably within the millions right now. So yeah, very interesting theory. Actually a very interesting theory. Do your own research though. But yeah, it's pretty sad. It's not interesting, it's pretty sad. Yeah. But anyways, that was the Nevada nuke testing. Oh. Okay, so now we're on tier 8 of the iceberg. I left one or two things out from tier 7 just because I didn't think it was that interesting. So a few things that I just didn't really like, you know, think was that good, I just left it out. I've done that like in a few places in the iceberg, but yeah, there's just a few things I just don't think are interesting or just like, you know, worth really giving that much time to, because, you know, otherwise I might just spend too long on one tier. But yeah, that was tier 7, and now we're moving on to tier 8. Tier 8. Why did I say that so weird? Tier 8, yeah, cool. So the Nazca Lines in southern Peru are a group of pre-Columbian geoglyphs etched into desert sands. So it covers an area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers. So they appear in the Nazca Desert on a high plateau in the Peruvian Andes. So literally there are thousands of lines, and there are about 300 different figures. So these include things like birds, spiders, lizards, apes, fish, and a lot of unidentifiable animals. So like a lot of simple geometric patterns. But so these are these crazy big lines that are indistinguishable on the ground, and they can only be appreciated from the air. So basically at this time, you know, the sort of people didn't have a method to view these from the air. So the question is, why the hell would they make something like this? These giant things in the ground, just giant lines etched into the ground, made into the ground. But for what reason? It's not like they would have been able to see it, like to see it themselves, because like they would have had to have a method of transportation or to get up high, and as far as we know, they didn't have anything like helicopters or planes or, you know, the ability to go up in elevation and then see it from downwards. So there's so many different theories to this, but there's a lot of things in the sort of geoglyphs that sort of represent things that look like similar things that we have. People basically just refer to sort of one part of it is aliens, right? Aliens is just a very common like thing, but another part of the theory is that it may have been proof that the Nazca Lines had some form of technology that has now been lost to time. So there are so many different technologies that it seems like the world might have possessed in the past. So things like I'm definitely gonna say this wrong, I think the anti-cathera mechanism, so many different things. Is like there was the Greek battery, there's so many different things, right? So Nazca Lines are just one of the things. So they were created around about I think it was around about more than 1500 years ago, so 1500 years ago. 2000 years old. So they're more than 2000 years old, and so to this day no one has really properly figured out what the true meaning and purpose of this is. Like, why would they make all of these lines? So the theory goes that, you know, aliens who like aliens came, and then the people of Nazca made the lines for them, and there's so many different like situations, or so many different theories, but I am gonna say do your own research, just because like there's so many different things to talk about in this. But it's the overall theory that, you know, humans might have possessed more technology than we think that they have had in the past. So we think that humans were like just so simple hunter-gatherer sort of people, sticks and stones, nothing really crazy. But then you look at things like, you know, the pyramids and so many different like places. Like if you see the pyramids in person, if you have the like chance to go, I'd recommend you Go and see it. It's crazy big and it's so old, and you think like, how could they have made such a thing? There's so many different sort of pyramids, so many different places. There's pyramids of Giza, there's so many different like statues, and there's also pyramids in like South America that are insane as well, that have been made. So if you do get the chance to go to Egypt and go to Nazca Lines, there's so many different places. There's like Stonehenge in London, all of these weird places, things that are in places that shouldn't be there, right? The pyramids, they don't make any sense. It's just like hundreds of miles of nothingness, and now there's all of like Cairo City, right? All of Cairo is there, but there shouldn't be anything there. There's no mountains there, there's no reason for this to be there. It's just in the middle of the desert for no reason. Like the Nile is close, but it's not that close, and the rocks that were used in the pyramids, those were coming from over 1,000 kilometers away. So all of these different things, right, they are in weird places, different things. So yeah, these are Nazca Lines. It's very cool. Definitely do your own research in them. Insane situations. But yeah. So in 1985, the Coca-Cola company set out to make a new version of their Coke. So everyone knows Coke, you know, it's one of the world's most famous drinks. I think it is the world's most famous drink, right? And they basically made a new drink and they called it New Coke. So New Coke had a crazy big launch campaign. It's like the biggest like launch product, like advertisement stuff, biggest like spending, biggest budget until this time, right? And they had like backing from like Bill Cosby, so many other people in the marketing. But you know, despite like the early acceptance, so like initially it was like praised and loved, like, oh my god, New Coke, amazing, the product did so bad. It's like, you know, Coke's worst product, and it did not go well. So the company very quickly backtracked. So the speedy reversal is what like people, like theorists, believe that New Coke actually has a theory behind it, and the theory is like this. So this whole thing, the whole New Coke, was just a way to raise sales and raise the overall money they make. So the company changed, you know, the tried and the tested Coke formula with the intention of sort of upsetting customers so that they would demand a return to the old formula, causing a sort of profitable spike in sales. So I remember when I was talking about, you know, what was it, the food additives, where food additives, some stuff, it makes your body crave it, right? MSG, other sort of things, it makes the body crave it. So once they make New Coke, so I think New Coke didn't have these sort of additives, so that's why the signature taste was gone. And because the signature taste was gone, these additives wouldn't really like make people want to come back, but then the old additives would make them want to go back to the old Coke, so it led to like more sales, like they wanted it more and more. So that's like one theory. Another theory is that the switch was designed to hide the change from using cane sugar in classic like Coke to far cheaper high fructose corn syrup. So corn syrup like is much more cheaper. I think it's like 1/10 of the price, but it alters the taste very slightly. But by using like an interim product, right, which is New Coke, the hope is that the customers would not notice the difference from regular Coke when returned to the market. So this is like backed up by the fact that the US Sugar Trade Association took out like an advert in which it like berated Coke for using high fructose corn syrup in the old formula when it was reintroduced. So like, yeah, that's another theory. Like, sugar's crazy. Sugar has its own whole another theory. Did I do something on sugar? Sugar comes up in like tier 10 on this iceberg. That's a whole other theory by itself. But yeah, the last theory is that the switch provided the removal for all coca derivatives in the product for the benefit of the DEA, which was trying to stop production of the plant worldwide. So that's not really that much believed, but the thing is like that you could either do it for money or they just did it to save more money. So they could have made more money and saved more money. So it's like the first two things I said were, you know, just making more money to get a like demand back, and then the changing of the high fructose corn syrup. That is like it's a very interesting theory. But yeah, New Coke, I think there was like a blind taste test done and no one could tell the difference. Like no one had no idea. I think they did it like with 25 people and no one could figure out what the hell the difference was. It tastes the exact same, but I think it's just your mind thinks that it's new and it's different, so it just automatically doesn't accept it. Like the placebo effect is very real. It's very real. So yeah, that was that effect. It's like a negative placebo effect. But yeah, New Coke. The Order of Skull and Bones. So prophecies of the New World Order has, like, from, you know, the Bible and all these other different places, has been going on for centuries, right? The New World Order will come, they will take over, whatever, etc., etc. And publicly it's never really been a thing, right? The public thing where, okay, we're living in a new world order. So from like the Illuminati to the Bilderberg meetings that go on, you know, so many different like situations, XYZ organization, the Order of Skull and Bones is like a real secret society, and it's based out of Yale University in US. So this sort of this secret society has members that include people like, you know, US President George W. Bush, his father, and former President George H.W. Bush, and so many other people. So the group's actual activities are not like publicly known, like they don't like post about or anything, but there are like there's theories that these sort of people, they get together and they basically plot to reshape the global order and to influence political figures and institutions. So basically to change like world events. The former members have gone on to become like senators, Supreme Court justices, ambassadors, like 3 becoming president, right? So other famous people that have said to be members of this organization, this group, are like the Rockefellers, Pillsbury, and the Taft families. Like the Rockefeller family is just something crazy, right? Like their net worth is just crazy. Like the overall things amount that they own. Like I was in London, right, and I went to the sort of museum, I think it's National Art Museum or National Art Gallery, and I'm just walking and all of a sudden I just see the sign, oh, the Rockefeller Gallery. I'm like, oh cool, Rockefeller Gallery. And I'm like, oh crap, it's the Rockefeller Gallery, they own all of this stuff, and it's like, damn, it's pretty cool. They own like a very, very nice place. If I have any photos on my phone, I'll try to find it. I probably definitely have them. I just need to find them on my phone. I'll put them in the video if it is there. And then I remember I left there and I walked for about like 35-40 minutes somewhere, and then I'm looking and I see a sign. It says, oh my god, building owned by Rockefeller. I'm like, damn. And then I remember I was watching this YouTube video and they own like a bunch of different mansions, and like they owned the mansion where Batman was shot in. So not like actually like shot in his body, but the filming was done. The mansion, I can't remember which Batman it was, but it's just crazy stuff. But yeah, so the Order of Skull and Bones has had so many different people. It's similar to the sort of Freemasons and stuff like that, but it's basically where they get together, they share ideals, financial interests, and sort of other things, and they basically people from this have basically been accused of creating a secret government under the guise of intelligence operations, and sometimes like working against the interests of the current president and carrying out operations in other people's names. So like there's so many different situations. So assassination of JFK, so many different situations. I have thought to be like the people behind them are the Order of Skull and Bones. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. A lot more to this theory, but like I don't know, a lot of it is just like rumored, like very highly rumored. Like it's a very, very big conspiracy because, you know, it's just really an organization. It's like when you and your friends get together and then you just name that, and then imagine all of you just get famous, right? And then they're like, oh right, when you were younger, didn't all of you people get together? Same thing. Like I remember like these photos of like Elon Musk, Bill Gates together. I think it was Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos together. Like and then now look at them, look how rich they are. So it's like same principle. But yeah, it's very, very cool. Order of Skull and Bones. So now we are on to tier 9 of this iceberg. Pharmaceutical companies. So pharmaceutical companies are basically the organizations and the corporations that are responsible for big pharma. So I told you about big pharma, and like I can't remember what tier was, tier 2, tier 3 maybe, but pharmaceutical companies are basically the companies that in a weird way run the world. So from nearly every single human born on this earth, pharmaceutical companies are involved with the child's birth. So usually the mother takes some sort of medicine or pain relief. You have things like, you know, paracetamol, ibuprofen, all of these different things that, you know, that the mother takes. So all the way from birth all the way to the time you die, most people, but a lot of people, they die in hospitals, or with lots of like drugs, so pharmaceutical drugs. So they basically run your life from your birth till your death. It's very, very rare that people get, home births and they don't use any medicines whatsoever. But yeah, so from things like aspirin and cold medicine to treatments for diabetes, cancer, the relationship is very like demanding. So humans need medicine a lot. So this is like we can see like a leap in technology that happened. So before, there was no sort of medicine, and then humans' lifespans were 20, 30, 40 years long, but now humans' lifespans are going back up to like 100 years long. But the weird thing about it is that there's this sort of theory that that pharmaceutical companies are sort of working to make humans worse, not better. So there's a lot of different things to this like theory, right? There's things that maybe they are making own diseases, they're making diseases and releasing them into the wild, making people more ill so they can sell vaccines. So imagine like COVID-19, right? Pfizer made $34 billion last year from, I think it was like 2021, right? In 2021, just from the vaccine in profits. They made $34 billion in profits from the COVID-19 vaccine. That's just Pfizer, right? There's so many other different companies that are involved. But there's also another theory is that, in the past, so if you look at like old scriptures and old texts, like in the Bible, in the Quran, in the sort of Torah, these are humans that used to live for hundreds of years. So these people used to live for hundreds or thousands of years, and they would basically have very, very long lifetimes, right? Very, very long lifespans. And that's the thing. So there's the theory that once pharmaceutical companies came around, humans were sort of being, they started to sort of kill off people. But the overall theory is that maybe something like, XYZ Corporation, I'm just gonna say this again, XYZ Corporation is like my thing now, I'm gonna like trademark it. But yeah, XYZ Corporation, Illuminati, something, New World Order, whatever, are basically involved to basically make people, that same theory again, like weaker, make people less in control of their lives, this sort of stuff. And yeah, so like, but there's actually like a bit of truth to it, where there has been like evidence proven that some companies have released small sort of viruses and they've sold vaccines to gain back more profit. I can't remember which one it specifically was, but there's so many different companies, right? This is like a multi-trillion-dollar sort of industry, and all of these different companies, trillions of dollars. Every single human from their birth to their death is involved with pharmaceutical companies in one way or another. Nearly every single human, right? A very, very large amount. I'm gonna say like 85% or more, right? So yeah, that's the situation. It's a very, very interesting theory because there's so many different aspects to it. You can look at things like, there's the HIV, cancer, and there's so many other things where, there have been a lot of other treatments, but some other treatments are given like a bad representation. So like holistic treatment and, home remedy sort of things are given a very, very bad treatment because they apparently make you worse. But then that's like, it's like a smear campaign against it by pharmaceutical companies. Like, that's the theory. So there's so many different like things. So it's a very interesting theory. Definitely do your own research. But yeah, so like, okay, let me just say this, right? So theory is that the world, so the people in control of the world basically run the major drug companies, like pharmaceutical companies, and yeah, that's the theory. One world government, Illuminati, whatnot. Yeah, do your own research, of course, but it's actually very, very cool. So Freemasonry is a sort of thing. It's basically a fraternal organization that traces back all the way to the 13th century, and it basically has very, very high people, like very, very powerful people in this sort of cult organization thing. It's your typical XYZ Corporation, XYZ thing, your typical Illuminati, your typical New World Order, your typical alien lizard people, that sort of crap, right? They do exist. It's a real thing. And they supposedly have an estimated about 5 million members. But it's apparently dedicated to like charitable work and the promotion of moral correctness, and it believes in the existence of a like supreme being. But that's like the main thing, right? But the people believe that it's like a more submersive agenda behind it. You know, they run the world from the behind sort of thing. It has things like, you know, they did the assassination of JFK. They're responsible for JFK assassination. They were like responsible to, like they were responsible behind the Apollo moon landings. Like they faked the moon landings. They did 9/11. So basically, so the reason they did like the reason it said that they did all these things is because it's supposed to be like a satanic cult. I can't speak today. What the hell? They're supposed to be a satanic cult. So yeah, they worship the devil. So the devil worshipping cult, whose main purpose is to usher in the rule of Satan and bring Christianity to its knees, and the Freemasons' worship of a supreme being is considered by theorists as evidence of the organization's occult nature and its desire to see Lucifer installed as the world's commander-in-chief. And they basically did 9/11 in New York as a part of a religious war between Freemasonry and Islam. That's another theory. Yeah, I feel like it's talking about these so many organizations. It's just like you know, there's like Skull and Bones, Illuminati, New World Order. God, there's too many of these organizations. Like, I still remember when, like, what's it, Doctor Strange? We are the Illuminati. That was really good. You just need someone to be like, we are the Illuminati. These silly people hiding for no reason. I understand why, but it's just so long, man. Yeah, I've had enough. XYZ organization, there you go, Freemasons and crap. Electronic banking. So electronic banking is a very interesting theory because for a long time it said that the sort of banking circles run the world. Like if you go to all of these different countries, right, in America, in NYC, in London, these are sort of the banking sort of organizations, and there's like trillions of dollars every single thing. Not trillions, I think it's like hundreds, it's like billions of dollars being processed through these places in every single day. And these companies are basically just sort of quote unquote running the world. So the theory is like, you know, it's linked again once to Illuminati, XYZ, New World Order, super secretive organization, sole aim, control the world. And it's basically, yeah, whatever happens, they basically make money. It's all of this stuff again. So the theory is that electronic banking is starting to take presidency over the world. So things like Apple Pay and Samsung Pay, and just I think it was in like the 1980s when all of the stock exchange went on to the computers, and it was no longer done by hand. So nothing was written by hand. It was all done with lines of code. And there's like another theory where people are just basically giving themselves infinite money. So they basically make a company, like people in these sort of top banking like organizations, they make a company, they put in like 2 lines of code and they give themselves like $1 billion. I don't know what game it is, but I think it's like Minecraft. You can do like /pay or something. I don't know what the command is. You basically just give yourself money. That's a theory. That's a theory. It's, you know what honestly, yeah, that might be true. But like the theory goes that it was before we used to have like precious metals in coin form, and then we had paper notes, which began during the Renaissance, and then now we have virtual money like credit cards, where tangible objects are replaced with like numerical data that are encoded onto a magnetic strip. And then in step 3, we sort of have like e-commerce, with websites not even requiring credit cards to buy and sell over the internet. So things like Amazon, it's like once it's linked, you just instantly buy and it instantly takes the money out. So phase 4 is the concentration of the worldwide sort of banking into a few companies. So it's basically being like large banks, so Barclays and you know, or HSBC, Hong Kong, Shanghai Banking Corporation, all of these different companies around the world go to places like NYC, go to like, what is it, Canary Wharf in London, go to Shanghai in China. Is Shanghai China? Wait, am I saying that right? Please tell me that I'm saying it right. Shanghai is in China, right? I'm not that city, right? Yeah, Shanghai is in China as well to say. So all these different places. Electronic banking. It's a very, very interesting theory. All of these theories are interesting. It's just that to me, like now that I'm at tier 9, and I've basically done crazy research for the things, it's just like, yeah, it's a bit, tiresome. Like the same XYZ corporation running the world behind secret sort of ulterior motives and stuff, and yeah, electronic. I haven't lost hope. Okay, so the thing is that tier 9 is like, it wasn't really, it was kind of boring. Tier 10 is a lot more interesting. There's a few things in there that I'm like really interested about, and for some reason I don't know why I put electronic banking twice, but yeah, tier 9 electronic banking, very, very cool. Okay, so we are now on to tier 10. Sorry if tier 9 was a bit boring in the way that I was presenting it, because like those sort of things, pharmaceutical companies, Freemasonry, electronic banking, it's very, very commonly known. But yeah, that was it. But tier 10 is a lot more interesting, so let's get into it. Trailer parks. So logically, this theory makes a lot of sense, but just the emotional side of human beings like makes it like not want to be true. So basically, on 29th October 1929, the United States suffered one of the worst stock market crashes in the nation history. So it basically went from being a fast-growing economic power into a deep and long-lasting crisis of financial loss and basically mass unemployment. So in 1932, Franklin D. Roosevelt defeated Herbert Hoover in the presidential elections, and he basically was on a huge social reform intending to basically rehabilitate the United States economy and boost morale among its citizens. So the nation's predicament so he basically made a lot of different services, and the nation's predicament slowly improved, and Roosevelt was elected a further 3 times in 1936, 1940 and 1944. But there was like a darker side to this theory. So Roosevelt like knew that the country was very overpopulated, and it goes back to the theory of the sort of useless eaters. So when people are poor, they're not contributing a lot of money to the government. Because they're poor, they can't donate a lot of tax dollars. So what the government wants is just middle class families like the whole way. But poor people are just like, you need people, the backbone of the economy. You need like lower paid workers, or you need workers. They shouldn't be lower paid, but you need workers. Usually these people are lower paid, they just have less money than the middle class. Those people sort of own the businesses and stuff. But basically Roosevelt worked with scientists and sort of engineers and architects to make these things called mobile houses or trailer homes. So these would offer low income families a home, relative comfort, and basically a community life. So land was bought in the Midwestern states, and a series of trailer parks were created. So the trailer parks, they were like really, really good because it gave people housing, shelter, small communities. It was really, really like, it was good for when it started, but then like slowly, because when you're just around people who have less money, more crime starts to take place, all these different things start to take place. But the trailer parks were located in a region with abnormally high incidence of tornadoes and natural disasters. So the plan went, multitude of tornadoes and natural disasters would hit the trailer parks, eliminating whole families in natural disasters for which no individual could be held responsible. So still this day, every year, hundreds of people are injured or killed when tornadoes just destroy trailer parks, just apparently as Roosevelt intended. Like logically it makes sense. If you're Roosevelt, put all the poor people into one place, let natural disasters come and kill them all. It makes sense, but you kind of hope a human wouldn't do that. But it's an insane theory because why make it there? Like, it's not like, so over there, I think I was reading where the land wasn't that much cheaper. It was actually more expensive to purchase at that time, and he could have made them anywhere, right? He could have made this thing anywhere, but he decided to make it in the place and set it up. And I mean, yeah, economically it makes sense to do that, but why would you ever want to do that? Like, you shouldn't do that, because at the time there was a sort of overpopulation, and that's the theory behind it. But yeah, it's a very, very interesting theory, like genuinely interesting, because there's so many, like, there's like millions of people living in these sort of trailer park communities, and there's so much stuff, man. So many things. Imagine if it was all planned out from the beginning just to get rid of these people. Once again, like going on towards, like, you know, that useless eaters theory, where people who don't contribute back to society in that sort of sense. But I think the thing that people don't understand is that a lot of the time the poorest people contribute back most to society. So people who do the hard work and the labor, these things are slowly getting like removed with the sort of innovation of technology. Like, I realized today I have a smart robot, right, that cleans my house, and I was like, you know, robots start cleaning, and I was like, whoa, I could have hired a maid for, you know, $10 an hour, $20 an hour, $15 an hour to do this. But instead I paid like $100, or like, I don't know, it's a couple $100, and this robot cleans the whole house whenever I tell it to. Basically getting rid of an entire maid. Yeah, it doesn't do all the same things like clean walls and whatnot, but it cleans the ground. And that's a sort of principle. But yeah, trailer parks, it's a crazy theory. God damn. Sugar. So it's very, very widely accepted that sugar is not great for you and should definitely be consumed in moderation. And there are also certain people who believe that sugar is literal poison for your body. Like, this is like, it's a real thing, right? So there is the sugar industry that contains many different big companies, and the theory is that they've been covering up the evidence of its harmful nature for decades. So the same way like the tobacco industry did with smoking, it's like very similar to alcohol and tobacco. Because I remember when I was doing research for one theory, or I was just researching something in general. Oh no, I did actually research it. It was when tobacco companies were saying that tobacco is good for you, and they posted like things in the newspaper saying, yeah, tobacco is really good for you. And that was like one thing, but it's the same thing regarding sugar. So sugar is like really bad for you. So that's his theory. So, well, it's not a theory, that's the real thing. Sugar is bad for you, but it should only be consumed in sort of moderation. So the theory is of big sugar. So you have big pharma, big sugar, all of this big stuff. So basically, what the sort of theory is that, you know, sugar has been sort of made, it's like in its pure form, it's fine to have like small amounts, but now it's been like diluted with so many other chemicals that it's really bad for you. And basically sugar has like definitely led to an increase in obesity and weight related issues and things like type 2 diabetes. It's like a general thing. So if you go to doctors to say, you know, have less sugar if you are sort of on the verge for, I think, diabetes, something like that. But the theory behind that is that the financial gain of maintaining the safe image of sugar is like one thing, but imagine like a huge group of people that are actually addicted to it. So it basically is like a repeat profit source. Like, once again, the theory is that, you know, sugar in fact is a sort of drug more than like just a food thing that you add. The sugar is added to around about 80% of foods in the United States, and highly processed like glucose, fructose syrup is often used. But I talked about in New Coke, right, where they said that like New Coke was made as an interim product just so that they could switch their sugar types and no one could really tell the difference. So imagine one day you're just drinking and you're like, this isn't what I'm used to. But if they introduce a sort of bad version and then they fix it, they're just like, okay, yeah, it should be fine. So it's basically like sugar is used so widely that it makes sugar basically inescapable, and that people end up addicted to the pleasure they get from consuming sweetened food. So sugar does work on the same reward centers in the brain, like drugs like cocaine, but there's no definitive evidence yet that sugar is addictive in the same way. So there are currently like lots of scientific studies being carried out. So perhaps like soon we will be able to see that, you know, sugar is very similar to like literal drugs, but it's completely legal. Same with like caffeine, right? Caffeine is a crazy drug. It makes you crave it. It makes you really want it really badly. People who go through caffeine withdrawals are like, there's like, it's so many things around that. Like there are like reports, people that sort of stop taking caffeine for a while and they just go completely like crazy for a few days, where the whole body is basically like unresponsive properly, and there's like a different situations. But yeah, sugar has a whole sort of multi-billion industry around it, I think it's in the hundreds of billions easily, and yeah, it's gonna dominate our world. And I think the price of sugar is also increasing with inflation, but then they're just gonna dilute it even more with different chemicals and stuff, and then that's just gonna make sugar even worse. So like I said, I remember us talking about like healthy diets and just maintaining, like, you gotta keep a balance, right? Balance of everything's good. So yeah, being addicted to anything is just not good. Like anything, no matter what it is, just don't be addicted. Balance is key. But yeah, that's sugar. So this is now tier 11 of the iceberg. We just did tier 10. I'm not sure if I'm going to put the aliens put us here at the end of tier 10 or at the end of tier 13, but I think I'm going to put it in tier 13 just before simulations. So yeah, that's what's going to happen. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. So the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is a document slash book that was sort of released at the end of the 19th century as evidence of Jewish plans to take over the world. So a lot of the things I talked about in this iceberg has like that theory behind it, like, you know, the Jews, when like the Jews did it. So this is like where it sort of come from. So the protocols are claimed to be the minutes of a meeting of Jewish leaders at the inaugural Zionist Congress in Basel, Switzerland, in 1897. So this manifesto is basically includes instructions on finance, war, and religion can be used as instruments of control, as well as brainwashing, suppression, and the abuse of authority and the arresting of opponents. So it's basically presented as evidence of a Jewish plot to rule the world as an autocracy. So this like the book is like it's definitely fake, but there is a chance that it might not be fake. So the theory behind that, so like it came out that this book is completely fake, and it was just published as a anti-Semitic fake plagiarized thing from the mid 19th century satire about the imperialist ambitions of Napoleon III. So like according to this, basically the first president of the French Republic was simply replaced with the word Judaism. So the book is basically thought of as fake, but the theory behind that it's actually true, and that this is like a legitimate thing. And this book basically was one of the reasons why Hitler was the way that he was, and he like believed this book very, very deeply. So Hitler used this his whole party as a justification of the persecution of the Jews, initially in Germany and then all across Europe. It's a very, very interesting book. Yeah, it basically has things like, you know, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, and aliens, this sort of thing. But yeah, some people still believe that this book is like real, and the Protocols of the Elders of Zion are a sort of, they believe that it's a sort of blueprint for Jewish world domination. And then people also like make it think like, so like the thing of Jewish power or Jewish world domination is like, it's increasingly people are like believing it more and more, because of the fact that a lot of the things that are happening, Israel has gained a lot more power recently in the last 100 years and so, and a lot of the technological innovation that comes in the world has come from Israel. So like I think Microsoft has some of their Intel has some of their chips there, like chip manufacturing factories, they have their head of research there. They have a bunch of different things where like the top of the line things are being produced today, like the top of the line chipsets, top of lines of scientists, engineers are sort of in Israel, and that's the theory. So it's basically they're leading towards world domination, but domination, I keep saying domination, but yeah, it's not a real book, but it's a very, very interesting theory regardless. And that was the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The UK is still in control of the USA. This is a very interesting theory because, you know, the independence of the United States of America came on, what was it, like 4th July 1776 by George Washington, you know, when he wrote down the sort of the Independence Ledger. And it basically was the fact that, you know,
these all sort of this new situation came about when America was made, right? The United States of America, all of the sort of colonies, all of the different states came together as one, and then a few were added over time, as time went on. I think what is 52 right now, right? 52 states. And yeah, so that's the situation. The theory is that the UK never stopped keeping control of the United States. So the United Kingdom, England, like it's more just commonly known as Britain or England, still maybe controls the United States because they didn't want to lose control. Who would want to lose control of such an important landmass? But there's like a deeper theory, is that the US was a sort of testing ground for democracy. So in this place, right, all of Europe at this time towards like what's it called, Southern Europe, right, sort of all of the Arab lands, they were all sort of Islamic areas, right? And then they had the Christian sides all going along those sides, and you had the Chinese government doing their own thing. But then sort of at that time, Britain was sort of colonizing the whole world. They had a partial democracy, but then there was still king and queens and stuff like that. But they wanted to see, could democracy work? So United States was one of the first like main proper, when I say proper, I just mean like quote unquote proper countries to start the sort of democratic countries where you would have a president and not a king or a queen of a country. And because where it would just be like a brand new country started from the beginning. So the whole theory is that the UK still controls the United States. It's just that it was an experiment to see if democracy could work, and it seems like it worked partially. But it's funny because the US, it's just basically, it was built on the slave trade, right? It was built on the slave trade. So all the way from the beginning till now, slavery was like rampant there. So I wonder if democracy could have worked in the beginning without slavery. I don't think it would have, but because people had slaves but actually I think it could have. I think it would have been better if they did have slaves, because then you would have people who wouldn't have been punished for so many years for doing nothing wrong, right? They did absolutely nothing wrong but be born, and they were punished for all this time. It's pretty sad actually, but yeah, it's an interesting theory because the UK or the United Kingdom used to control I thought 35-40% of the whole world at the time, right? At a certain time they conquered a lot of the world. This tiny little nation, just in the middle of the sea, like basically a big ass island, right? Controlled the whole world, right? Not the whole, basically the whole world at that time. All of these different places they controlled, and all of a sudden they decided to, let's just start getting rid of all of our control of these countries. The United States, and over the next couple of 100 years it was just everything. Queen Elizabeth, and then first Queen Elizabeth second, or all of these different things. Wait, Queen Elizabeth second? Is that a thing? I think it is, right? I'm pretty sure it is. But Queen Elizabeth second, that's the current queen, right? Queen Elizabeth first was the first queen. But yeah, that's a sort of situation. Very, very interesting theory. Yeah. What is it? It is the theory that UK still controls the United States of America. So we are now at tier 12 of this iceberg. I did once again leave a few things out that weren't interesting. There was this thing about Oscar Pistorius, the thingy, the Paralympian. Basically, the theory is that he did kill his wife, and the theory behind that, let me just give a brief TLDR, is that Illuminati, he was basically with the Illuminati, so he wasn't gonna get locked up, but then he said something wrong or he went against them, and then he ended up getting up sentenced. That was the whole theory. But yeah, this is now tier 12 of the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. The Jesus conspiracy. So Jesus Christ, right? This is what it's talking about. It's not Jesus Christ, not some guy called Jesus, it's called Jesus Christ, right? So Jesus Christ, son of Nazareth, whatever. talking about this theory, so there are so many theories regarding Jesus, but what I think this theory is talking about in the specifically is the fact that Jesus may not have been a real person. So that's the theory. So the theory is that, you know, Jesus in the Bible, I think it's like Esau in the Quran, something like that. What is in Torah? I have no idea. I completely forgot. Right. So is that he wasn't a real person. So that's like the theory. So the theory is that, you know, Jesus was a human and not an otherworldly figure who was like resurrected. And the theory is that so Jesus didn't actually have any kids. So he didn't actually have any children. But the theory is that he married Mary Magdalene, and then she bore him a child or maybe several children, and that their descendants have walked the earth and they've sort of been the people in power ever since. So it said that sort of the people they created a sort of cult, not really a cult, but something like a sort of secret society. And there's this theory that so many like truths have been sort of kept from the public about this sort of situation, and that like the secret society is called the Priory of Sion. So there's been like members of this group, like, you know, I think Isaac Newton was one of them, and then Leonardo da Vinci was one of them as well. And these people have said to be like the masters of this group. So all of these people are dedicated to sort of protect the knowledge and sort of determine to who maintains the power of the Christ Church, and in particular like Catholicism. So it's basically behind it. So the Catholic Church was basically formed from this, and the Catholic Church has some sort of power, like secret power and stuff. So that's one theory. But there's another theory that Jesus was a real person. He was a real human being, but he was actually influenced by aliens. So there's a theory that, you know, there are aliens, right? The Fermi paradox. So there should be aliens, and then because of the fact that there should be aliens, they might have mastered time travel. And if they did, what I talked about in my aliens put us here conspiracy, but they gave selected people throughout time special knowledge, right? Knowledge of the future, knowledge of how to act, more intelligence than other people around them. And they might have given them some sort of powers. So to them it would have been powers, but for the aliens it would have been something normal, right? So turning water into wine or walking across a sea. Maybe they just had some sort of anti-gravity shoes that they gave Jesus. That's a theory. So it's pretty interesting. It's like imagine going back like 1,000 years and giving them an iPhone and like data, right? An iPhone and data and like some signal, like they can browse the internet or they can type in things and they can see things like from all around the world. It's basically, if we give them to that, they would think we are aliens. So perhaps in the future stuff like that is new. Maybe he turned water into wine by like some next powder that he put into it. He put some crazy powder into the water, turned into wine, or maybe it was sugar and red dye powder. Oh my god, am I making up a new theory? Who knows? But yeah, that's that theory. It's pretty interesting. It's an interesting theory. Yeah, I think religion itself is just very, very interesting. It's very, very complex, and people spend their whole lives figuring it out, and they still don't figure it out. So I'm definitely not going to go into it here, because if I do, then I could spend forever on it. But there's so many different religions, so many different things. There's like so much different stuff. But I guess we'll just try to live a sort of happier life. That's what religions, all religions are, just sort of a foundation for your life and what type of life to lead. So yeah, that's that situation. But anyways, that was the Jesus conspiracy. Putin has clones. So this is a theory that Putin has clones. So the theory behind this is that, you know, like Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, or prime minister of Russia, president of Russia, is basically becoming very, very ill. And so I think it's been leaked right now. Like, this is a very, very recent thing. Like, it's been a couple of days, but it's linked that he has cancer and he's become very, very ill. Same with like Kim Jong-un. And basically, yeah, so it's the same thing. That so he's very, very unwell. So he has clones who sometimes just show up to places or show up to meetings, or when it's too risky for them to be out and about. Like, you can get as much security as you want, but a drone strike is still a drone strike, right? So that's that situation. So sometimes when he thinks it might be too dangerous for him to go out, he sends the clone who looks very, very, very similar to him, whether it be through like plastic surgery or sort of other just naturally looking like him, or maybe it's his twin. Oh my god, Putin has a twin theory. What? Okay, but yeah, that's that theory. So there have been like the people quote a few differences in certain places where there's like a few tiny marks on his face, where sometimes that looks like someone else, it's not exactly him, and sometimes when it's just like to show up in certain places, just like sometimes maybe like a rally where he might not talk, or he might just like show up and just, you know, wave or something, or sometimes when he has to go from one place to another. That's that theory. Putin has clones. It's interesting, but yeah.
The moon is an egg. So this is the literal theory that the moon is an egg. So basically, the moon is in a weird place. So what it basically was a sort of large meteor or asteroid that hit against the Earth and separated from the Earth and then became the Earth's moon. And because of the Earth's moon, that's why we have this sort of gravity that we have, and that's why we have the way that the ocean works is because of the moon, right? So all of these things. So people think that the moon wasn't actually a crater, or wasn't actually something that hit against the Earth, but it's actually an egg. So it's basically an egg for a large sort of alien craft, or the other theory is that it's basically a large alien situation thing where there are aliens inside of the sort of moon. And then people explain that, like, look at the photos of the moon. There are so many photos that make it look like the moon is sort of inhabited, and then the sort of dark side of the moon, where I think I was talking about like the Hitler conspiracy, where the Hitler ran away to a moon base, so there could be people on the moon and they're living simultaneously with the aliens. That's the theory. Yeah, I don't even need to say anything really about it, but that's that theory. So yeah, the moon is an egg. The famous all buy into Scientology. This is a very interesting theory. So the Church of Scientology is a religion, quote unquote religion, but we know who the creator was. We know what the purpose was. This was, right, a person who wrote more science fiction than he did actual stuff, and it's a completely made up religion. It's completely fake. But basically, you know, the famous, or the rich, or the rich and the famous, people like, you know, Tom Cruise is like one of the most notable people. Leah Remini is like another one. So many different famous people, like the list is just crazy. You know, you have John Travolta, you have a few others as well, right? The list of crazy famous people. But basically what it is just a thing for tax evasion, so they can evade taxes and pay no taxes. That's just what it basically is. But the theory is that it's some sort of, you know, XYZ society, and yeah, it's basically like that. So they basically made like stuff with Scientology. So Scientology is supposed to be like a sort of self-help religion or something, where, you know, if you're like sick or in some sort of sense, you get better. So like, you know, people are a lot of people are basically with them, and they see that Scientology. So Tom Cruise says, like, you know, Scientology gives people tools to better their life, and it's what it is. So yeah, but I think Leah Remini stopped being with them. She realized it's a cult, and then she left. But they used to be affiliated with it in some sort of sense, right? Tom Cruise still is, and he just released his new film. So the theory is that they're very, very powerful sort of XYZ organization, money laundering, human trafficking. There's so many different things to this theory, but it's like, once I start talking about it, it's gonna end up being like at least an hour. So I'm just keeping this short. But yeah, Scientology, XYZ, society, organization, corporation, whatever you want to call it, because they are all of those things. They're basically a secret society, they're basically a cult, they're basically a corporation, and yeah, they are tax evading people. So yeah, that's that thing. Scientology. I was supposed to say Scientology Society. It's what it is, but yeah, Scientology. Very, very cool. Okay, we are now at the final tier of the updated conspiracy theory iceberg, tier 13. Holy crap, it's been an amazing journey. Right? It's been a weird journey because, you know, in the beginning there was no one involved, not a single person like helping me. But then, you know, like, I mean, I still don't have anyone like that helps me with the stuff, but I just had people who helped me like learn how to do things better, you know, night affair, a bunch of things, right? But this is now the end of this iceberg. There will be so much more great things to come. This is just the beginning of this. right? It's just the beginning of Orpheus, right? Orpheus is just very, very young. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting, all of these things. But you know what? Let's just get into tier 13. No more of this. Let's go. Let's get into it. Yeah, okay. Boom. My brother Josh. Oh my god. Okay, so this is just, you know, when I was doing like a bit of research for this is just like such a weird situation. Yeah, okay, so this theory, or well, it's not really a theory, but the theory, okay, it is a theory. The whole thing is a gigantic theory. But my brother Josh, so my brother Josh is a person called Josh Powell, and my brother Josh referring to when a person called Martin Cabello, or Martin Cabello the Third. If you've been on this side of the internet, you probably do know who he is. He's this very interesting figure. I feel like he is just a very, very sort of unique sort of person. He has a lot of issues with him, of course, like you can tell, and like there are a bunch of things about him that aren't really like okay with him. He's had a bunch of situations. He is basically like, how do I say, he is basically it's very similar to like Alex Jones, right? Him and Alex Jones are just like basically similar people. He's got kind of crazy conspiracies, he's got kind of crazy things. So when my brother Josh, what he's talking about, that Martin Cabello, he was recording a video and he said he had a gas canister. If anyone's listening, he had a gas canister. He holds it up and he's like, "This is my brother Josh. He blew himself up and his 2 kids." Just out of the nowhere. Like the way he talks about such crazy things so nonchalantly is why people are very, very attracted to him. Like if I just play the like full clip, so he's like, "Here's my gas can. My brother Josh blew himself up and his 2 kids." And then he just like smiles at the camera and laughs a bit, right? And then he just smiles at the camera, laughs a bit, and then he just goes back on to talking to things. It's kind of crazy how he does this. But yeah, it's basically a very, very big theory regarding him, right? So he talked about him being used by MK Ultra when he was younger, Martin Cabello. And then so the theory is that my brother Josh isn't his literal brother Josh, but there's a theory that these 2 people lived very, very close to each other, and they live very, very close to each other, and they're very, very good friends. So they call themselves like my brother, you know, oh my god, that's my brother. But even though he's not really his brother, and that's that situation. Of course, do your own research. There's a very, very good video that talks about this whole situation. It's like around about an hour long. I watched it for this video, just for this little segment, but it was like an hour long. Oh no, I think it's like 30 minutes. I watched a couple of them, and it's like the whole lore of this guy and so many different situations about him, right? It's very, very interesting. So he talks about crazy concepts, right? But then he's just talking about things that are so crazy, like nonsensical, so nonchalantly. So definitely do your research with this one. It's very interesting. But I don't know if anyone's watched Moon Knight. Similar to that, it's basically a sort of, I don't think he has DID, but I think he has just some sort of brain sort of issue. But then the theory behind that is that he says, so he understands he has it, but the theory is, how does he have it? So he says that the army and the military did MK Ultra experiments on them, where MK Ultra was just a situation where this is like a legitimate thing where the US government were basically testing drugs on people like LSD and other sort of drugs on people to see if they could mind control people, like a legitimate things that happened. And it was ended in like, I can't remember, like 1980s, but it was heavily tested in Japan, Germany, and I forgot where it was, Thailand or something. And so that was the theory around it. So yeah, my brother Josh is referring to the fact that, you know, his sort of neighbor, actually, like, he was a person called Josh Powell, and he literally blew himself up with his 2 young children, and he has just like a whole weird situation regarding him as well. And there was basically his wife, so there's theory that he killed his wife, and then after he killed his wife, he kind of went more and more just crazy, and he decided to kill himself and his kids. It's like this is a legitimate thing that happened. He did do this, and of course, yeah, it's not really you can't really charge anyone, because
everyone's dead regarding it. But yeah, so that's what it's talking about. It's a very interesting theory. Do your own research. But yeah, my brother Josh. The USA used space weapons on airliners. This is an interesting theory. Again, I say this about every single damn theory, but this is a unique one because, you know, space weapons. So this is something that it's interesting because space weapons are a thing, but they're also not a thing. So nuclear weapons are a thing, ICBMs are a thing, intercontinental ballistic missiles are a thing, ICBMs, right? So sort of fighter jets are a thing. All of these things are things, and they do work, and we can go to space, and all of these things are true. But space weapons, we need to ask ourselves, like, what is space weapons talking about? So as far as I did research, it just means like some sort of next level weapon that is not currently available. So currently the weapons that America possesses and sort of other countries possesses are sort of much lower than what this theory is relating to. So there are things like space weapons that are super like fast and untrackable. So basically these are like super fast missiles. So with these super fast missiles, what it basically is that USA, so different theories, right, different situations that have happened where planes have just sort of gone missing, or they've disappeared, or they've been like, you know, randomly broken apart. So it's basic theory that USA is shooting things down. So MH370, you know, there's a bunch of other ones as well. MH370 is like the main sort of conspiracy behind this because, you know, near the place where MH370 went down, there is a US airbase. So theory that they used it on there for some sort of retaliation against Malaysia or something, or to kill people on board the plane. That's like one of the theory, or like an accidental misfire. That's another theory. So it was all very interesting. But space weapons, they don't exist yet. But I think once we become like a space-faring a space-faring world, then slowly we will see space weapons to be introduced. It's hard to fight in outer space. You can't just send tanks into space and start shooting people because it's not a thing, right? The way gravity works is completely different. So I wonder. I think maybe lasers could work, like laser weapons. That'd be really cool. That'd be sad and devastating. So laser weapons are also a thing. These giant ass laser weapons, they're real thing. Basically instant, basically just film, and it just obliterates things. It's really cool, but right now it uses way too much energy. But I think once nuclear power gets to a certain point, we could probably use it. And yeah, hopefully, I don't know, it's weird. It has its pros and its cons, right? Proper nuclear power, small nuclear reactors that can be sort of put into things and give the same output as maybe as other things. So it's like the same principle of like 100 people can like spin or move a bicycle, and you'll produce the same energy as like a small amount of coal would, right? Or like a small amount of water would through a hydroelectric dam. So that's the same like theory. So once we get to certain points, right now we need a huge giant sort of nuclear reactor for nuclear energy, which is not really a thing, but for like energy right now we need really big things. Hopefully if we can get it down to a much smaller sort of surface area, we can fit that into other things. So this is basically the theory that USA has weapons that they shouldn't possess right now. Like, we don't know that they possess that, and they possess them and they use it. That's the overall theory. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, USA use space weapons on airliners. Defense companies are the ones in control. This is also a very cool theory because, you know, like, think of this logically, is that it makes sense that defense companies should be the ones in control. Like not like they should be, but they probably are in control. But this, like, also they probably aren't at the same time. Like, the theory, like, they should be if you think about it logically, but they aren't. So in war, right, whoever usually most of the times has the better weapons wins. So like I said, I remember when we were talking about like Waco Siege, and yeah, Waco Siege during that time, right, where basically it's much easier to take over people if they're using sort of bows and arrows and not AK-47s, right? So defense companies make crazy weapons that I think a lot of people have no idea about, right? we have sort of so many different, like I was talking about before, the USA use space weapons. They have so many sort of different weapons that can be used, so many different things that can be used. It's very interesting because a lot of it, in the last like 30 years, has been a huge understanding of physics, and then that has allowed us to sort of move up in the way that we make weapons. So before we had smaller ICBMs, then we have hyperballistic missiles, and then now we have much faster missiles that can basically cross half the world in a very short amount of time. And then we have new fuel types that we never had. All of these different things, right? And who are the people making these defense companies? So people like Grumman, people like Northrop, all of these other different companies that are making these things, right? And it basically seems like the way MAD works, like mutually assured destruction works, is that if one country has a nuclear weapon and the other country also has nuclear weapons, it's like you can't use it on each other, because you know that as soon as you use it, they're going to use it back, right? But with the sort of rise of much faster nukes, I think there won't be a time to retaliate where you can't instantly detect it. So these are undetectable. They use like flares, they use different things. So basically the theory is like defense companies are the ones in control. If they decide, look, if the CEO of a defense company decides, okay, you are annoying me today, Mr. Biden, that's enough of you, I want to be in control now, what happens? So it's the same way defense companies and military sort of work together, but defense companies are the people who are providing the military with a lot of things. So it's like I was talking about in the Pakistan theory, not Pakistan theory, but what happened with Benazir Bhutto. So in both, so her father and her, they were both taken over with a coup by the military. So when the military has power, it's like the people don't have a lot of power, but the people sort of run and own the military with the sort of texts and stuff in most civilizations around the world right now. So that's the theory. So defense companies are the ones in control, not Biden, not Trump, not any of these people, not sort of the leaders. Because what is a person with like a little handgun gonna do if they're putting up with like drones where they don't even have to be there, right? So if someone just decides, okay, you know what, if the defense company decides, okay, you know what, we've had enough of the US military annoying us and stuff, let's just use all of these new weapons that we can make, and we can make all of these new weapons because they have the ability to make the weapons. So yeah, that's a theory. I don't know if I want to believe it, but it's pretty interesting. But it's like, in Sun Tzu, right, the art of war, like military and deception and tactics and all of these different things, right? It's like sometimes you can counteract weapons as well, like physical weapons, you can counteract them. But now it's getting slightly more dangerous and difficult because we have data. We have a lot more data than we had before. Right now we know multiple things about enemies that we previously didn't, right? So now you can know all about your enemies. It's not like you're just gonna get ambushed most of the time. It's like you have cameras. So if you have a house and you have cameras, you can kind of see, okay, look, there might be people coming from here or this and that. That's like a small scale, but same thing with like a whole country. Basically, it's a very weird theory. But yeah, defense companies are the ones in control. The British governments make it rain. So British governments, I don't know if it's just talking about like the British government, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, these four sort of British governments. It's talking about all of the colonies of Britain as well before. But basically, this is a legitimate thing, right? Making it rain is now a legitimate thing, not just with money, but with actual rainfall. So, what happens is that we have a thing right now called cloud seeding. So it's like a meteorological technique where specific particles are dispersed into clouds in basically an attempt to change the type of precipitation that will fall. I was gonna say precipitation, rainfall that will fall, or just to sort of incur the clouds to make more rainfall happen, right? So it basically makes the clouds sort of bunch up together, release rain. It's a legitimate thing. So people use it's very expensive right now, but it has been getting cheaper over the years. So places like Saudi and China do it as well. A bunch of countries, China and Japan does it as well, because these are countries that sometimes they don't see a lot of rain, right? So Dubai, those sort of areas, they don't see a lot of rain, and they kind of need rain to happen for their sort of like crops and stuff and all of their drinking water and stuff like this, right? So basically that's a legitimate theory. But yeah, I don't know what the conspiracy theory is behind this, but I think the theory behind it is that they sometimes use it to like do other things. So this could be for reasons like
summer festival goers, if they go to festivals and stuff, and sometimes, you know, if it's too rainy, they won't be tempted to party all day and night, and then that would lead them to be like unproductive, like back at their desks, or, you know, even absent on certain days. So it's like trying to control people. That's the theory with rain. It kind of makes sense, actually. I think what happened is that even in London, a couple of days ago was the Queen's Jubilee, and the whole day it was just raining there. Oh no, not the whole day it was just raining there. It was like starting to rain, so it was sunny throughout the day, and then the whole night it was just raining, and I think what, like 6-7 p.m. just raining. So that would just make people go home. It's kind of coincidental, but I don't know. Do your own research if you find it interesting. Yeah, British government make it rain. Aliens put us here. This is a very, very interesting theory because there's like so much it's weird because the way the world is, it kind of makes you want to seem like there are aliens, and there most likely are aliens. So you look at the Fermi paradox, right, and the Drake equation, like not the rapper Drake, but Drake equation. Yeah, if you look at that, I'm not going to go into too in depth about what it is, but it basically says that, you know, there should be aliens in the world with the size of the sort of Earth, the amount of sort of planets there are, the amount of galaxies there are, and then within those galaxies how many Earth-like planets there are. It's basically like that situation. But the theory is that aliens put us here, so there should be aliens, right? And then it goes into the sort of simulation theory, but I'm not going to cover that here. I'm going to cover that at the end, because simulation is a sort of end-all conspiracy. Like the ending of the world would basically when the simulation cracks. So I'm going to put that right at the end. But yeah, so the theory that alien put us here is like human beings might be a product of accelerated evolution, and we are basically a species. So it's a species from another place. We're coming to the Earth from a long time ago. Perhaps they could time travel. They could like sort of bend space-time continuum, and they could time travel, and they were coming and doing experimentation on primates. So basically aliens find semi-intelligent life and basically evolve them to the point that we are right now. So it's like it's crazy to think about, because aliens are just a very, very weird thing, right? What is aliens? It's not like green people showing up, weird figures, but it could be like, you know, bacteria on the planet. It's basically things that are not from this Earth is like the better way to describe it. So things that are not from this Earth put us here. So, you know, technically, like purely scientifically, most likely, yeah, aliens do exist. But then the question is like, where are the aliens? Why aren't they here? And there's like so many different things. Right now, what's happening is that, you know, we're having like space garbage. So if there are people on other planets, so basically what we're doing is that we're shooting things into the atmosphere, and when they're breaking down, they're basically making a sort of mask that's covering all of Earth, flying with spinning particles. So basically, if you ever try to shoot something up, there's just a higher chance that it will just get torn into by one of these small particles. Like I think that's something like a grain of sand does the same amount of damage on like the eye, like could do the same amount of damage, like I think it's like a car hitting the ice or something like that. Like a car smashing into something, like same amount of damage because the speed that it's going at. So that's like one theory. And yeah, like overall there's so many different theories. Like imagine they pollute their skies too much with these sort of small particles, and they're unable to leave because anything they shoot out into space just gets absolutely obliterated before it can leave. But then the theory is that, you know, aliens got to a point where they managed to take over the world. They managed to figure out time travel, another sort of situation. And there's another sort of thing where maybe we are like a zoo. So people, they're coming and visiting us, but they don't come and stay. Like no one goes to zoos and no one goes to zoo and stays, and they're just coming. And yeah, who knows? It's a crazy theory. It's kind of like, when you think about it, it's kind of sad. Like we look up at the skies, and you know, before we used to look at the skies and it's crazy, but now like in major cities, you look at the sky and you see nothing. You just see a few like plain lines maybe. You see the clouds, you see the sun. That's like pretty cool as well. But before, you could see like stars and galaxies for like crazy far away, right? So our ancestors, they used to look at the stars. That's why, like it's very interesting. Like astronomy at that time was so heavily studied because you'd be wondered by the stars. You look up and you see all of these shining things. Sometimes you see like nebulas, sometimes you see things flying through the sky, sometimes you see so many different things, right? And it's just incredible. But now we don't get the opportunity to really see that for a lot of people if you're living in major cities. Like you go to look at the northern lights, right? It's crazy. They're like different colors. It seems like something alien, but it's from this world. So the world is just a very weird place in general. It's just a very, very, very weird place. You think about, forget space, look at the earth, look at the seas. Bro, the seas are crazy. Like, it's very, very scary. It's very, very frightening because you don't know what's in the sea. You can't really explore the sea. When you go down in the sea, you can't see anything. You can see in space. If you go into space, if you go into the ISS, you can still see, right? You can see out and you can see all these other planets. You can see, you can see the Earth very, very clearly. You can see some structures from the ISS on Earth. But when you're in space, it's just darkness. Right? I mean, when you go deeper and when you go down, there's no light penetrating. The pressure that builds up, you can't really do anything. It's just a crazy, theory. It's kind of like a realization of life, right? Life is just a crazy, crazy situation, and it's hard to explain. This is only tier 10, man. I can't be getting like a bomb down already. Well, no, I can't be getting like too deep into this. But yeah, aliens put us here. Very, very cool. You know what? It is in tier 10, but I might just move it to tier 13 right before simulations. Maybe I might just do that. Because I feel like aliens put us here and simulations are just a sort of end of everything, right? It's like two sort of situations. So yeah, let's see what happens. Simulation, or we are living in a simulation. Wow, so this is the last entry on this iceberg, and I'll put all of the outro stuff in the outro, but yeah, goddamn. Okay, this is an interesting, crazy, interesting theory because humans living in a simulation seems to get more and more likely as time has gone on, right? In the 1920s, when computers weren't a thing, it didn't really seem like it was gonna ever be a thing, a simulation. But now with the rise of technology has gotten to a point where we can realistically create artificial worlds on our computers. So like recent, literally things, just right, Unreal Engine, the real recent version of it, and someone made a sort of train station in that. It looks completely realistic, right? It looks completely realistic. It doesn't look fake when you watch it. This was built by one person in a week in Unreal Engine, right? This is a game development thing, but same way you play things like GTA, they're very, very similar, right? It's over time, right? It's a whole world. People are sort of existing in that. So that's the theory, is that we will get to a point where we will be able to recreate a real simulation of the world of humanity. And the theory, the things like, when will that be, right? When will do that? So right now, you look at the difference between like GTA 3 and GTA 4 and GTA 5, it's crazy. I keep on using GTA, but it's just because it's a game that a lot of people have played. I haven't played it too much, but I played it once in like couple of hours, just skipping all the things and just doing all the little quests and missions and whatnot, and it's pretty fun. But it's a very, very interesting insight to the world of computer science, right? How we can make such cool things. Well, that's not completely realistic, yeah, but things such as virtual reality, we are slowly edging towards a time when we will be able to create a simulation that is completely real. So things like Matrix and sort of Total Recall and all these other shows, they could actually theoretically be real. But the theory is that, what if we're already in a simulation? So not that we create a simulation, what if we're already in a simulation, right? that would be the end of society. So the theory is that, you know, once someone like finds actual proof that we are in a simulation, it would be the end of the world. That is when the simulation closes and another one starts. So the theory is that there could be infinite simulations, right? And there's so many different things going on where there could be infinite simulations, infinite data streams. You know, we're really just limited by our minds, right? The only thing that we're limited is by our minds. But then it's crazy because that, like, we will get to a point 100% where we will be able to make crazy simulations. That is also like the autism. People think that we will never ever be able to like make a hyper realistic simulation because of, you know, humanity and like sort of feelings and all of these things. We can't really recreate that right now, but I feel like there's a chance that at some point in time we'll be able to innovate that, but maybe we won't be able to make it like a complete realistic thing for next couple of 100 years. But look at the difference between technology 1,000 years ago and now. It's crazy. Look at the things that were built, like, you know, like the technology wise, look at it then and look at it now, right? So it's kind of sad, but it's kind of interesting as well. It's all about life, right? Who are we? What are we doing in this life? It's very, very interesting, and I think everyone's on their own sort of journey to figure that out their whole life, right? Some people's whole lives are, you know, waking up in the morning, and then going to work, coming home, drinking, and then going to sleep, and then doing the same thing again and again and again. Some people's world is just crazy, doing crazy things. Life is very weird, very, very weird, but like, life is whatever you make it. Like, that's the truth, right? Life is whatever you make it. I feel like I can't talk right now. What the hell? I keep on mixing up like letters. It's very, very annoying. But yeah, this was simulation. We are living in a simulation. That's a theory. It's an interesting theory. There is a chance that we are the base simulation, but we will be the first people to create a simulation, and we will create simulations, and then people will live in that, not knowing if they're in a simulation. They'll ask it. It's like that Rick and Morty episode where no one knows if they're real, or where he makes his daughter into a clone, where it's basically a simulated environment, simulated reality. Let's see what happens. But damn, this has been awesome. It's been amazing. Let's go to the outro now. Yeah. Wow. I can't believe it, man. I cannot believe that we are already at the end of this iceberg. That's crazy. Because, damn, man. I just remember when I was starting this iceberg, right? It was kind of just crazy. Because it was just like, I had no idea how the hell to make this. I didn't know what sort of how to make these videos. I didn't know any of these like sort of things. So yeah, I can't believe we're here. We finished the iceberg. So many more different things to come. I'm gonna be making a bunch more other videos, like sort of story type videos, and I'm gonna make sort of not my own stories but other sort of stories. And I will be making sort of other sort of videos. There's the obscure unsolved mysteries iceberg, which is 50 times bigger than this. This has like, not 50 times, but it's like, I would say at least 5-10 times bigger than this. It has like over 450 entries. It's crazy. It's gonna be a crazy research thing. But yeah, this was the updated conspiracy theory iceberg, and I still regret calling it that, right? Calling it that, it's kind of like a regret of mine, because it's not exactly the same thing. But you know what? It is what it is, and it was a silly mistake by me just in the beginning. But you know, like the obscure unsolved mystery iceberg is just insane. It has like 500 entries nearly right on it, and it's getting updated right now. But I was talking to the creator, who was Strange Digest, and I am not sure actually if he's gonna end the iceberg or if he's just gonna continue on sort of updating it as time goes on. But I will figure that out. This will happen. So many things will happen soon, and yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Let's see what the hell happens to this. But one thing that is just gonna happen is I'm gonna be on Twitter a bit more. I was on Twitter for a while, then I kind of stopped using it. I don't really post on it, but I will now, because it's a good way for me to just talk about things. And yeah, this was the updated conspiracy theory iceberg. Follow the Twitter, it's Orpheus. that's it. I'm ending this here. Shout out to a few people that I have to give shout outs to. Definitely check out a few things. Definitely check out Night Fair. And shout out to Venom Cringe Baby for the Iceberg. I think Night Fair is one of the reasons why I think I stayed doing YouTube, right? So during, I think it was like tier 6, right? The Iceberg was just being annoying. It was just being annoying to record and annoying to edit. Editing was the main issue. And I feel like there was a point where I was rendering it and I was rendering it like 20 times and it would not render. I checked to every single fix, but I don't know how the hell I managed to get it to work. So I was just done with editing. Like I didn't want to edit anymore. So he talked to me and he was like, look, you can use this editor. Like just that small suggestion kind of made me like want to continue on recording and doing all of these things. So yeah, hopefully let's see what happens. Anyways, this was here. No, this wasn't here. This was the updated conspiracy theory Iceberg, and goodbye.